How's it going, everybody? How are y'all doing tonight? This thing keeps fucking up. Like, when I drag my mouse, when I'm, like, playing and I hold down the W key and then drag my mouse. Well, actually, it doesn't even matter if I do the W key. If I just drag my mouse too far to the right, it clicks off onto my other monitor and then pauses the game. Like, watch. I'm not gonna have my hand on the keyboard. Just watch what happens. Pause. Because it clicks out. I don't it's like a brand new problem. I've never had this issue before. And, like, it's running in full screen as well, too. So it's not even like it's like a windowed issue or something. So I guess they just broke the game with the latest update. You know?
Microsoft.
Did I get enough sleep? Yeah, I pretty much just slept all day today. Like, my throat's still sore, but it's not as bad, so it's starting to get better.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
My Indian friend? Dude, you should know by now. I don't have any friends. Those don't exist for people like me. Zog, Microsoft infiltrated my PC? Yeah, probably, man. Probably. Zoomer Historian got banned? I wonder if it was his video challenging the traditional, you know, held belief that the good guys won World War II. But yeah, the thing is, bro, is he had a pretty good channel from what I saw. He had some pretty good videos. That one we watched about the World War II veterans saying that, you know, Europe had gotten worse as a result of post-World War II life, I thought was really good. In particular. The thing is, bro, is the genie's out of the fucking bottle in a lot of these instances. You know, by trying to course-correct heavy-handedly versus, you know, actually addressing said issues and just ban everybody who talks about it, they're gonna have the Streisand effect. So, the genie's out of the fucking bottle. And, you know, good luck. You can't ban everybody.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
I saw a DoorDash ad where they passed all these restaurants and decided to order from home. Why would you pay more to order when you were by the restaurant? Because people are fucking retarded. Yeah, like, the only appeal of DoorDash is the fact that you don't have to drive and park. If you're already fucking driving, why wouldn't you just stop and pick it up? I don't know. Like, the thing is, if I had, like, accessible parking in my area, I would not use any delivery service. I would just go get it myself. But most places in my area, if you want to park, you have to pay like 10 bucks for an hour. So it's like, okay, well, it's an $8 delivery charge or 10 bucks to go get it myself. You know, I'll just go order. But yeah, I mean, like when I lived in an area that wasn't like a city, I never used Uber Eats or anything like that other than during COVID when you literally had to. I would always just go drive and like go through a drive-through or park and just go do takeout or something. Like, I don't know. I never started using delivery shit until you had to during COVID, which, you know, again, probably was all by design. Get people to start never leaving their, you know, apartments and stuff. Shit is expensive, but honestly, the only thing I'd really care the economy got better with is housing prices. Well, the problem isn't necessarily housing prices, because we've pulled this up before. If you look at, like, the price of housing in the sense of, like, price per house per ounce of gold, which gold is basically, you know, the measure of which real money is calculated, because, you know, gold is anti-inflationary. You can't print more gold. Back in, like, the 70s, when we were still on the gold standard, the average purchase price for a house was about 700 to 800 ounces of gold. Nowadays, the average price of a home is about 150, I think it is, something around there, like 120 to 150 ounces of gold. So in real terms, housing prices have never actually been cheaper. The problem is that inflation has just gotten so out of control that even though housing is more affordable than ever, technically, wages haven't grown at any significant rate to adjust for that. So therefore, by extension, housing and everything else seems way more expensive, but if you look at it from a non-inflationary perspective, like whatever that product is per ounce of gold, it's actually cheaper than ever before. So it's kind of a complicated thing. The issue really comes down to just having an infinite money printer and insanely high interest rates for no good reason. So what we've done is printed shitloads of money, outsourced all the domestic jobs, or if we keep domestic jobs, we import a bunch of cheap foreign labor to do those jobs to reduce wages, which, you know, stunts wage growth, which makes it so that people are just suffering from this, you know, death by 1,000 paper cuts situation of just inflation.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
So yeah, housing prices definitely, if they could come down, would be good, but they're not going to until we address the problem of hyperinflation, which we are in a hyperinflationary period. They say it's only 20% over the past 4 years, but it's probably closer to 50 to 60 minimum, if you look at things in a real sense. I mean, pretty much everything doubled in price. The only thing that didn't is, like, commodity stuff. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that... Well, it's pretty much every currency now. Every currency is backed by, basically, the fact that you're forced to use it to pay taxes. You know, pick a currency anywhere in the world, and the only reason people actually use it is because they have to pay their taxes with it. So otherwise, you could just use seashells if you wanted to. Like, it's all arbitrary at the end of the day. The thing that gives currency utility is the fact that you'll go to prison if you don't pay your taxes. The Egyptians used redstone circuits? Nah, but they had electroplating. I was reading this thing today about King Tut's mummification mask or something, and apparently they had thought that it was all one solid piece of gold, but they went and, like, investigated it, and they found out that they had used the soldering technique to basically fuse a bunch of smaller pieces together, and it's, like, done so precisely that it's undetectable to the naked eye. So that's the thing, bro. It's like our ancient ancestors were a lot smarter than people give them credit for. Yeah, they used something called the Baghdad battery for electroplating. You can look it up. But I think it was like, I forgot exactly what was in it. But yeah, it's called the Baghdad battery. And the Egyptians used it for electroplating. Oh, shit. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. It's just a minor detail. So, grass. Oh, I only did this 6 wide for that one? Oh, well. Doesn't matter. This is the main staircase, so do it fancier. There it goes again. That's so weird, man. I've never had that problem before. It's not a bug, it's a feature. That way you can quickly pause your game even when you don't want to. Well, ancient Egypt greatly predates Greek culture, so the Greeks were barely, you know, putting together their mud huts at the time the ancient Egyptians were, you know, building some incredible shit, so. The Egyptians were the ancient Greeks of their day.
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, well, ancient Egyptian civilization, they think goes back like 12 to 14,000 years minimum. So the Egyptians were incredibly advanced for their time. There it goes again. Shit, man. That's really irritating. Well, yeah, there's like that Osirian structure in ancient Egypt that predates all their other buildings, but it's also more advanced than any of their other buildings. So it begs the question of, it's like, okay, well, how exactly long were the Egyptians, you know, doing this stuff? And, you know, was it a case of they were more advanced prior to what we see now? So we don't have any real idea. I mean, so much of history, I really just have to press X to down on a lot of this stuff, that there's any real way we could absolutely know for certain. I think a lot of this stuff is just, you know, pure speculation in a lot of cases. Nah, I don't think it's aliens. I think aliens is bullshit. I think aliens, for the most part, is bullshit. I think aliens are a false flag to bring about one world government, personally. To force globalization in its truest form. Oh shit, my alarms are still on. Turn those off. Oops. Oh, there goes again. The hose are ringing? Yeah. Yeah, right. That shit ain't happening. Someone buy Griffin Arc. I'm not going to play it. I don't like extraction shooters, nor do I like games with, I guess, co-op, so no thanks. I'd never play it. I have played a Hitman game. I played a Hitman Absolution back in the day. It was pretty good. It's the only one I've played, though. That is my great experience with it. Oh, wait. I gotta get rid of these, too. Shit. Hitman Absolution was a bad game? I don't think so. I liked it. I thought it was good. Let's see. So Juan with the 5, can we watch this in Tizza mode? How long? 6:38. Maybe in a little bit.
2011, man. You're a fan, Phil. Just admit it, honestly. You're
I'm a fan. Yeah.
Yeah, we can watch it later. Let's see. Nero Redwood with a 10. What's up, gamers? What's up, man? Just finished Dead Space 3 and its DLC. Wasn't bad. Yeah, I don't think Dead Space 3 is bad at all, personally. That's one of those games that I felt like got a lot of unnecessary hate. Honestly, the game itself is pretty damn fun, and the whole weapon building shit, wish we got a Dead Space 4. Thanks, EA. Well, unfortunately, it's one of those cases of actually EA doing everything right, but gamers doing everything wrong, because Dead Space 4 and every Dead Space prior to that was actually, you know, planned and fully supported by EA. EA put so much money into the Dead Space franchise trying to get it to take off. Like, Dead Space 1 had a huge budget, didn't surpass, you know, the budget in sales. Dead Space 2 had an even bigger budget, and, you know, still the game didn't sell very well, didn't make money. And then Dead Space 3, they gave it a big budget as well, and had them try something different to see if they could get people to actually buy into it. And again, the game just didn't make its money back, so they had no other choice but to cancel Dead Space 4. And they gave Visceral Battlefield to make Battlefield Hardline to have a reason to justify keeping the studio, and that game bombed. So it's one of those cases of actually EA not being the bad guy, and in fact supporting the franchise. It's just people didn't show up to buy it until the game was like $5 in the bargain bin. And the same thing happened with Dead Space Remake, is, you know, they put out the game, they, you know, said, hey, if it does well, we'll make Dead Space 2 Remake. It did not do well. So it's kind of the series curse, I guess, at this point, that, you know, EA throws a bunch of money at Dead Space. It does not translate to sales. So most people are Dead Space fans after they get the game for $10 on a Steam sale. Not when the game comes out for $60, when they need to make their money back. So there's a lot of cases of games like that where people are like, how come we never got a sequel? And it's like, well, when did you buy the game? Oh, when it was $5 on a Steam sale 10 years later. It's like, okay, well, yeah, that's why we never got a sequel. People didn't buy it. So, you know, another game that I wish we could get a sequel for is Kingdoms of Amalur. Like, that game is great, but nobody fucking bought it, man. Like, it flopped when it first came out. But also, it had a troubled development cycle. But, yeah, the game just bombed. So, you know, no sequel opportunity for that. Why do I sound numb and defeated? Because I'm sick? I don't know. Should I be, like, super happy and like, hey, guys, today we're going to be playing some Minecraft? I don't know. It still hurts to talk, so I'm not, like, I'm not going to be sounding super happy and, you know, excited. But yeah, I finished the staircase earlier. Now I just have to carve out all this. Yeah, Kingdoms of Amalur is one of those games that, like, if you like 360-era RPGs, there's, like, almost nothing better. Like, from a gameplay perspective, a content perspective, it's, like, it is such a great game. Like, there is at least 100 hours of content in the base game. At least. And that's if you only do, like, one play style the entire time. Like, that game has a lot of replayability if you want to do, like, a different class each time. I don't think it has a paladin class. You have, like, your typical, like, your rogue or archer kind of class with, like, the daggers and the bow. You have your sorcerer class, and then you have your, like, warrior heavy class. But the sorcerer class, I think, is the best, because I think they're called, like, the chakrams or whatever, but they're, like, these throwable bladed discs that you throw, and they do magic damage at the same... It's really fun. Like, honestly, man, that's such a fun game to play. Like, the combat is very fun. It's one of those games that, you know, I really wish we could have gotten a sequel for, but probably not, considering that Embracer owns the IP now. And it seems that's where IPs and games go to die. You're starving, PK? That's good. You're starting to look a little chunky, bro. I didn't want to say anything, but now I feel good saying it, because it's like, yeah, maybe it's for the best. Let's see. Saberhand with the 10. Really appreciate it, man. Sheets open near... I've never actually been inside of one of those. I've heard they're good, though. So I have a place to go late at night. It's a little pricey, though, but the availability is a godsend. I'm known as the sex guy because of uniform from the sex... So, oh, my God. Hell yeah, man. And so does it actually say it, like, on your shirt or whatever? That's funny as fuck. But, yeah, that's nice. I've never actually been inside of a Sheets, but I've heard they're really good. Same with Wawa. I've never been inside of one of those either, but, yeah, people seem to really like those, so that's sweet. I'm happy for you. I think I have a Sheets kind of close to me, but it's like way out. It's like 20-ish minutes away. Did it again. And let's see, also Saberhand with the 2. Appreciate it, bro. Griffin needs Minecraft slaves for... Yeah, exactly. I really wish you could enslave the villagers. Like, I think that'd be awesome. I think it would actually be awesome if you could, like, task them with, you know, growing food and putting shit into chests and stuff like that. The Minecraft slavery update. And they start singing songs and shit. Yeah, Wawa has a weird name, but it's like I guess a Northeast thing. But yeah, they sell hoagies, which, that's definitely a Northeast term. But yeah, I don't know, bro. I've heard good things about Sheets and Wawa. I've just never been in either one. The only thing I ever used to really get from gas stations back in the day was when I was a kid, I would get Slurpees from 7-Eleven, and then I also would go and buy like those $1 brisk lemonades. Those are really good. Those are really good. I used to buy those big-ass brisk lemonades all the time. That was like my favorite gas station drink.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Let's see. Stupid Dudes with the 7. Do you think if Notch still owned Mojang, he'd allow the new black defaults replacing Steve / firing C418 and replacing him with a Troon to make those? No. Of course not. All of that shit happened after he was out of the picture for a reason, so. Yeah, definitely wouldn't have happened.
I can't afford this shit!
Saber ran with the 2. Appreciate it, man. Arizona made tea with Mike's hot honey. It's amazing. I'm having tea with honey. That's also hot, but not the same thing. But yeah, I haven't had that. I've never really drank Arizona teas. I've never really bought, like, bottled teas too often. I've always just brewed tea at my place and just added sugar and then put it in the fridge. That was how I used to make sweet tea back in the day. Although Chick-fil-A does have really good sweet tea. But that's a little different. That's not bottled. Yeah, the Sunjoys are good too. Yeah.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
See, Nick with the 5. Appreciate it, man. Griffin, I just got me a 65-inch LG OLED. Oh, nice, man. Yeah, OLEDs are sick. Ever since I got my OLED monitor, I'm a believer. For the PS5, Xbox, and gaming PC. Nice, dude.
All right, awesome.
Yeah,
Thanks, nigga. All
I
right.
need to get, that'll probably be the next
All
thing
right,
I
awesome.
buy.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Technology-wise, is swapping my TV for an OLED TV at some point. But yeah, ever since I got this OLED monitor, that's definitely the way to go. It looks so much better. Like here, let me just show you an example. I don't know. Actually, I may have to just quit. Let me see. Close out of everything real quick. Just to give you an example of how this looks. Bear with me here. Turn off my light. What's a good picture I could pull up? Oh, this would be perfect. That's perfect.
I can't afford this shit!
Alright, now I can open everything back up. Let's see. Here, I'll pull it up real quick. This should just give you an idea of like how much better it looks. And again, once you see it in person too, it makes it look a lot better. Alright, why can I not? Oh, okay, never mind. We're good. Just see real quick. Yeah, it's probably not the best example, but it's fine. You can just see on this, like, look how much brighter the black looks on the, this is a QLED monitor I have on the right, and the OLED's over to the left. But, I mean, even with the reflection, you can tell just how much, like, darker the actual black looks, and then you can also see how bright, like, the blue is compared to over here. So, yeah, it's a very significant difference. It makes everything look so much better. So it's pretty dramatic. How much was the my monitor was like $1,200, but the one I have over to the right is like one of those ultra wide, so normally it's like $1,200, but I think I paid $800 for it. The OLED version of the monitor I have to the right, the ultra wide, I think is on sale for $850 right now, which I'm kind of tempted to buy, but I don't know if I need to spend the money on that right now. But yeah, I really like the OLED screens. It looks so much better. Like, it's one of those things that's, like, immediately noticeable how much better it
I
looks.
can't afford this shit!
And let's see, Daikaiju Pictures with a 5. Appreciate it, man. Just playing Halo CE and 4 with mods on MCC. Gotta say, these are for sure better than Halo UE5 slap remake. Yeah. I just don't know why they thought that was the correct course, but it's probably just because it's cheap, easy, and, you know, it's Microsoft, so they don't really have any clue of what people actually fucking want. It's just yet another out-of-touch big company. It's kind of sad to see them fall so far, man. Truly. Must take a mathematical brain? Not really. You just gotta have the vision in your head for what you want to build and then take the time to map it out. It's not too bad.
I can't afford this shit!
Well, let's see. Saber ran with a 5. Here's something different to watch. It's 18 minutes. Some good capitalism. Alright, let's see.
Alright, this is easily the...
Arizona T. Yeah, I've seen something similar to that. Although it was just a short on, like, I guess, not Instagram. On Twitter, I guess. But yeah. It is pretty cool what they do. It's owned by a real American. That's why they're able to keep their prices low. It's not owned by shareholders. Air quotes. Daryl Some of the 2. How's the Kirby Air Riders demo? I think it's pretty fun, honestly. It's definitely a different type of game if you're, you know, looking for a racing game that's not traditional in the slightest. But yeah, I liked it. I thought it was pretty fun. Is it? I think Mario... So, honestly, I still like Mario Kart better. I think Mario Kart, from a mechanics standpoint, I do like better still. But the Kirby game is definitely different, which I do like. It's fun. But I don't know if I would say I like it better than Mario Kart. Maybe if I get used to the controls more, but I still think Mario Kart's the better game. Just first impressions-wise. Rip. Just not enough. Yeah, the tiny bounce theme. Yep. How long before Nintendo is labeled as anti-Semitic? I'm sure it'll happen. I'm sure it'll happen. Z here with the 5. Appreciate it, man. I love OLED so much better for contrast. When I got my OLED TV, I noticed the difference. It's absolutely worth it. Yeah. And especially now that they've got the technology more ironed out to where you don't have to worry about the burn-in as much. That's not really a concern anymore. So, yeah, it's actually a really good time to get OLED. Because I know, like, when it first came out, it was a problem. Like, my Samsung phones back in the day, they were some of the first ones that had AMOLED displays. And if you used, like, Waze or Google Maps for too long, eventually you would start to notice over, like, a few months of having your phone that the, like, GPS icons would be burned into your screen. Like, it used to be really bad. It used to be really, really bad. Like, if you had the same thing on your screen for, like, a few hours at a time every once in a while, you would get the issue. But now, it's a lot better. You don't have to worry about it as much. I don't think I've ever had burn-in on any phone, like Galaxy Note 5 onwards. But, or no, I did have Burn-In on my Note 5. I'm trying to think which phone was it that I had it last? No, my mom had it last. Never mind, it wasn't my phone. It was her phone, but yeah. She uses Waze like every day, constantly. But yeah, I didn't have it on my phone's post. I think getting a Galaxy Note, I don't think I ever had it. No, EBT didn't get reactivated. The Supreme Court ruled that Trump did not have to fund it. Let's see, Z with the 5. I got an OLED monitor myself, but was a cheap 27-inch MSI one. Been waiting to upgrade to 32 plus, and one that's 4K. Yeah, if you do, I think it's the Asus PG32 UDM, the one with like the glossy finish. I love this monitor. Like if you're looking to get one, I would definitely say this one is worth picking up. It's been great so far. So it's got a great picture quality. You know, personally, I love the fact it's got the glossy finish because it makes screens look so much better. But yeah, I definitely would get this one if that's what you're looking for. Did I have the Baja Blast pot? No, I did not. I might try it at some point, I don't know. I have to see if mine even has it yet. I don't know if my Taco Bell has them yet or not. I don't really frequent Taco Bell, so I have no idea if they even carry it yet. Or if it's by, like, location or what. Your Walmart's finally peaceful? Yeah, dude, there's no good case for EBT. The only people that are on EBT are morbidly obese single moms. It's like, fuck off, bro. These bitches don't need money. Nor any more fucking junk food. Give them their beans and rice if they're actually gonna fucking starve. See how much of them actually even show up to get that. Yep, all it does, it's like college, man, with student loans. When the government hands out free money, it increases the price of everything because, you know, the companies know that, hey, we can charge a shit ton more for this stuff because people be getting their government checks, so they'll just buy all this crap and not even care how much it costs. So we can sell half the products and make the same amount of money. And chances are, even if we do raise the price, the people who don't have EBT will still want to pay for it. So, it's sick. You know, if people are actually using it to get real food and stuff, maybe you could make a case for it, but the only stuff people on EBT buy are just, you know, slop, processed foods that, you know, just make them fatter and fatter. It's nothing nutritional about EBT diets. Yeah, like I have the perfect... Hold on, let me pull this up. I have the perfect example of the average, you know, argument for EBT throughout the ages. I saw this tonight. It's like, oh my god. Look at this shit. It's the same story every time. Billions of dollars for space, but pennies for the hungry? She gonna starve, guys. Look at her. Dude, that poor woman's gonna starve, bro. How else will she have fucking biceps as fat as a human torso? Unless we give her her government check. She ain't gonna make it. Crazy, man. How the fuck can you have arms that fucking fat and pretend like you're starving? Like, it's just incredible. And then, you know, you have this thing.
Danielle Grant is starving.
You know, I'm trying to see if I can get some food.
She's starving, guys.
I don't have anything to eat today or tomorrow, so we're trying to make ends meet, and we can.
Desperate for food, nowhere to go. Grant
With a fucking Gucci backpack. Holy fuck, man. Yeah, let me line up at the food bank with my fucking Gucci backpack. Holy fuck, man.
Grant and many others got to the Hope Line today just to make an appointment to come back later in the week for food. Resources are slim, leaving 40% of Bronxites without money to feed themselves. Some still in shock.
You heard things before, but it's like, that's not, they're not gonna let people starve. That's ridiculous. You know, but it's like, no, that's
Your fucking fat ass wouldn't starve if you didn't eat for 3 months.
literally like what's happening.
We hope the food pantries maintain open, because if they don't stay open, I really don't know what we're going to do next.
Sell your jewelry.
We asked people their reaction to hearing that the Trump administration will partially fund the SNAP program. People say it's not going to do much. They have families to feed and already struggled at the end of every month when they were receiving the full amount.
Wow, not an offer. At least it's something to hold on, but I think everybody's gonna have to get a second job.
It doesn't really last the whole month. You know, probably like 2 or 3 weeks, and then by the last week you gotta scramble to find, you know, things.
This couple has
They're all fucking fat.
4 kids. The mom says pantries aren't always reliable.
They have limited supply or by the time
They're all fucking fat, dude. Look at them. Every single one of these women are just fat.
we get to the front of the line, then it's really nothing there. So it's hard.
She says she's holding on to faith. Meanwhile, others are worried hunger will drive crime rates up. We don't know how much money will be reloaded onto people's cards and when that will be. In Longwood, Lindsay Tanny, News.
You won't see a single skinny person on food stamps, bro. They gonna have to eat them kids, that's right. Well, dude, that's the only reason they had them kids in the first place, was to get their EBT benefits. So, most of these children only exist in order to make, you know, the cutoff for higher government benefits. So, yeah, most of these... It's just pathetic, bro. We have enabled a parasitic class of society to exist and suckle off the teat of the American taxpayer for far too long. They quite literally are just fucking parasites. They don't work, they don't pay taxes, they just sit there and consume and reproduce.
I can't afford this shit!
Have I ever seen a black woman? I find it not in my personal life. Nope. Nah, Asian women are definitely not the most beautiful. Not by a long shot. When it comes to women, bro, there is no upgrade over white women. White women are the pinnacle of female attractiveness. Dude, the only reason you think Latina women are attractive is because they have European genes. Like, if you've ever seen the Native Americans, they are not attractive, bro. Latina women are attractive because they have Spanish genes, not because they're fucking native. So you like the, you know, actual European genes inside of them, not the part that makes them, you know, Latina.
Sorry, buddy.
Griffin likes those African asses bouncing and titties jiggling like National Geographic. Oh, yeah, man. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Like, when it comes to women, you know, pretty much my only preference is white women at this point. Because realistically, like, you know, the only reason I would date or get with a chick is to have kids eventually. So it's like, you know, I'm not going to have mixed race kids, generally speaking. Unless she's like super, 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 super European Latina. Like, to the point where you almost can't tell. But, yeah, that's just me. I'm not looking to have mixed kids, personally. But hey, to each their own. Let's see. Creators rating with the 2. Trump, 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 Trump. Alright. Chronicle with the 3. Check Jethro's link. Let's see.
We're running really low on everything. We're practically starving
that.
here.
Yeah, I remember
Starving. You. By practically, you mean not really. Really?
Yeah.
You people seriously don't have a sense of humor.
Have you no shame? Yeah, this is probably one of the more applicable videos regarding the EBT debate. That's for damn sure. He's such a frickin' fascist. That's why he's based. Yeah, it's crazy, man. They would have you believe that these fucking fat bitches are literally starving out here in the streets. It's like, no. Most of these women have enough calories stored up to survive for, you know, multiple months minimum, just off of water alone. Yeah, it just makes me think of that super fucking cringe Linus Tech Tips tweet that he posted advocating for race mixing. Do you guys remember that shit? Where he said it was a good thing that white people were going to disappear because mixed race kids are so heckin' cute, dude. And that once we finally get rid of whites, then there will be no more racism. Once white people are finally gone, there will be no more racism, guys. Wowie zowie. Abraham McShuckleberg was right.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, that's like one of the few things I really agree with Raymond on is the whole, you know, geo-maxing shit and like going and just pounding a bunch of third world Asian pussy. It's like, bro, most of those bitches are hideous. They are absolutely hideous. Like, the vast majority of Asian women are not your, you know, K-pop or Japanese model tier women that most people think they are.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Most people base their entire view of Asian women, like if you opened up a fucking, like, Victoria's Secret model magazine or some shit. Like, of course, the Japanese are only going to show off their most attractive women. Like, they still have a, you know, sensibility among them where, you know, they don't view ugly bitches as beautiful, like, you know, the West is trying to push. So all the Asian women you see in popular media are, like, their top 0.1%. Most Japanese women are not very attractive, period. Yeah, they got really fucked up teeth. They have the flat, round moon face. You know, yeah. Let's see. Creators freedom with the 2. Yeah, we can look it up. Spooky Cerberus with the 5. True. Like, EBT users don't buy anything healthy at all. I was at the corner store in this round. Black guy only bought chips. Like, lots. And I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. No, it's just all slop. And then they get cash back with every purchase with EBT. And then they go to the liquor store, or they take the cash and go buy drugs or whatever else. So it's all just a massive fucking scam. It's essentially corporate welfare at its, you know, core. Like, the U.S. government literally provides these food companies with essentially a indirect subsidy of sorts, where they basically are guaranteed X number of dollars every month through SNAP that will be spent on food products. So it's basically a government subsidy for the food industry, if you really want to boil it down. Griffin finds Amiru attractive. No, I don't. I don't find her attractive. I do not. She's like maybe a 6. Not my type. The biggest thing she has going for her is she's skinny. Which should be the norm anyway, but it's not. And let's see, a double with the 5. I had a history teacher in high school who said she thinks socialism can work, but it needs to be done right. I guess we'll see if Zoran makes it work. Well, it can be done right, but you know, those type of people won't like the solution to make it work right.
So I became a Nazi, yeah, bitch, I'm the villain. Nigga, how Hitler?
You know, if you want a case for an implementation of socialism working, then there you go. But it only works in highly homogenous ethno-states with an authoritarian government that crushes all dissent and enforces a strict moral fabric to society. So, hey, you know, if we want to return to form, then hey, I'm all for it. You know? But we'll see how long they can keep that same energy. But yeah, that's like probably one of the best examples of actual socialism working in any real capacity is unironically Nazi Germany. Dude, his wife is hideous. That bitch is ugly. Sub 5 toad. Yeah, I'll never understand Jeff Bezos' wife, dude. That bitch is hideous. Holy fuck, she looks like one of those posters for botched surgeries. It's like, dude, you could have gone and swept like some 21-year-old sorority chick and, you know, just pounded that shit until the end of your days. But instead, you went with some fucking, you know, just absolutely nasty-ass, you know, old woman, too. That's the thing, is she's older than him. You know, an old plastic surgery addict. Like, nasty. Like, come on, bro. What's the point of being the world's richest man? Or at least at one point he was. When that's what you get to fuck every night. That's brutal, dude. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'd be scouting the fucking college campuses if I had that much money. Like, fuck that, dude. I'm not gonna get some shriveled old hag. Let's see. Is he here with the 5? Did you hear about the Twitch slut who was being accused of sexual... No, I did not. I don't care about that, but the fact she's Asian and pretends to be black is gross, yeah. I can't use the term for what that's called, but yeah, that entire, like, mentality is one of the things plaguing Western civilization, is the, griffication, we'll just say. Blank griffication of society. Something that, you know, Papa H actually warned about. Ironically enough. All, you know, Papa H warned us specifically about how the U.S. would fall because of that, blankification. Dude, there's no such thing as a ghetto Asian chick. Like, that's the thing. It's inherently incompatible. It's all a fucking LARP. There is no culture in Asia that even remotely mirrors ghetto black culture naturally. There is not a singular example in the Asian world of any group of people copying black culture until the advent of fucking globalism. So, black ghetto culture is an anomaly that has been spread internationally by the powers that be that control the media. So... it's all just a LARP. Yeah, American culture is fucked, man. We don't even have a culture. Like, I'm kind of at that point now where it's like, oh, we need to protect American culture. It's like, what American culture? We don't have a culture anymore. There is no culture in America. Like, hell yeah, dude, I love beer, football, and grilling. It's like, that's not culture. That's just consumption. So, yeah, there is no American culture, quote-unquote, worth preserving. So conservatism at its core is, you know, worthless, because what are you conserving? Just blind consumption? Hell yeah, dude, barbecue, beers, and football. That's my American culture. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. Pitiful. Fucking pitiful. Dude, the culture of your ancestors is dead. You're not conserving anything. If you want to restore the culture of your ancestors, that's a different thing, but that's not a conservative. A conservative means to conserve, like, the actual, you know, state in which we live now. Like, you want to stop, you know, basically society from progressing, for lack of a better term. What you want to do is revert. Like, you want a, like, restoration of sorts. You don't want conservation, you want restoration. I don't know, man. I've just never felt more disconnected, I would say, from the current cultural state of affairs than I have now. We basically need a reformation of sorts. I'm a scumbag? Oh, thanks. Well, I mean, the thing is, it's just we live in a degenerate society nowadays. The worst aspects of people are what are rewarded and celebrated. So, your immorality is rewarded and celebrated more than, you know, doing the right thing. The worst of a person, like, the worst person, like, gets the biggest rewards in our society now. The worst of us get rewarded, the best of us get punished. What is my ideal culture for America? Extreme nationalism. I would say Christian nationalism personally, but very high emphasis on the nationalism part. That's the only way we're ever going to unify such a non-homogeneous population. The only way that all these different races and ethnicities of people could ever hope to possibly live together with any degree of success is to create basically this extreme sense of nationalism that unifies everyone despite, you know, the differences of, you know, culture and background and all that type of shit. So nationalism is the only solution to this problem. And it has to be more important than almost anything else. And any threat to the nationalist spirit of the country has to be crushed. So make it illegal to fly foreign flags, you have to speak English or else you get the fuck out. You know, you say anything negative about the country, you get out. Like, it has to be strict, man. Very fucking strict. Because, you know, all these, you know, freedoms and shit that we had only work when you have a homogenous people. We don't have that anymore, so you have to reassess the situation. Any idea how to get ahead in life? Save money. Most people don't even do that. Save your money. Don't blow it on dumb stuff. You know, start putting money into a Roth IRA if you can. But if you want to get ahead in life, just save money. Most people do not save money at all. Most people don't even have $1,000 to spend if an emergency pops up. That will already put you ahead of, you know, over 50% of the population. No arc raiders. I don't play extraction shooters. Don't really have an interest in it, to be honest. How much money should you have in your bank account for an emergency fund? Usually it's recommended 3 to 6 months of living expenses, so whatever it would take for you to survive for 3 to 6 months, like rent, mortgage, utilities, food, car payments, whatever else. So if the event that you can't work, you have 3 to 6 months worth of money on tap that you can throw in case you can't work and earn money at the same time. So 3 to 6 months worth of expenses. Budget your spending? Yeah. Most people don't even have, like, any clue how much money they spend on a monthly basis, too. That's the other crazy part. So most people don't even have any semblance of how they're spending and earning money. Saberam with the 5. The amount of people who I catch stealing sex toys to sell is absolutely ridiculous. Like, go steal food or something. Or don't steal at all. Yeah. That shit's crazy, man. But, you know, that's just the mentality of most people now, is if they want something, they just gonna take it. They don't care. No respect for personal property. No fear of consequences. It's just, I want this shit, so I'm gonna take it. Dude, people will steal anything and everything if you give them the opportunity to. It doesn't matter how retarded the item is. They'll just take it because they can. So. People will steal anything just for the sake of stealing it. Damn, man. I'm dying over here. Jeez. Steal piss jars from e-girls? That sounds more like a, what, Dubai kind of activity. They're the ones who like the women to come over and piss and shit on them. Dude, people steal shit like fucking ketchup packets. Like, it's crazy. They will just take shit to take it. Steal piss jars from Synth? Is he a collector? Oh shit, the mouse. Yeah, my mouse is like fucking up. I might have to get a new one. This thing might have run its course, which is a shame because it's an expensive mouse. He had piss bottles? Ew. Synth keeps encouraging liking lollies. His last stream was gross. Was he playing? What was that shit? What was that shit called? Grand Archive or whatever? Or no, Blue Archive. Blue Archive. That's what I mean. Yeah, the Lolly Gotcha game or whatever. Yeah. Griffin is felted? How so? What did I do? Don't give me that question. Why? I don't know why I'm felted. I haven't done anything. Shit. I didn't do nothing. Dude, I'm really burnt out on open world games. Like, they're just too repetitive. You've played one, you've played them all. If you could go back in time, you go back when grape was legal, just go to India, man. No, the thing is with rape in India is they just never prosecuted it. And if they did, they would typically blame the woman. It wasn't until, like, just recently that they passed a law where that wasn't the case. So, for the longest time, rape was considered the woman's fault for seducing the man. It's like the same thing in Islamic countries where, you know, if women aren't covered up and a man rapes them, well, then it was the woman's fault because she was acting promiscuous and, you know, tempted him, so he had no choice but to rape her. So it's a similar ideology. It's a Eastern ideology that basically that, you know, it's a woman's job to make sure that men are not attracted to her. Otherwise, if something bad happens, then it's her fault. Yeah, it's pretty wild, man. It's a pretty prominent thing in the Eastern part of the world. So... Yeah, that's right, dude. White men are a true menace.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
White men are a true menace to society. That's what they'd have you think. Saber ran with a 10. Really appreciate it, dude. Just got an email from another store about some couple stealing. I'm watching the video of the guy dancing around like an asshole as he sticks a dildo in his shirt without a care in the world. Prick. Well, you know, when you said as he sticks a dildo, I was thinking of something other than a shirt, but yeah, that's pretty fun. Like, why would you go to the trouble of stealing a dildo? I don't know, man. Who even fucking knows? Who even fucking knows? My guy, do we really want to do this? This was published in 2017. Last year, I wrote in the Interpreter about Modi's panic button policy approach to increasing concerns about women's safety in India. Fast forward 7 months, and on New Year's Eve in South Indian city of Bengaluru, women were harassed, groped, and assaulted in mass. News about the mass molestation rapidly spread across the world. Let's see. Karnataka's Home Minister G. Parameshwara was quick to blame westernized clothing and behavior of young people. Quote, they try to copy Westerners not only in mindset, but even the dressing. Some girls are harassed. These kind of things do happen, he said. It's an all too familiar narrative. There is an enduring history of victim-blaming culture in India from the political elite through to convicted criminals. In April 2015, during a political rally in a socially conservative state of Uttar Pradesh, former Chief Minister Mulayam Singh Yadav said in response to the conviction of gang rapists in Mumbai, the poor fellows, 3 of them, have been sentenced to death. Should rape cases lead to hanging? Boys are boys. They make mistakes. Let's see. In January 2014, Asha Murji of the National Congress Party in Maharashtra said that rapes take place also because of a woman's clothes, her behavior, and her presence at inappropriate places. Congress colleagues distanced themselves from his remarks. She later apologized and said it's her personal view. This is a woman. Holy shit, bro. Not that of the party. And how could we forget about Mukesh Singh? Singh was the driver of the 2012 Delhi gang rape bus, where 5 men brutally raped Jyoti Singh, a 23-year-old physiotherapy student who later died of her injuries. When speaking to the BBC from Tihar prison, Singh said that, quote, a girl is far more responsible for rape than a boy. Boys and girls are not equal. About 20% of girls are good. So, find a solution to India's biggest PR problem. Declared that all mobile phones sold in India from one must have a panic button. Bro, every phone has to have a rape button. That's how bad the shit is. The theory behind the device is that when a woman is attacked, she will whip out her mobile phone and alert her 5 closest friends by pressing the panic button. At the time of the announcement, much of the criticism focused on the practicality of such a button and its broader implementation. Unsurprisingly, we're 3 weeks into the New Year's and these panic button-enabled phones are not yet available for purchase. I mean, that's just one example, bro. This is not like some mysterious thing that nobody even knows about. This is a pretty widespread thing. Like right here. Rape in India, the rape culture, victim blaming, and the facts. 2024. I mean, there's like multiple examples of this. This is not like some... Yeah, the problem is that it's just not prosecuted. That's the thing. So, yeah, something can be illegal on paper, but it still doesn't change the fact that, one, the actual definition of... Like, I think it's... What was the other thing? They changed it to where... India, rape, law, resistance... Yeah, this was it. That's what it was. Yeah, in 2013, they changed the law to say that even if the victim does not physically resist, it still constitutes rape. That was one of the things they would say is like, oh, she didn't struggle, and it was impossible to prove it. So the claim would be is, yes, I raped her, but she didn't fight back. And that would get you off. So in 2013, they changed that. But the thing is, it's not heavily prosecuted.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Saber ran with a 5. Any culture that thinks rape is a woman's fault is literally backwards. Ape mentality. Absolutely no discussion to say. I agree, man. Like, if that's even your, like, stance, then death penalty. Like, even if you're not, per se, a rapist, if you even share that mentality, I think you should be sentenced to death on the spot. Like, just that's it, bro. If you express support for that type of mentality, just, you know, death penalty on the spot, no trial, just, you know, on the spot execution. You're just, frankly, not compatible with a civilized society at that point. Like, bro, you have agency over your actions. Even if a woman is butt-ass fucking naked standing in front of you, that does not give you license to rape. Depends on how you feel. Oh my god. Shit. Let's see. There we go. Keeps fucking doing it, man. That's so irritating. Dude, it reminds me of that fucking, the slam poetry meme. Do you guys remember that? Holy fuck, man. Nah? Okay, here, let me see if I can find it real quick. Oh my god, let's see. Is this it? Here, I'm gonna mute it real quick just so it doesn't spoil it. No, that's not. No, that's not it. Oh, this is it. And this is it. Hold on. This video. Oh, fuck. Still muted. There we go.
Real men don't rape? Oh shit, must have been a ghost then.
Yeah, that fucking thing. The real men don't rape. Oh my god. Yeah. It reminds me of that, bro. That absolute banger. The fucking slam poetry.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. Saber ran with a 2. I just got T-boned and a hit and... Damn, bro. Fuck the ghetto. Well, I hope you're alright, man. That fucking sucks. Jeez. Hope you're alright. Damn. I guess it doesn't really matter that they didn't stop either, because they definitely don't have insurance. But, yeah, that's fucking brutal, man. Sorry to hear that. T-boned is when you're driving and then somebody slams into the side of your car from, like, an intersection. Like, you're driving straight, and then a car comes from a different direction in, like, an intersection, and, like, smashes into your driver's side door or your passenger side door. So it makes, like, the letter T with the shape of the cars.
I can't afford this shit!
Usually it's from people not paying attention to, like, the lights. Or running a stop sign or something like that. But yeah, I hope you're alright, man. That sucks. And see her with the 5? I got a birthday card for my niece. I love it, even if it's crudely drawn and written. I don't get why people don't want kids. I want that one day. Because they've been convinced that their Funko Pop collection and Disney World vacations are so much more fulfilling, man. Obviously. But yeah, it's pretty pitiful. Like, you know, family is the most important thing you can have. And, you know, that's why it's so desperately being trying to take away. Because once you remove the most important thing from people's lives, it opens a massive vacuum that you can fill with all sorts of other shit. AKA cash extraction. Yeah, I think Funko is going out of business. Apparently they're in a shitload of debt, and their sales have just been plummeting. So, any day now. Any day. The crazy thing will be is when they start fire sailing all the fucking excess stock, all the prices of those so-called rare Funko Pops are going to plummet. Because apparently Funko has just like warehouses full of pallets of those things that don't sell. And because they just don't restock them, people think they're a lot rarer than they actually are. But in reality, they're just sitting in a warehouse completely, you know, untouched. Because nobody wants to buy them. You know, the Pokey Chads stay on top. That's all I can say. The Pokemon Chads stay on top with our valuable kids cardboard game. Yeah, Funkos are just so fucking soulless, man. Like, I feel depressed just looking at them. Yeah, I don't really like the Nindo droids, but at least they have more detail to them, and they don't just look like soulless dead. Like, I don't know, man. The Funko Pops just look so soulless, bro. It's like the perfect analogy for, you know, blind consumerism. It's just this soulless, ugly, undetailed Chinese crap. It's just pure soulless consumerism at its finest. Oh, shit. There goes the chat. In relation to literacy chart, shouldn't bigger question be why no adequate funding for black community education? Actually, there's a case of overfunding. Dude, the average black student receives more money per student in funding for education than anywhere else in the world. So, the money's not the problem. Like, look at the LeBron school, for example. Like, the LeBron school is literally made and catered towards underprivileged black kids. And it has one of the worst rates of education in the country. And it basically has an unlimited budget compared to other schools in the area. So... I mean, that's basically the exact same logic for shit like EBT and welfare and all this other shit. It's like, oh, if you just throw enough money at a problem, it'll disappear, right? Well, actually, the opposite's true. The more you enable behavior, the less likely it is to go away. So... yeah, check this out. See? That's what I thought. The average black student attends a district that spends slightly more per student, $14,385, than the average white student, $14,263. So that's how much we're spending per student. So it's not a matter of money, technically speaking. You know, black students receive more money of funding, you know, on average. So, yeah. No, it's not a money problem. It's, you know, once again, de culture, where it's perceived as cool to do bad in school, to not care about studying, to not care about, you know, your future. You know, it's just the mentality. And it's also the fatherless children and all this other shit, too, man. It's a culture that celebrates, you know, not doing the right thing, we'll just say. It glorifies criminality. You know, there's zero incentive or societal, you know, focus on, you know, actually propping up that. I mean, shit, dude. We've had countless people in this chat describe their own experiences about it, where it's like, you know, you're basically ostracized by the black community if you try too hard in school, if you don't speak like a fucking retard, you know, you get called an Oreo, a fucking Uncle Tom, a coon, a race traitor, like all this wild shit if you actually try to do something with your life. So it's, you know, a very toxic crabs in a bucket mentality of let's lower everybody else down to our fucking level and discourage anyone from doing anything to better themselves. It's quite sad. Yeah, Low Tier God talks about it all the time, too. Yup. We watched a video on, I think it was on BLM or something like that he made a while back, and it was really good. I'm not clicking my mouse, by the way, right now. That's how I know this thing's fucked up. Yeah, dude, I went to a school where I was like one of 4 white guys. Yeah, it was the newest school in the area. It was brand fucking new. They had Mac computers back when I was in 4th grade. Which that was like, what? Fuck, I don't even remember what year. But it was when Macs were like the flex computer. It was brand new, it was the newest public school in the area, and it was like 95% black. And this was in Georgia, keep in mind. So it's not like it was in, you know, some libcuck state or something like that. So... Dude, the entire mentality to so-called fix the black community since the 1960s, from LBJ onwards, has just been, if we throw enough money at it, eventually it'll fix itself. That's basically been the mentality. It doesn't fucking work. It doesn't fucking work. So... you can lead a horse to water, but you can't force it to drink, man. They cut our driver's ed program. Dude, in Virginia, we didn't even have driver's ed at the school. You had to pay for it separately. So, we didn't even get free driver's ed in Virginia. You had to pay for that shit outside of school.
I can't afford this shit!
I don't know what that has to do with an education. Well, dude, if you go to public school, you get free school busing, so you don't have to walk. Every school in America has a bus that'll pick you up, so that's not a problem. You don't have to walk to school. Yeah, dude, driver's ed was like $400 or something for me. It was expensive. Because in Virginia, you have to pay for the classroom and behind the wheel. So you have to do 2 separate sessions, basically. One is like the classroom section, and the other is the actual behind the wheel. And you have to do a bunch of sessions of behind the wheel, so it was a pain in the ass. It's annoying. But yeah. That's not offered by the school. You have to pay for it yourself. Well, yeah, there's more taxes being paid by the local municipality, so... Yeah, the wealthier the area you live in, the better school you get, typically speaking. Because usually schools are funded based on local tax revenue and property taxes. Damn, dude. I apologize. I'm dying over here, bro. This shit's bad. Is Ohio a good state? It's fine for the most part. From what I've heard, at least. It doesn't have the best economy in the U.S., but it's pretty cheap to live there. And, you know, I mean, for the most part, it's fine, I guess. There's a lot worse places you could end up. You'd have to be a neighbor with Raymond, but other than that, you know. You could go buy his house he's trying to sell. Dude, oh my god. Did I ever tell y'all the story about the pregnant English teacher at my high school? I don't know why I just thought of this shit. So there was like this one, I think she was English, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's what she taught. I might be wrong. It doesn't matter. I never had her class. But basically, a bunch of the guys at my school considered her to be a MILF, okay? Because she had, like, big tits and was, like, probably in her early 30s. One of the few younger teachers that we had. And while basically she was on maternity leave twice while I was at that high school. And, bro, one time we were just talking in the hallway, and this one guy who was in the grade above me was, like, this massive fucking, you know... He was basically a thirst lord, bro. Like, he would say the most horny shit all the fucking time. Just constantly. He would just blurt it out of nowhere. And basically, he was like, yeah, dude, I would love to see Mrs. Blank's massive fucking milky tits and suck every single drop out of those things until they're just completely flat. And then right around the fucking corner, the fucking woman walks right by the fucking bench that we were all, like, sitting around, and she says, what did you say? And he just straight up, like, bro, looks her dead in the face and says, I want to suck the milk out of your... Like, he had no fucking care in the world, bro. He just straight up repeated it. Right to her fucking face. Not a damn fucking care. And yeah, he got, like, a whatever detention or some shit for it. He got written up, I remember that. But yeah, dude, it was wild. He just did not give a singular fuck. So, yeah. Her reaction was just kind of like, you know, it was more so like a face of disappointment than anything else. Because, like, you know, like, most of the teachers knew what that guy was on about all the time, so let's just say he had some problems with disciplinary action. So I think everybody was already well aware that, you know, he was saying wild shit all the time, so it didn't really faze her. But, yeah, wild. No, he was white. He was white. Yeah, exactly. She was hosting a private detention for him after school. Shit. He's in prison? Nah. I think he's actually married and shit now. I think he actually, you know, did pretty well post-college, so. Yeah, he was just one of those guys who didn't give a singular fuck, man. I guess he figured, like, shit, she already heard it, so, you know, let me stand on business. Your history teacher had the best pair? Yeah, unfortunately, I don't really think I ever, you know, personally, I didn't think that she was that hot, but I never had, like, a super attractive teacher. All of mine were, like, old. So, I never got the hot teacher experience. All of my teachers were old. But yeah, that shit was pretty wild, man. Although, I think the most wild thing that happened was the guy who just shit in the urinals for, like, 3 months straight. I think that was probably the worst. Like, every day, pretty much, there would be, like, shit in the urinal. Like, some guy would just go in there and take a stealth shit in the urinal every single day. And they couldn't, like, figure out who it was for months. And eventually, they just stationed the janitor outside of the bathroom after they got, like, an idea of who it might be. And waited for people to go in, and then he would go and check after every single use. And they eventually figured out who it was, and he got expelled. But yeah. That's like, what the fuck, man? What would possess someone to shit in the urinal? I don't know. That's just, like, gross. Nah, it wasn't an Indian guy. It was just one of the... I mean, he was kind of retarded, I guess. Like, he had really bad grades all the time. But he wasn't, like, the retard, just, like, you know, one of those guys that was, like, fucking stupid. You know what I mean? Like, he had perfectly fine social skills, and, you know, he was popular and stuff like that. But it's just he was a fucking dumbass. I don't know what possessed him to do it, honestly. That was, like, one of the bigger mysteries, because nobody could believe that it was actually him when they, you know, expelled him. It's like, bro, really? He did? Like, it was a mystery for a while of, you know, who was shitting in the urinal. But yeah, he got expelled, so. RIP. Because they would, like, close down the bathroom all the time, and it's like, bro, I gotta go piss. And they're like, nah, we got to clean it out. So you weren't allowed to go into the boys' bathroom on that side of the building. So you had to walk all the way around. So, yeah, I don't think he was wiping. I think he literally would just walk up, like bend over and just projectile shit into the urinal and then walk out. Who was the kid's name? Oh, Adewale. Adewale. Yeah, he was the one that would smear shit on the walls, eat rocks, put his, like, sandwich in his underwear. Yeah, that kid was fucking retarded. Yeah, this was in kindergarten. Like, this kid, you know, we would be on the playground in, like, the swing set kind of area, and there was, like, little pebbles on the ground, and he would just, like, pick them up and start swallowing them. Like, even as a kindergartner, I knew that shit was fucking weird. Let's see. Is he heard with the 5 in Australia? It's called tall poppy syndrome. It's a mentality in all of Australia. Apparently, we don't like seeing others do well and succeed. Yeah, I mean, it's an inherently leftist ideology, too. But it's a shame, man. I don't know. I could never understand wanting to tear somebody down because they're improving themselves or doing better. It's sad. Genuinely sad shit. Did I build all this? Yeah. This is my world. And 10 more code with the 279, I would disown my kid if he did that. Well, yeah, he was like a kindergartner, though, so it probably could have been fixed, but, you know. I have no clue, dude. But, yeah. It left a lasting impression, that's for sure. Just not a good one. Saber ran with a 5, so I don't think I'll file a report. Damage isn't severe, and don't want the insurance drama since it's a hit and run. I'm still pissed off. Yeah, dude, that sucks. I mean, I'm glad your car is not completely fucked, but yeah, either way, that's terrible, man.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, because even if the accident's not your fault, they'll still raise your insurance premiums if you file a report, which is, you know, very Israeli of them. But yeah, insurance is all kinds of fucked up, man. You pay in all this money, and then when you finally need to use it, they like either cut you from your plan, they refuse to pay it, or they jack up your premiums. It's like, how dare you? You're using the insurance that you pay for? We're gonna drop you. It's like, what the fuck? It's crazy, man. And even if it's not your fault, if you just use it once, then they will most likely drop you from your plan. And at the very least, they'll jack up your premiums. Which is stupid, because if you've already been in an accident, statistically speaking, as long as it's not your fault, you're probably not going to be in another one anytime soon. So is it cheating to duplicate your world and go into creative to test ideas? I don't think so. I mean, bro, it's Minecraft at the end of the day. It's not cheating no matter what you want to do. You know, play it however you want. It's your world at the end of the day. Like, the cops aren't going to show up and kick in your door and say, you know, you can't fucking do that shit. At least not yet. I'm a cozy gamer? That's right, man. Whoa. How long have you been building this? I've had this world, so, since, like, I think 2019-ish. But the thing is, I started this particular area back in, like, I think 2022. I have 3 cities in this world. So this is the 3rd city that I'm on right now. Yeah, I have a backup of this world. But But yeah, so this is the first city, or the third city I've done. Which, it's quite large. This is the largest for sure. Like, this is the one I've spent the most time on, I would say. You know, just flattening this desert, terraforming, building all this stuff. You know, it's definitely the one I've spent the most time on. Now, obviously, there shouldn't be trees in the desert, but we make it work. But yeah, this is the main area of the city. You know, eventually I'll move villagers and stuff in. This is my main building. I need to update the map in here, but it'll still give you a good idea of, like, what's in here. So, like, this is where we are right now, right up here. And all of this area through here and here now is flat. So, I've flattened most of this desert. But yeah, it looks really cool, honestly. I really like the aesthetic of this city. It looks good. But yeah, over here you can see there's another tower over there that I built. But I'll just do a quick little tour. I think that looks cool. I haven't messed with it because it looks neat, but I'll probably leave that little section. But yeah, you can see the tower over there. And then this is like a little town that I guess encircled with a wall to protect like this village. So eventually I'm going to use that as a breeding ground for villagers. And I built this canal coming out of it that goes all the way through to the entire city so that you can transport villagers into certain areas. And that way I can populate the city with villagers wherever I want and move them around. So that's the reasoning behind that. But there's not really anything to see in that. It's just a wall. And then a village inside. But this is the second city I built over here. This one I haven't been in a while. But it is actually populated. There are villagers inside of this one. Yeah, so we got like a big ass farm right here. Which, yeah, they fuck up the villagers, so. Yeah, but I basically just made a city around this desert village that was already here. And then obviously expanded upon it some. And this is like the house I built in this particular one, which is pretty cool. I really like the interior of this one. I mean, obviously this part's not like decorated, but I think this shit looks cool as fuck. This area looks cool. It's irritating as fuck, man. I really wish they would fix that glitch. But yeah, this is like a quick overview of it. So it's not the biggest, you know, village ever, but, you know, it gets the job done. So this is the second city I have. Oh, they're all going to their wage slave, you know, cage jobs. There you go. Yeah, this is like the main entrance. And then I have like this above ground like passageway that's filled with water that you can use a boat to go to the other one. But yeah, if you follow this stone tunnel thing, it takes you to the first city I built. It's a ways away, but... Feels like a cathedral? Kinda, yeah. I could see that. If I had a boat there, I would have just hopped in, but I don't think I do. But yeah, this is the quarry where I got all the stone that I built that other one from. Here, I'll just go in here real quick. Because I found something that apparently is kind of rare in Minecraft, which I don't know how rare. But yeah, I basically emptied this entire cavern to build that other city I was just in. But when I was digging, I found this, which apparently is rare. A fossil or whatever. So that's kind of neat. But yeah, you can kind of see the other city over there. That big stone rectangle sticking up. This was my original city. Here, I'll go to the, yeah, you can see there's the tunnel that connects the two. So it takes you right in. Eventually, I'll build a wall around my other one, too, but... I haven't decided on exactly what my boundaries are going to be. But yeah, this one I built around a village, but what's cool is, I'll show you, too, is the, I guess, location of this one was really neat. Oh, shit. Yeah, so this is my first city. This gives you a pretty good view of it. But what's neat about this particular one is, like, the wall is basically tracing, like, these rivers. So this entire area is like a little island in the middle of a plain. So it's weird. There's, like, this circular river that goes around the whole, like, perimeter of the wall. So it's pretty neat. So it's like basically an island surrounded by a river in the middle of a plain, which I thought was kind of unique. So it also had a village in the middle of it too. So yeah, I just walled it in and then built inside. But yeah, for this one, I tried to keep the village aesthetic. And at one point, I probably had over 100 villagers, and the world was running fine, but then all of a sudden, they patched the game, and then it started running like absolute fucking shit. So I had to kill off most of the villagers, but you can see it's just like massive farming complexes and stuff for the villagers to work. But yeah, this one I do like a lot. I think it's cool looking. But yeah, I was working on flattening all this out, too. And then this is obviously the big cathedral building. And that's where I lynched the llamas. So they hang there for all eternity. But yeah, this is like the main cathedral building, which I never really decorated. I like building large buildings, but I hate decorating the interior. It's always the part I never get to. But yeah, this area is cool too. But yeah, these are my 3 cities. Obviously, the third one is the most intricate, but this one's still pretty neat. I like this one a lot just because it's my original one. It's like a town from a Dragon Quest. Yeah, it's definitely supposed to have that more like medieval feel, for sure. But yeah. Here, go back to my other one. Actually, let's do this real quick. Let's make it run like crap. It seems to be alright, actually. Nah, no other person has ever been in this Minecraft world. I don't know if I would let anybody else in. I don't know how I'd feel about that. Yeah, this is all survival, no creative. Everything has been manually mined and placed with no creative mode. Well, the other thing is, too, is when multiple people start building in one world, it fucks with the aesthetic as well, which is another concern I have. There, you can see the cross on top of the tower. So we're getting close now. Yep, you can see the lights. There's that second city. Yeah, there's my main city. Yep, there we go. Home sweet home, dude. And that's also a populated village right there, so I'll probably enclose it at some point. But yeah, you can see all of this is like flattened now. So it all used to be like desert mountains. But all flat now, pretty much. Just have to do over there next. But yeah, look at that shit, man. Pretty nice. If I do say so myself. Nah, I've never done RTX on Minecraft. I have not. I don't know, there's just something super aesthetically pleasing about this building, though. I really do like it. It turned out better than I could have hoped. Got my amethyst mine. These are super rare to find, apparently, so I got lucky I had one. They discontinued Minecraft RTX? That's lame. And those are just strip mines down there that go in each direction. I think Vibrant's already a thing. Yeah, I can turn this off now. Come on. There. Why would that not let me do it? But yeah, overall, I'm pretty happy with this. I think it's coming together nicely. Saber ran with the 2. Oh, I hate my life. Sorry about that, man. That sucks. I'm glad you're alright at least. But, yeah, that's shitty. Yeah, I am sick right now, so... I've had, like, a super sore throat for, like, the past few days, and now I'm kind of getting congested and shit, so... Yeah. Hanging in there. Hanging in there. Heal up, bro. I'm trying. But easier said than done, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I don't really get a say in the matter. I'm kind of just at the mercy of science, dude. I can't believe a whiny, sniffling coward like you could just go online and bitch and moan about anything and get money. It's unbelievable to me.
Give me monies!
That's right. The song is just this. It's just Skyrim ambience. So, that's the song. So let's see, I guess we can check this video out while I play, since I was told to play it in TISM mode. Let's see, is this it? I think this is it. Yes. Oh, it's already lined up, perfect. Perfect.
Hello?
Hot young dude here, how are you?
How are you doing, bro? How are you doing tonight, bro? It's Friday night. What's up, man?
I'm doing all right, living the dream. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. Listen, I am watching Shawn Michaels. I am watching Undertaker, and I am just chilling out with my audience. How are you doing, man? Let's have a quick conversation here.
Okay, I'm ready to have a quick conversation with you. What's going on?
Okay.
I know it's crazy. I'm actually streaming too.
Listen, I want to ask you a quick question here, because we're like, okay.
Yeah, it's
original
PWR.
era, dude. You're the original, man. You fucking paved the way. You made a career. You did your thing. Like, honestly, man, I was the fucking guy in the bed watching, like, Angry Nerd and DSP when you were doing your thing. But we're talking about DSP here. We're talking about Phil.
What the hell?
Phil. We're both fans of Phil. I have been a fan of fucking Phil since 2011, man. You're a fan, Phil. Just admit it, honestly. You're
I'm a fan. Yes, no, I'm a fan of Phil. I won't even hide that I'm a fan of Phil. I'm a fan of Phil for the reasons he doesn't want me to be a fan, but nonetheless, yeah. So yes.
I get that. That's 100% true. I just want to ask you, man, cause you have, and I'm not sucking your cock. I am like, man, you have had a successful career. You have made the money on the YouTube, going with that original RTU reviews and stuff. When did you first find Phil? Like, when did he first get on your radar? Like, when did you...
All right, I'll give you the one. There, remember, I don't know how old you are. Remember the whole SOPA and Pippa?
I'm 35, bro.
Okay.
Maybe this is his manifesto. I don't fucking know, man.
Remember how SOPA and Pippa, those were like internet bills that would have really screwed over YouTube? Phil's video on that got a bunch of views. And I found Phil. And at the time, I didn't know Phil was a fucking lunatic. So I was like, all right, cool. This guy's advocating for those bills are terrible. He's letting people know about them. When I didn't realize Phil was Phil until, I guess, 2014.
2014. Dude, listen to this. So I was literally like, you know, in a shitty like life situation, man, and I found Phil, and I was like, this guy's giving me comfort. Like, oh my god, this guy is cool. You know, this guy is playing in Vegas. You know, this guy is like playing the new releases he's playing. And like, I'm just trying to remind these fucking Gen Z broccoli guts, bro, that at one point he did have fucking relevancy, man. Like, the dude has made fucking money off the YouTube, regardless of what these fucking duty streams with casino, whatever they want to paint him as. Just,
well,
you,
I don't know if they're painting.
Let me know that you've been a success, dude. Let me know that at one point he was relevant.
Well, yeah, I don't think anyone's questioning that, dude. Yeah, he was relevant, but as much as I hate Kino Casino, Lord knows.
DSP made a fuckload of money back in the day. Like, bro, he made a fuck ton of money, but he pissed it all away because he's an idiot.
But their takes on him are accurate. Like, yes, he was relevant at one point. He was, but he squandered all of his shit, going all the way back to when he would fight his audience to even stop using a fucking camera to film his videos.
Oh, man, that is fucking crazy to think about. The fact that he was so far behind on the modern landscape that which, you know, you and myself do now is fucking crazy. But the fact is, man, like, the fact that he had such a built-in audience and was unable to transition to what the people wanted at the time. I mean,
not unable, unwilling.
Being rich. Like, when were you? Because you did I watched the documentary. You know what the truth is, man? Okay. I do give you respect because out of everybody I've dealt with, you actually did call in and we had a little back and forth. But I did my research, and regardless of what people say, they want to say this shit like you blinded your daughter and all this shit. Find any fucking evidence of this shit. But I did find that at one point you did have success. That originally you did come forward and you had success. But I'm interested in asking what separates you from that other three-lettered brand here. Like, what was it from you that was able to recognize the transition that he wasn't able to make compared to what you had made?
Rich is DSP.
Well, but trust me, Lord knows I've made some fucking mistakes. But because Phil,
we all have, brother. Like, I am literally here doing my Andy Worski on the air, talking to you. We've all made our mistakes, dude. Go on with it.
Phil just does. He doesn't understand Phil, probably because he's a severe narcissist. He doesn't understand that you could say you've changed. You could say a bunch of things, but if you haven't, people see it.
Yes.
And Phil is never wrong. The thing, like his ego will never die. There's a saying called ego death. Phil's is invincible, which is a problem for him.
Man, that's crazy because you know what the truth is? When I came into this whole PWR thing, I was really ready to celebrate him again. Man, I was a fan like back in like 2010, 2011, and I was like, over the years, I was like, man, I'll check back in and see what he's doing. And I would give him like some bits on Twitch or here and there because I support it. And when him and Ashton started doing the smart guys, like I started donating again. That's how the whole PWR thing is because I wanted to support what I believed in. I was like, man, Phil is doing what I
believed in.
But the truth is, man, you know what? I'm going to say this. I don't know if you're streaming. I'm streaming. He does not respect his audience, man. He literally is like Gene Simmons fucking doing the,
so when you came into the limelight because of when you came out and like kind of displayed your love for Phil, was that genuine?
Yeah. Okay, here I will say in front of the fans right now. Here's what I'll say. It was genuine, but the truth is, dude, I was like, and it's no secret, I was just at a fucking rehab, man. And the truth was, like, I had nothing, like no friends, no girlfriend, no nothing. And Phil, to me, was somebody that I kind of felt like, I don't know, a kinship with.
He said that he felt like Kat and Phil were his mother and father. Watching Phil and Kat stream together was like watching a mother and father to him. He felt like their child. That is like literally a quote from him. Like, he views Phil as his internet daddy.
I was like, man, like, everybody fucking hates this guy. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to fucking come out and be like, fuck you all. You're all pieces of shit. I like this guy, you know, and I'm going to come forward and I'm going to be like, you know what? Fuck all you pieces of shit. Like, and I donated the money. And I was like, man, like, I want him to talk wrestling again. I want him to do the WWE. And then actually, that's where me and Ashton had heat because I was like, Phil's going to talk wrestling. But Ashton was turning it into a fucking circus show. And that's where the PWR character was born.
Character.
So the whole thing with, you know, pro wrestling reality, like the no wife or no ass thing, that was all a facade?
No, I haven't, dude. I'm going to be honest. I commented, and I'm going to be honest. I rated that, like, Rich, you came on the air with this woman who showed her tits, and I rated her a 3 out of 10. I'm going to be honest. I rated her 3 out of 10. But, dude, I have not had sex. I have not been late. I have not had a girlfriend since 2013. That is, like, 100% true.
100? Okay. Hey, man, God bless you.
No, I mean, it is a challenge. And I mean, the truth is, I mean, I love streaming. I love what I do here. I mean, we're watching wrestling. I'm snorting some Andy Worski here. I'm snorting some Andy.
Why are you putting nose candy up your nose, dude? What are you doing?
Well, we don't know what that really is. I'm just saying some names here. But no, I just wanted to call you because, you know, I'm going to say this, and it sucks because I have a lot of fans that don't like you. I did. You know what the truth is, man? Dude, listen. I did a whole I spent a whole night up all night researching you. And I could not find any actual evidence in the shit that people say.
No
shit. You blinded your daughter. Like, can you speak to that? We have an audience here, dude. Like, honestly, can you speak to that? Because that is the truth, man. I didn't know about you, man. I knew Phil. I did not know RTU. But I had all these people that were like, oh, RTU blinded his daughter.
All right, great conversation.
Why did he hang up on him?
I'm not sitting there with a guy who's coked up going, like, you brought it. Wait, hold, did he?
Why?
Yo, man, people keep bringing up Lauren. Can I just say something? Whether you're PWR, I don't want to talk about my significant other with you. I don't want you talking shit about them. And I don't want to go over shit about my kids. I don't care if you're PWR. I don't care if you're Jesus Christ. When, like, I'm not sitting there having a story talking about my daughter's illness with you. Come on, man. That's silly shit.
I'll just make a dedicated video about it.
No, I'm good. No. I was getting bored anyway. And that was like, all right, you know what?
Yeah, dude, he was getting bored. Now he has to go stare blankly at his fucking monitor as he sips weed seltzer watching yet another DSP video. That was one of the more interesting things Rich has done in quite some time.
Good times, everybody, right? Ellie, change the screen.
I'm trying to get him on, buddy.
No, you try calling back again. No, you didn't get my
this,
number. It was
this is so much better.
Yeah,
so much better.
Well, dude, yeah, Grace called me the other day.
Fucking Joe Rogan clips.
Hey, Richie confirmed it. Now I understand why. Oh, dude, I don't want to block you. Why am I coming up right now? What bad batch of coke did you get that made you think about me? Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah, Grace Thorpe and Richie. Apparently, Richie Dubs was here. I have no issue with him. Don't get me wrong. He was in Connecticut.
That's a
apparently he was there and he went to help her fix a tire or some shit. And while he was like she called me because he mentioned something about me, and then she got her ass beat by fucking Ruby Spacek. No, that was a man. That was a man. No, that was a man. That wasn't a grandmother. That was a man. Dude. He sounded like he was drunk too. Is he drinking? I'm not sitting there trying to have. I was already kind of checked out of the conversation, and I'm not sitting there with a guy who's under the influence of probably multiple things. I was already like, he's rambling right now.
Yeah, no, Rich can't handle someone who has actual energy is the problem. Like, the thing is PWR has actual energy. Rich is like just so fucking mellow and shit from you know, his THC addiction that he can't keep up with normal. Like, it wasn't even that rambly, to be honest. That was pretty coherent, I would say, for the most part. But the stoner brain can't keep up with someone who's having a normal speed conversation, I guess. Like, and I even sped that shit up. I don't think it was, like, that incoherent. Like, you could understand it perfectly fine. That's it? Okay. Yeah, I don't think that was that bad to, like, listen to. Yeah, medical weed, hell yeah. I guess we could watch this, too. Well, I have it in TISM mode. Here, I'll put that back. Griff, you don't have a daughter, you're never going to understand. Yeah, but if I did have a daughter, I wouldn't talk about her medical issues on the internet.
The most requested business for me to look into. Today we're talking about Arizona tea, and I think the reason so many people have requested this is fairly obvious. Clearly, Arizona is up to something, selling these giant cans of tea for 99 cents, which right out of the gate feels weird, but then it gets even weirder when you...
No, they're just not Israeli-owned, let's say, or, you know, owned by BlackRock.
Realize that they've been selling that same can of tea for the same exact price since 1992. Okay, inflation has gone up 124% since then, meaning that if they just wanted to maintain everything, that can of tea should cost at least $2.24. Okay, bear in mind, we live in a world where as of 2021, the Dollar Tree is now the $1.25 tree, okay? The only other product that is sacred is the Costco $1.50 hot dog. And to make that even kind of feasible, Costco had to go out and buy 2 hot dog making factories.
Well, to make it feasible, they also raised their membership fee. But the other thing is, too, is they're eventually going to have to raise the price because of all the fucking Indians that bum off of other people's memberships and just literally sit there in the fucking food court all day eating. Like, that will be the downfall of, like, Costco's cheap food and stuff, is the fact that there's so many Indians that just bum off the memberships and order, like, 50 fucking hot dogs and then take them home. So, that will be the end of it. Mark my words.
And they still lose money on it, okay? The only reason Costco's staying in business is because they make so much money on all the other things they sell, they can just afford to take a loss on the hot dog, which makes the Arizona tea can absolutely insane because it's the equivalent of Costco only selling hot dogs. They have to be losing money. It doesn't even seem feasible. They're clearly up to something, and we're going to get into it right after a word from our sponsor. This video is brought to you by Rocket Money, your all-in-one
Trash. Holy ad.
Voltaggio. In the 1970s, he was a truck driver for an alcohol distribution service. Essentially, he was driving a truck around the city and he would deliver all the alcohol to convenience stores and gas stations, and he did that for years. After doing this for years, him and his coworker John Farolito decided they're going to start their own distribution service. However, as I'm sure you can imagine, that's a very tough business to get into, and initially the only clients that they could get were all the convenience stores and gas stations on the sketchy part of town that nobody else wanted to deliver to, but they did it anyways. Then after they had a fairly successful distribution service, they figured, hey, we're already carrying all these different types of beverages to deliver them to all the convenience stores, and we have those relationships. What if we started our own brewery and started making our own alcohol?
Yeah, you do need a membership for the food court in order to get in. So the way my Costco's are set up is the food court is by the exit. So in order to get into the store, you have to, like, show your membership card. I think they scan it now. But, yeah, you have to, like, flash your membership card. You have to go in, then you have to walk around the store, through the checkout, and then you get to the food court, which is by the exit. That's how the ones in my area are set up.
alcoholic beverage, and then we could just have one more product to be able to offer all these clients. So they did, and that was fairly successful also. So now that they have their own alcohol, they have to figure out how to market it. And this is where John Voltaggio really figures out how to market a product, and he looks around at all the other successful products in the alcohol market in the 1980s. And let's just call a spade here. The 1980s is the pinnacle of the sleazy advertisement era, okay? I mean, we've got Camels trying to sell children-flavored cigarettes, and we've got every alcohol company on the planet desperately trying to convince you that if you drink fucking Bud Light or Coors Light or whatever, a supermodel is going to be attracted to you and your beer gut. So John Voltaggio, learning how to market a product, he's like, okay, step 1, make it cool. Step 2, have a supermodel with huge cans, promote it. Easy. They then proceed to name their beer Midnight Dragon, which is the coolest fucking name for a beer I've ever heard, and this is in 2024. If you adjust for inflation, it had to have been way cooler back in the 1980s. I mean, even today, that's a brilliant name. Imagine going over to your buddy's house, he opens up the fridge. Oh, what did you want to drink? We've got Miller Lite and Midnight Dragon.
Dragon!
I mean, at that point, you could literally be a Miller Lite guy and
My girlfriend works at Costco. She just said you're right about the Indians. She wishes it wasn't true. It's terrible, bro. They come in like packs of 12 off of one membership. You literally cannot move in the store when it gets crowded. Yeah, it's bad. Very bad. They need to do something about it to where you can only bring like one other person in with you when you bring your membership card. Like, it's obnoxious. You literally can't move in the store half the times at my Costco. And the checkout takes like 45 minutes because they'll have like 6 carts per like person. Because they all have to check out at the same time because of the one membership card. So yeah, it's terrible. Literally, I haven't been to Costco in almost a year because unless I can go in like a super off time, 1, you can't even park, and 2, you're going to be in there for at least 2 hours. If you're not the person on the actual membership in my area, they don't allow you to get it at all. You don't need to scan your ID at the food court, though. The food court, they just, you walk up to the little kiosk, you enter what you want, it prints off your receipt, and then you just wait for it at the counter. So, no, the food court, you don't need your membership. To pay for, like, regular groceries and stuff, yes, which is what clogs up the checkout, because they're all waiting in line, and one person has the card, so they have to get all 6 carts through.
And you're still going to try at least one Midnight Dragon. You have to. So step 1, make it cool. Check. Step 2, make it sexy, right? Sex sells. I present to you their first ever advertisement, a beer poster of a model in red lingerie holding a 40 of Midnight Dragon with a straw with the caption, "I could suck on this all night." Damn! The fact that it's a 40 is just completely outrageous. Like, the notion that anyone in the history of mankind has ever been drinking a 40 while simultaneously also concerned about smearing their lipstick is just completely unhinged. Like, I need a part 2 of this beer advertisement. I know that straw doesn't reach the bottom of that 40. What happens when the straw doesn't reach anymore? Do you just throw it away and get another 40? Or are you going to be so drunk off the first 20 ounces you're not going to care about your lipstick anymore? I'm sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. Anyways, this goes on until like 1990, and John Voltaggio, while he's delivering beer one day, there's another distributor there, and he's actually dropping off a bunch of Snapple. And John Voltaggio is just like captivated by it because it's the middle of winter. Why on earth would anybody be drinking iced tea in the middle of winter? It doesn't make any sense to him, but apparently a bunch of people enjoy it, so he's like, that's it. I'm going to start selling tea. So the first thing John has to figure out is a proposition, right? Why would anybody drink his tea over Snapple? Snapple's already an established brand. So he starts to thinking on how he's going to set himself different, how he's going to set himself apart, how he's going to be better. Now, I'm just guessing, but I'm assuming at this point he refers back to all of his experience, all of his knowledge, all of the lessons that he's learned from marketing and distributing beer over the past decade. And when you distill all that knowledge down, he knows that you have to make it cool and you have to make it sexy, right? Because sex sells. The problem is, iced tea isn't exactly an adult beverage. There might be a lot of kids drinking this beverage too, and having some model with huge cans marketing it might be a little aggressive for something that children might be drinking, and then it hits it. Huge cans. We'll get rid of the model and just keep the giant cans. Okay, now, like, the textbook business term for this strategy is called a value proposition. Basically, he's decided that Snapple is 16 ounces and it costs like, I don't know, $1.29, whatever it costs. He's coming in and he's like, cool, I'm going to sell more. I'm going to sell 23-ounce cans, and I'm going to sell it for less. I'm going to sell it for 99 cents. That's the value proposition. You're going to get more for less. Okay, that's what a textbook's going to tell you, but I'm dubbing this the big can strategy, right? Because we've seen this time and time again, okay? Think about Monster Energy. Monster Energy was not the first energy drink to ever hit the market. That was Red Bull. Monster Energy just came along and was like, oh, hey, Red Bull's only selling these little 8-ounce cans of energy.
Her general manager said to allow people to come through regardless of ID, photo match, because they will encourage them to come back. Treats it as adult Disneyland. Yeah. I hate yeah. They're not going to come back for the right reasons. Yeah, it's obnoxious, man. Everybody takes advantage of everything nowadays. You know, that's a low trust society at its, I would say we're still kind of at its infancy, but the cracks are starting to show. But yeah, it is a problem. My Costco is just packed constantly, and that's exactly why. Griffin's using the TikTok format. Yeah, I just need Subway Surfers to be like right underneath the Minecraft footage, and it'd be perfect. No, I can't get... Dude, the Costco gas lines are terrible. You can't even get into those. So yeah, no, I don't. I do not. Plus, the Costco near me doesn't have a gas station. I have to drive to one that's like 30-something minutes away for gas. My closest Costco is the one in Pentagon City, which it's, you know, it's a pain in the ass to even get in there because it's like a parking garage, and you have to get a ticket, and then you have to wait in line to exit the parking garage and parking lot, which turns onto a busy street that is right next to the Pentagon. So, yeah, it's fucking horrible. But, yeah, they don't have a gas station at that one. My closest one with a gas station is like 30 minutes away.
energy drinks. What if I doubled the size and sold 16-ounce cans and gave it an even cooler logo? Boom, multi-billion-dollar business right out of the gate. And you know the kicker with that, one of the top executives that helped initially launch Monster and market it was a top-level executive at Arizona previously, so he knew exactly what he was doing with the big can strategy. In Don Voltaggio's own words, his marketing strategy is, and I quote, put tea in a big can and paint it pretty. Okay, if you learn nothing else from this video, just remember, people like big cans.
Did you say my name?
No, why?
You said big cans.
Yeah?
Well, that was my nickname in high school.
What?
Yeah, I didn't tell you that story?
No.
Yeah, so it all happened back in 2009. I was a freshman, and all these boys were just like...
Abuela, yep. The Abuela build.
I'm like...
Sorry, what?
Are you paying attention?
Yeah.
I'm paying attention to my Minecraft world.
Sorry, anyways, we've got the business model. Classic value proposition, give more for less. Super simple, easy to market, great, tried and true business strategy. Next thing, what are we gonna name the company? So Don's thinking on it, he goes back home to his wife and he's looking at his house and he lives in this like Spanish colonial or sometimes referred to as Santa Fe style home. And he's like, cool, I'm just gonna call it Santa Fe tea. When you think of tea, you think of hot, the desert, Santa Fe is perfect. We're gonna slap Santa Fe on the can. He does a couple of designs. The word Santa Fe just, it doesn't look right. It doesn't fit. So he's like, fuck it, I'm just gonna say Arizona tea. Don's never even set foot in Arizona, but he's like, it's fine. We're just gonna call it Arizona tea. It'll be good.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, next thing, gotta make the cans cool. Don's wife volunteers. She's gonna design all the cans. Perfect. We got everything we need. So now Don and John Farolito are gonna go to the bank, get a loan, and start their tea company. The bank hates it. They think it's a horrible, stupid idea, but they reluctantly end up giving the loan anyways for a couple of reasons. One, they're already successful businessmen. They already have a ton of money and collateral. And B, sometimes you just gotta bet on the player and not the game. So the bank, while they were wrong, they ended up making the right decision and loaned them the money to get started. So 1992, Arizona tea hits the shelves for the first time and pretty much is immediately outrageously successful. And from here, it's pretty much 3 decades of Don Voltaggio being a fucking gangster about absolutely everything. Don wakes up one morning, decides he wants to start selling giant 1-gallon jugs of tea. He starts making the tea, takes it to the distributor. The distributor's like, hey, this is never gonna sell. At which point Don is like, cool, you're never right about anything. Go ahead and put it on the shelf anyways. We'll see what happens. Now it's in like every grocery store in America. He decides he wants to come out with a new flavor of tea, honey and ginseng green tea, and then he has his wife design this beautiful can. At which point he takes a bunch of criticism like, hey, men are never gonna drink that tea because it's a girly colored can. At which point he's like, fine, I'll just sell it to women then. Fast forward a decade later, it's their best-selling flavor and probably one of the most iconic product designs of all time, and it's all because he had his wife's back like a complete badass. He would also get a bunch of
Well, the thing is, too, is they were underestimating the weeb appeal. You know, weebs love their sakura blossoms, so, you know, it appeals to the
all right, awesome. Thanks,
well.
nigga. All right.
Let's see. So even start with a 2. Appreciate it, man. I found Griffin on Amazing Lucas Returnal video. Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember that, where he was raging over the game crashing.
Gaming.
And, you know, the platform he loved the shill for so hard has a no refund policy, and he thought because he's, you know, the Amazing Mucus, that for some reason Sony would be like, oh my god, please, let us give you a refund, even though no one else gets them. Yeah. Brutal, dude. And let's see. Saber ran with the 2, made it home, car drives smooth, got comfort food. Nice, man. Well, I'm glad to hear everything's alright with the car. And PKDC with a 5. What is this? Okay, so first watch. Ethan Klein roasted by Andrew and Tristan. Okay. It's short, so don't be a ×2 Jew. Alright, we'll do times 1.75. But yeah, we'll see.
shit because he wasn't doing any marketing. Like, he had no marketing department whatsoever, to the point that whenever companies or interviewers or news sources would ask, you know, hey, how big is your marketing department?
I don't think I've ever actually bought Arizona tea, if I'm being honest, though. I don't think I've ever even had Arizona tea, now that I think about it. Yeah, I don't think so. I did, it's not bad. Yeah, I don't know. I just, whenever I've wanted tea, I'll just make it at home.
He would apply pretty big, about 6'8", in fact, referring to himself because he was the only guy that did any marketing, which honestly wasn't much. They weren't worried about product placements and being a Super Bowl commercial and all this other dumb shit that all the other brands do, because Don knew that he had the value proposition on his side. He knew that he was selling more tea for less, and he was putting it inside of a cool can, and the product would sell itself, and he was absolutely right. Okay, fast forward to 2008, Arizona Tea is huge. They have their own factory, everything's paid off, they're making a ton of money, they're the #1 ready-to-drink tea brand in the country. At this point, the company is worth over $1 billion, and John Farolito, who over the past decade has become more and more of a quiet partner as Don just kind of took everything over, and John just got to, you know, reap the rewards, he comes out and he's like, hey, we could literally sell this company and make billions of dollars and just be retired billionaires that wake up and do whatever the fuck we want all day, every day.
Why?
We should sell the company. To which Don was like, no, absolutely not. I'm not selling this company because if I sell this company, what are my sons going to do? Both his sons were his top-level executives.
Thank you! Yes, that is so... Thank the fucking Lord. Holy shit. That is the most normal fucking shit I've heard in my entire life. Thank fucking God someone else has that exact same mentality. Dude, I am so sick of, like, the anti-nepotism crowd. Like, yeah, let me fuck over my kids and not give them anything. Like, what a fucking boomer mentality. You know what? That's very based. Maybe I will go buy Arizona tea now. You know, a normal human being for once. Thank God.
executives with him, literally his right and left-hand man, and he knew that if he sold out, he wasn't going to get to hang out with his sons because every single day, Don Voltaggio has a 2-hour family-style lunch with both of his sons and his wife inside of his big-ass office in his factory. Okay, just so we're all on the same page, Don Voltaggio could have cashed out and been a billionaire with a fucking B.
He already is a billionaire. This is what I don't get. Bro, if you own a company that someone is willing to pay you X billion dollars for, there's a reason why they're willing to pay X billion dollars for it. Because it's worth that much, because they expect to make that much. If you just operate the company yourself, you'll get that money anyway. And then any future money on top of that. So, you know, have faith in your brand, have faith in your business, operate it well, pass it on to the next generation, and it's a tree that will continue to bear fucking fruit. But, you know, the boomer mentality is, yeah, fuck my kids, I'm going to cash out and spend everything. So, yeah. Dude, that shit drives me absolutely fucking insane when people sell off family businesses. That shit drives me crazy. Who the fuck do you think are buying these businesses? I'll give you a hint. A different type of family business.
And said, nah, I'd rather hang out with my kids, go fuck yourself. That is the most gangster thing I think I've ever heard in my entire life. Like, imagine how his sons feel about him after that. You know what I mean? Like, imagine going to work with your brother and your dad all day, every day, knowing that the only reason that you're there right now was because your dad got offered to be a billionaire. Like, basically a king or an emperor of capitalism in America, essentially. Like, your dad could have just been like the guy doing whatever he wanted for the rest of his life. But no, he decided he was going to have your back instead. And now you get this awesome job with your family. Like, it's dad goals to a degree that I didn't even know existed. So this obviously leads to...
Yeah, you didn't know it existed because that's how things used to be until the fucking boomer generation came around. People used to have a family trade or a family business. If your dad was an accountant, you would become an accountant and you would take over his business after he retired or whatever. Or, you know, if your dad was a tailor or a farmer or a fucking whatever, like a courier, a repairman, like there were family businesses for like millennia. It is a modern boomer mentality thing to sell out the family business so you can go spend your money on overpriced vacations and a bunch of dumb shit you don't fucking need. So, that's the thing, man.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
This is a traditional mentality to keep a business in the family versus just selling it out to some, you know, BlackRock-style investment firm that's owned by a different family that would rather operate your family business for you so that they can pinch every fucking penny out of it possible. So, yeah, you should be keeping your family business in the family. There's a reason why these companies will pay out the ass to pick this shit up. Is because it's a successful, proven business. So you had faith in yourself to start it. Have faith in yourself to keep running it. Don't immediately sell it out to somebody who's going to make all the money off of your hard work. So, yeah, that's very white-pilling to hear that there's still people who have that mentality.
Little bit of a falling out between Don and John. John obviously wants to sell. He wants to take his money and run, which kind of understandable. So he's like, you know what? Fine. Don, you keep your half of the company. I'm going to take my half and I'm going to go sell it to some investment firm or something and I'm going to get my money and I'm going to retire. To which John Voltaggio is like, no, you're not. Absolutely not. You are not about to sell half of my company to some investment firm that's going to want to take it public. And then an army of MBAs is going to march in here and try to tell me how to run my business that I built from the ground up when none of them have accomplished anything at all. Okay. I'm worried about taking care of my employees and my family and putting a lot of tea in pretty cans. And these MBAs are going to march in.
Oy vey, the Dodge Brothers case says you can't care about your family, goyim. And that's exactly what happens when you take your company public.
In here, and they're going to be worried about one thing, and that's getting a return on their investment, which is a fancy way of saying they're trying to make money for doing fucking nothing. So Don and John go to court and battle it out for the next 8 years. They reach a confidential agreement outside of court. Nobody knows what it was. Nobody knows the terms. Nobody really knows what happened. All we know is that John got paid out $1 billion, and now Don Voltaggio owns 100% of Arizona tea as of 2015. So clearly, they just paid out $1 billion. It's been 23 years. They have to raise the price of the tea, right? Absolutely not. Nope. Don is 100% against it, and he's going to do anything and everything he can to not raise the price of the 99-cent can. What on earth could his reasoning possibly be? You know, I'm just going to let him tell you.
Why not increase the price and therefore increase the profit?
We're successful. We're debt-free. We own everything. Why have people who are having a hard time paying their rent have to pay more for our drink? Maybe it's my little way to give back.
This dude's just a complete gangster. I don't know what else to tell you. That dude literally has woken up every day for the past 3 decades and just told inflation to go fuck itself. He's literally the only multi-billion-dollar CEO that came out and was like, you know what? I'll just make less money. That is completely unprecedented, okay? Like, I love capitalism. I think it is the greatest system that humans have ever come up with. That being said, it's got a ton of shortcomings, and it would be so much better if everybody acted like that.
The problem isn't capitalism. It's a different type of ism.
Buh! This is all a complete lie because last time I saw one at the gas station, it was over $1. Buh! Yeah, that does happen. That's actually the local store that you're at marking the price up higher than MSRP. Arizona Tea still sells their product below $1 and recommends that they sell it for 99 cents. If other companies raise it more than that, Arizona can't really do anything about it. So yeah, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, I'm trying to tell you that your local convenience store is scalping tea. It's the world we live in. So other than Don simply being willing to just make less money, buy a smaller yacht, if you will, what else is Arizona Tea doing to cut costs to maintain this price point? Over time, they've done quite a few different things, one of which is they actually changed from selling 23-ounce cans to 22-ounce cans. And the reason they did that wasn't by selling, you know, 1 less ounce of tea is going to save us all this money.
No, they probably just had empty space in the can.
really give a shit about the tea itself. What they did was they went to the can manufacturer and said, hey, we want you to make our cans thinner and use 40% less aluminum so that we save a bunch of money on the raw material end. So they actually ended up making the can a tiny bit smaller and then making it significantly thinner all the way around and having a different top so that they could save a bunch of money on the can itself. In addition to that, they also figured they could save a bunch of money on fuel by not delivering their tea during the day to all the different stores. All their trucks run exclusively at night. Okay, just so we're all on the same page, just so we're all hearing what I'm saying. In order for Arizona Tea to maintain their cheap price point for the rest of us, they're also going to make us suffer by reducing the amount of traffic. This might be my favorite company on the planet. They need to add that to the marketing, honestly. Big cans, pretty, there's less fucking traffic. Okay, it's a trifecta. Can you understand how crazy that is? Like before, they were just saving you money. But now, in order to keep saving you money, they're also being forced to save you time, okay? It violates the laws of physics somehow. It has to.
Damn, Neil deGrasse Tyson, how are you doing that?
It's physics, Terry. It's physics.
This is my new favorite company, okay? I don't even drink Arizona Tea. I'm starting today. Okay, that's it. That's all I got. I thought for sure Arizona Tea was going to be up to something like every other company I look into, but no, they're not up to anything nefarious. They're not secretly being funded by the government. It's just Don Voltaggio, the owner, woke up every day for 30 years and decided to be a fucking badass. When they told him his 1 gallon jug of tea idea was dumb and it wasn't going to work, he said, cool, I'm going to go ahead and sell it anyways. And it worked. He believed in himself. When his wife designed this awesome can and they said, nobody's going to buy it because it's girly, he said, cool, I'm going to sell it anyways. He believed in his wife and he was a good husband. When it came time to sell out, retire, and be a billionaire, he said, but then I'm not going to get to hang out with my sons.
He already is a billionaire, though. He spent $1 billion buying out the half of the company, so obviously he's got the fucking money.
He had his kids back. He was a good dad. And when the time came to raise prices because everybody else was doing it, he said,
like, do people not know what makes someone a billionaire? It's not having the actual billions in your bank account. It's that your asset portfolio equals $1 billion. Like, most people who are quote-unquote millionaires don't actually have $1 million. They have $1 million worth of assets, which is why there's so many millionaires in the U.S., is because of retail housing prices. So, because housing prices are so fucking high, you know, we have a ton of millionaires in the United States who, on paper, have, like, zero cash, but they have a shit ton of equity in their home. So, yeah, being a millionaire or a billionaire has nothing to do with the cash on hand that you have. It's the value of your assets. So, technically, he would be considered a lot poorer if he sold the company.
nah, I don't need to make more money. I'll just make less. He was a good person. And despite all of that, despite the fact that he did everything wrong and he put money last as the business owner and the guy running the show, he still ended up being a billionaire worth over $6 billion. And more importantly, he gets to have lunch with both of his boys every single day, which is something I don't think any other billionaire can say. And in a lot of ways, that probably makes him the richest man on earth. So in my opinion, that's the key to Arizona Tea's success. Don't chase the money, chase the goal. The money will come after. Even if the goal is something as simple as putting a lot of tea in a big can and making it pretty. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over to thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang.
No, there's another solution too, but you know, yeah. It's just, that shit blows my mind that people get rid of family businesses. I cannot stand that shit. My kids didn't earn it. I fucking hate them. What a bunch of fucking boomers, bro. I hate boomers, in case you couldn't tell. Fuck boomers. They have destroyed this country in every fucking aspect, so that's nice to hear that there's at least someone with at least a tiny bit of, you know, Western values. No love for the boomers.
There's a guy with a really big podcast.
Okay.
Who actually genuinely spoke a ton of.
Okay, let's see. And Shadow Evil with the 2. Guy has a great history videos on Maine. Definitely recommend. Oh, the guy we just watched? The guy we just watched or somebody different? And PKDC with the 5. Yeah, we can check it out. Nero Redwood with the 5. The company I work for is family owned. For the most part, the son of the original owner a few years back became the head honcho after his pops retired. Yeah, that's the way it should be, man. That's the way it should be. I did not miss your second super chat, PK. I literally just read it. I said we can watch it. If you just put the name of the video in the thing, I don't need to read the whole thing. Yeah, the idea that everyone should have is not only to leave their kids, money, but also a means to create more wealth. Like, you don't just want to give your kids, like, oh, here's your $2 million. Like, you're much better off giving your kids a way to generate money long term.
Of shit about me.
Okay, go on.
Insulted me loads, saying like I'm an incel and I don't get pussy.
Jesus Christ.
This guy on the left said I don't get pussy.
Okay, show me.
No, Tristan. He actually was saying this guy doesn't know about girls. That guy.
That guy.
He looks like he tries to make best friends with kids at the park.
He definitely does. He drives a creepy blacked out van and has a Pornhub subscription to skip the ads.
Extra premium.
Yeah, extra premium.
He looks like the kind of guy, I'll take you for ice cream. Don't tell your mom. He's one of them.
Yeah,
he supposedly has a big podcast. I had no idea who this guy was, right? So someone sent me this link. I looked it up. There's this heifer, this out-shaped dude, and then there's some other really out-shaped chick. And then I realized obviously they're just jealous because they're both obese.
No, here's the thing. You know what? I'm going to defend him. Can I defend him for half a second?
If I was him, I'd hate us too, or you. I don't know if he came in both of us or you. I don't watch his fucking channel. I watch fat dudes. Why the fuck would I listen to him? If I was him, I'd hate us. I hate you. Of course he does. Of course he does. Don't get mad at the dude. He's fat. He's short. He's clearly lonely. He's wearing fucking baggy ass shorts. Was he American? He looks fucking amazing. His dress is American. Yeah, I'm in my tailored $10,000 suits without a geeky hat on. I haven't got a pedo mustache. I got all the women. I got money. I got the Bugatti. I got the jet.
It's true, but no,
of course he hates us.
Course, but it's just an amazing lack of self-awareness for somebody like that. It's actually almost an impressive lack of self-awareness for someone like that to look at someone like me, who's as accomplished as I am, with every genetic gift God can possibly bestow, and to sit there with your gut.
Well, other than a full head of hair, and, you know, we can go into other things too, but the weak chin as well. Let's see, Spectacular Umbreon with the 2, Modern Wealth or stocks and Bitcoin. I wouldn't so much say Bitcoin. That's more of a speculative asset. The definition of wealth is a means to generate money. So the difference between being rich and wealthy is being rich just means you have a lot of money. Being wealthy means that you have a lot of money, but also it means that you know how to generate that money. I think stocks are basically the equivalent of what I was talking about, is like a family business. It just represents ownership of a company. Now, yeah, that's great. The problem is you don't control that company. So yeah, you can have stocks, but at the end of the day, what is a stock? It's an ownership stake in a business. So passing on a family business is the equivalent of just passing on stocks. Only you actually own and operate the business yourself, and therefore reap all the rewards and have all the decision-making as well. But yeah, I mean, it's basically the same thing. A stock at its core is just basically ownership in a business. So it's just an added step.
Literally sit there with your gut.
Okay.
I go, this guy doesn't get women. Like, I don't know if he's just deluded. Like, it's actually an incredible, it's actually almost an impressive level of delusion.
Yeah, well, let me ask a question. Let me ask a question to people like him who will say shit like that about people like us. Men complain all the time, oh, women just like guys with money. Women only like guys who are 6 foot plus. Women only like guys who blah, blah, blah. Everything you guys complain about women only like describes me. So if the women aren't fucking me, who are they fucking? You? The short, poor guys? People, oh, women only like money. Women only date you if you're 6 foot tall. Oh, the takes don't get laid.
Damn, bro. The short, poor guys like myself were shit out of luck.
How the fuck do you connect those two things and make them make sense? I'm 6 foot fucking 4, 110 kilograms. I got my fucking muscles. I got my cars. I got my big ass house. I got the jacuzzi. Would you like Aikido? Would you like to come on a date and drink some champagne, sit in the jacuzzi with me? No, I want to date the fat guy with a podcast who's short. If they're not fucking me, who are they fucking?
So I have genuinely not watched the episode. All I know is he was insulting me. I actually tried to watch the episode to do like an important review. But bro, you know what the worst thing about him? The worst thing about him is not only is he a mouth breather, probably because he's really overweight. But worse is he's not even intelligent. He's not compendious. He can't even do as we do. He can't even speak quickly. So he's one of those guys who does a podcast is like, hey, yeah, so this guy's got a YouTube channel.
He doesn't get girls. And the thing is, his viewers will agree, because the type of person who watches that kind of guy for entertainment is that kind of guy.
His brain is so slow. He can't even speak quickly. And I'm trying to watch it.
Guarantees poor.
I got stuff to do, right? I'm a fast guy. If I sit down, I want to okay, tell me information. Insult me, get it over. So I'm sitting there, and I'm just and anyway, I looked at this YouTube. I was like, I can't even watch this. It's fucking awful. Like, you need somebody to do a super rate.
I ain't even mad. Of course people like that. You know what? If people like that didn't hate us, we're doing something wrong.
Someone said to Google Ethan's wife.
Ethan? What is this?
No. Hila Klein.
What the
Wait. Hila Klein.
Jesus!
But he used to be a bit... I know the guys can't see my screen right now, but he used to be quite skinny.
So what? He just got fat? I mean, his wife was always basic. I mean, turbo basic. Oh my god, seriously? Seriously?
Let's do this. Pow, Mr.
You can't even steal that guy's wife, because we cannot be seen with a woman of that caliber in the compound or in public.
But what if she holds the camera really...
You know what? I think we might fire Scott Adams' wife and hire Ethan's wife.
Should we do that?
So this is his wife. We don't get girls, and this is his wife. Let me tell you something. Ethan, I would rather sleep in a bed by myself every night for the rest of my life than marry a woman who looked like that.
That's right, Ethan.
So even if I didn't get girls, I'm doing better than you. That's negative girls. That's minus girls. Jesus Christ.
Right, so...
Sort your life out, son. But, sort your life out.
Yeah, I definitely relate to that sentiment with a lot of the, women, air quotes, that people simp out for. Like, I would rather be alone than with an Asian mid, for example.
Ethan Klein. Chubby. You know what? I don't... We're getting so much flack lately. We're getting so much hate.
Yeah, the hate's coming real.
We don't have time to watch it because we're getting so much hate so fast. I don't watch any of it. But
the world is coming for us. I just Google a picture of the person hating on me, and I'm like, okay.
That's why.
Got it.
That's literally it. We don't watch it.
No Asian baddies for Griffin. All right, name your Asian baddie of choice, and I want to see if they actually even exist. Like, I'm dead ass when I say this, bro. I have never seen an Asian chick that I would rate a 10 out of 10. Like, genuinely. Like, not... So, let me put it this way. Not on a scale of, like, 1 out of 10 by Asian standards, okay? By female standards. Like, all women combined. So I don't know, man.
Any of the hit videos, none of them.
Nope.
But Ethan, someone sent me a clip of Ethan when I was making fun of him for talking slow because he's got a slow brain, and he's sitting there going, "I didn't think talking fast was good."
I didn't even see that.
Bro, he can't, even when he's mocked for being a fucking dullard with a slow brain, he can't talk any faster. If me and him were to have a debate live on a podcast, he would get annihilated, verbally assaulted in a way he wouldn't be able to even repercuss.
You know, I have to say something.
He would just stand there and get annihilated, and he'd be like, I'm not fat. Yes, you are, G. Yes, you are. That Ugly's moving the camera. Look, Ugly. She's here moving it.
You know what? I have to say, I actually have to give some credit, and I'm very actually happy for the trend that KSI and Logan Paul started. Because now when people beef on YouTube, you can say, fight me. And like, it's backing out makes you look like a bitch.
Klein. If you think you're more of a man than me with your cholesterol and your ugly wife, anytime, any place, we will throw down in the cage, and I will smash the remnants I will smash the fat into your bones. Anytime, any place.
To be fair, his wife would probably have a better shot. He's got that big man fist, you know?
That's what she uses on the cam.
Big man fist.
But no, the only thing I saw of his whole rebuttal was him sitting there, talking slowly, trying to defend the fact that he talks so slowly. And it also shows how stupid his viewers are.
I've never heard him talk.
Bro, his viewers sit there and watch him literally do this. I'm a comedian. It's fucking, I can't watch it. It's like, it hurts my brain. The people who watch it must be so fucking stoned out of their minds.
Yeah.
And when I make fun of him for talking slowly, he couldn't even put a sentence together quickly. He couldn't even give me a little bit of rapid fire. He couldn't even sit there and go, I can talk quickly if I want, but I don't think that's the best way for me to get my point across. He couldn't even do that. He just sat there and went, is talking slow bad? And then ate a Twinkie. Dumb fuck.
Did he actually eat a Twinkie?
Yes, of course he did. And his wife came over here and moved my fucking camera.
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. Producer. Shut up.
Don't touch that coat.
Anyway.
Yeah, so I'm a big fan. Listen, I'm referee. Anytime. I mean, I fight you myself, but you seem to have a beef with my brother more than me, which is fine. But like, I think I crush
in every single version of the multiverse.
See, if you fought Andrew, what would happen is he'd pepper you up so bad that the fat would compress into muscle, so you look ripped afterwards, but you'd be a broken man.
You'd be a black hole of pain.
A black hole. You would implode in and of yourself. Whereas if I beat you up, what would happen is I would hit your fat so hard that I'd crush your bones into dust under your fat, so you'd look like that fucking. What's that movie that we don't watch? A Star Wars character. That fucking.
He already looks like that.
No bones.
He already looks like that.
True.
No, the thing is, he doesn't understand that in every single version of the multiverse, in all the different versions of the Matrix in which the code was changed, in all of the million different ways, in all the million different universes that him and I could fight, the chance of him winning even once is fucking zero. Zero. He could never beat me, and he knows that. He sits there.
Andrew, I don't think fighting makes
that Star Wars character.
Man.
That's literally, I just look at a picture of him and go, bro, you're just
bro.
You still like people like me picked on you your whole life, and now you got a podcast and you're fat and overweight and ugly wife and you hate. Just don't step to the G, because I already made my YouTube video where I had everyone was laughing at it. Don't come for the top G. You can't win, and the reason you can't win because
too rich, too strong, everything you wish you could be.
If you were to line up a million people,
let me break this down one more time. We said it on Twitter. You said it, man, before. Life is like a video game, and you could design your character, but designing your character actually takes hard work. It's like The Sims or one of these RPGs that people play where they increase their strength level, they increase their intelligence level, they increase their resources, all the cool shit that they have. And every time you watch one of these nerds who's super into video games, he never chooses to be slow, fat, short, weak, without any stuff. Everyone wants to be the guy who has everything.
That's right.
So 19 out of 1 million people, precisely 1 million, when designing their real life avatar, would design an avatar far more like myself or my brother than this fucking guy.
Yeah, when this guy plays a video game, he tries very hard in this video game to get a guy who's like Andrew Tate. Big, strong, rich, got a sword, got a car, hard to kill. No one wants to be him. He doesn't even want to be him. He wants to be me. That's why he's upset.
It's a projection.
It's a projection. That's why his wife's here moving my camera. That's why Ugly's here on the steady cam.
And we don't even want her here.
Ugly, we don't even want you in our studio.
This is minus chick.
Go away. Go back to Ethan. What do you mean? Yeah, we know he's fat. Go back to him. I'm sorry, you're below our bare minimum standard. Anyway,
far below.
Far below. On to G of the motherfucking week.
If the Matrix Troon coded, doesn't that destroy... Well, they later Trooned out. It wasn't originally a Troon creation, so... I guess they did too many fucking psychedelic drugs at Hollywood parties where they got butt-fucked by, producers. That it changed their brain chemistry. Let's see, a Saber ran with a 10. Since we're talking about Costco, figured this would be appropriate. Okay. Let's see, the first one here.
Today we're talking about the most effective firearm of all time. This episode shout out goes to Big Mike's Little Donuts outside of Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Ladies and gentlemen, the American grunt has had a love affair with the 12-gauge shotgun since World War I, where it was standard issue, as well as World War II and Korea. Then in Vietnam, they tried to quit making it standard issue because it wasn't lethal enough, at which point it became a standard practice for most grunts to actually bring their own personal shotguns from home and use that instead. Because, well, when the bushes start talking, you might as well hit all the bushes at once. If you don't know what I mean by that, I'll explain. Shotguns don't shoot bullets, they shoot shells. There's a lot of different types of shells, but today we're talking about double-aught buckshot, which is this right here. It's basically 9 ball bearings that when fired, they go fucking everywhere. It's like having 9 guys with muskets fire in a general direction all at once. As you can imagine, having a ball bearing cannon would be extremely effective in close quarters. That's why they were originally originally issued in World War I because World War I was primarily fought inside of trenches, which was an extremely narrow pathway in the ground. Now, World War I was also extremely brutal because it was the first time the bad guys had ever brought things like flamethrowers and mustard gas to the world stage. Now, it's also worth mentioning that World War I started in 1914, but America didn't officially get involved until 1917. Because, well, the number one seed in the tournament bracket always gets a bye the first round. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Winchester Model 1897 12-gauge shotgun and its war crime consigliere, the Model 1917 bayonet, which apparently they let fucking Danny Trejo design. Now, this particular shotgun is very special because it's only the second pump-action shotgun ever made, and it did not incorporate a safety feature that is known as a trigger disconnect. Now, a trigger disconnect is what makes it so you have to pull the trigger every time to fire the shotgun. And since this particular shotgun is lacking that, you can just hold the trigger down, and every time you pump it, it fires.
Nice.
Meaning that you can fire all 6 shells in a matter of seconds. Now, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, I'm telling you that the United States government gave a bunch of 18-year-old young men that hadn't seen women in months a gun whose only destructive capacity was limited by their ability to do this.
Well, dude, I haven't seen women in months, so am I a danger too?
Needless to say, it was pretty fucking effective. Now, that is a technique called slam firing, and when you combine the grunts with a gun that can do that, it immediately earned nicknames like the Trench Sweeper, the Trench Broom. This thing un-German engineered so many bad guys that they had to claim it was a war crime to use a shotgun. These were the same bad guys that were using flamethrowers and chemical warfare, so we just kept using them. At that point, the bad guys started a propaganda campaign claiming that the Americans were barbaric and unskilled with a rifle, and that's why they would use such a weapon. After that didn't work, they claimed that if they caught any Americans with a shotgun or shotgun shells, they would be executed. To which the American government basically responded with, if. Now, just for clarification, it is not and never has been a war crime to use a shotgun. But that is almost exclusively because the side America was on one. If the bad guys had won, they would almost certainly make it a war crime, because it's only a war crime if you lose. In conclusion, if you ever go toe-to-toe with an American grunt wielding a war crime stick, he's probably going to have...
That's why I laugh so much when people cry war crimes. It's like, bro, the only crime in a war is to lose. That's it. The only crime that exists in war is to lose. So, yeah, it's like all the free Palestine people, you know, screeching about war crimes and shit. It's like, bro, fuck off. War crimes are literally a psyop to, like, prevent the military from being more effective. Boo fucking who. Like, I'm so sick of a bunch of libcocks crying war crimes every single fucking 5 minutes. The only crime is to lose. Period.
But look in his eye like, I'm here to eat beef jerky and slam fire this shotgun, and if he doesn't have beef jerky, you're probably going to be in trouble. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. We have 4 new designs that are shirts and stickers, as well as some shirts in women's sizes now available. At this link, if you're not on TikTok, that link's in the video description. So until next time, thanks for your service. Quack bang out.
Rules to war make no sense. Yeah, exactly. It's retarded, man. It does make no sense.
Ah yes, Costco, the only grocery store on the planet that makes almost no money from selling groceries, yet is somehow one of the most profitable grocery stores on the planet through
Well, it's from the memberships.
nothing other than psychological tricks and magic. Today we're talking about...
The memberships is how Costco makes all their money. That's why their stock is directly linked to membership sales.
Costco, we all know what Costco is because the members of Costco never shut up about Costco. They're just out there in the world roaming around, non-ironically wearing clothing from Costco's in-house brand, Kirkland, desperately waiting for anybody to ask them what Kirkland is so that they can inform and educate, preach the gospel to these non-believers that Kirkland is actually manufactured by name brand manufacturers and the products are cheaper and better than any other name brand product. And if that's not what they're up to, they're out there flashing their Costco membership card, trying to use it to get laid, and it's working a shocking amount of the time, apparently. And there's a good reason for that. Costco is selling all of its...
Yeah, walk out to your nearest Hindu temple and be like, hello, pretty lady. Would you like to come to Costco with me? I have a Splinter van, so you may bring your entire family. There you go, bro. That's how you pick up the Indian baddies.
Products at a net zero, meaning they don't make any money when they sell you something. In fact, some of their items they even sell at a net loss, meaning the more they sell, the more money they lose. Yet somehow, they still manage to pay all their employees well above their competitors and have a net profit of over $6 billion a year. And I'm going to explain how that's even possible right after word from my sponsor. This video is brought to you by Rocket Money, your all-in-one finance app that's going to help you cancel subscriptions, lower your monthly bills, and let's get back to the video. There's a baby monitor in my office. All right, so Costco. Our story begins in 1954 with a man by the name of Saul Price who convinces his mother-in-law to buy a warehouse as an investment property. However, mother-in-law wasn't a commercial real estate mogul and had no idea what to do with his warehouse. So Saul Price is like, you know what? Fine, I'll rent the warehouse from you and I'll put a business inside of it. Don't know what it's going to be yet, but I'll figure it out. He then stumbles across a brilliant business known as Fedco, which is essentially a large in-bulk grocery store that offers very, very cheap groceries to its members. And the only way that you could be a member of Fedco was to work for the federal government. So Saul Price approaches Fedco and is like, hey, you guys have a great business model. I've got a big empty warehouse. Let's partner together. We'll make this a Fedco also. It'll be great. Fedco is like, nah, we're good. At which point Saul Price is like, okay, that's fine. Well, I'm just going to steal your business model because you can't patent selling groceries at a discount to members. So I'm going to open up my own equivalent of your store called FedMart. The only difference is instead of selling groceries cheap to members, I'm going to sell groceries really, really cheap to members. Like, I'm almost not going to make money off of selling groceries, and I'm going to charge them a $2 membership fee. Okay, and this business model seems kind of weird, but it's actually genius. Okay, Leonardo da Vinci once said that simplicity is the ultimate form of sophistication, and that's what's going on with this business model. If you don't know, grocery stores are probably one of, if not the most competitive retail environments on the planet. The profit margins on food in grocery stores is so razor thin, it's crazy. And what FedMart has done with this business model is essentially said, I'm not going to compete in this highly competitive environment. I'm going to sell my groceries at net zero. I'm not going to make money. I'm just going to break even on everything I sell, and I'm going to make all my money off of charging a monthly subscription fee of $2 to let everybody shop at my grocery store where my stuff is the cheapest because I'm not making any money off of it. I have no profit margin there. So if the customers shop here enough, they're going to save enough money to offset their membership fee, saving money overall. I'm going to make money, and it's a win-win for everybody. In its first year of business, FedMart does 4 times its projected amount of profit, and they end up opening a bunch of more stores within a couple of more years all across the United States. Within 5 years, by 1959, FedMart goes public and continues to be outrageously successful. Fast forward to 1975, a German conglomerate company buys up the majority of the stocks in the stock market, and they assume control of FedMart. Now, these German investors assume control of the company, and naturally, they're like, wow, what a brilliant business strategy. It's so simple, it's physically painful. All I have to do is change nothing and rake in money. But You know, it'd be cooler if we re-German engineered the entire thing. I bet we could get 3% better performance if we made this like 1,000 times more complicated. So that's what they did. They German engineered the company, and by 1983, completely out of business and shut down. So Sol Price is like, I made a ton of money going public with my business. They ruined it. It's closed down. There's no other company like mine. I'm going to start the exact same company all over again. So he buys an empty aircraft hangar and starts Price Mart with the same exact business model.
Oh shit, here we go again.
Now around the same exact time, Sol Price's old protege from FedMart, a guy by the name of Jim Senegal, ended up opening up his own business with his business partner, a lawyer by the name of Jeff Brotman. And that business was Costco that also had the exact same business model. So Costco and Price Mart end up being competitors for a little while, and then they eventually end up merging together and they form Price Costco, and then it just becomes Costco, and this is what we have today. And modern day Costco really hasn't changed their business model. They still run a net zero on almost all of their products, and they make 92% of all of their money off of membership fees. So if Costco wants to make more money, they have to A, maintain the members they have, and B, get more members. So how do you do that? You be competitive. You have the best prices, which check, Costco already does because they run everything at a net zero. They're not making money. You can't get better prices than what Costco already has. So what else can they do to improve their business? They have to make shopping their fun, and that's exactly what they do. Okay, and this is where psychological warfare and magic comes into play, right? Because
it is not fun. Mission failed, dude. Mission fucking failed. I wish I had that on the soundboard because, yeah, no. It is absolute fucking pain.
the second you walk up to a Costco, you have to pull out your membership card. And on the backside of those Costco membership cards, it's literally a photo ID. Like, you're not getting into this exclusive club unless you are a member.
Never cross the road.
False. Again, completely fucking false.
No, but my friends are on the inside.
Hey, watch out, okay, so right out of the gate, you already feel exclusive. You feel like a boss walking up to the bouncer at a nightclub and he just opens up the velvet rope for you and waves you in because you're a member. And the psychological warfare just keeps going from there, right? Because the first aisle that you walk into, by design, is the expensive electronics aisle, okay? You sitting there, you're looking at like, shit, do I need a $4,000 TV? I probably shouldn't. Okay, I'm not going to get the TV. And then you go about your shopping and you think you did a good job, right? They did that shit on purpose because now you think to yourself, oh wow, I just saved $4,000 because I didn't buy a TV the size of my garage door. So now you're like 10 times more likely to impulse buy something else for yourself because you feel like you just saved $4,000. So all of a sudden, that $80 purchase that you're going to splurge on doesn't feel like a big deal. And that is what makes the shopping fun. Within 3 minutes of stepping foot inside of Costco, they've already made you feel like an exclusive member of their club, and they have convinced you that this is no longer a shopping trip. This is a trip where you get to treat yourself.
3 words for you. Treat yourself.
And now they're about to turn the entire shopping trip into an adventure because Costco uses what they call the
No, you can't walk in without a membership. What happens is people who don't have a membership walk in with someone that has a membership. So what happens is, in the case of like all these Indians in my area, is one of them has a membership, and then like 10 other people walk in with them. So you need one membership per group of people. So what they do is then they all walk in, they all have carts, and then one person has the membership. So they all 10 walk around the fucking store, and then you get to the checkout once they've all loaded up their carts, and it's just 10 of them in line. So, and they'll all individually check out off of the same membership card. And then they all go to the food court with their carts and, you know, basically block up the whole fucking thing and just sit there and eat. So what's supposed to be members only quickly becomes a small Indian village off of a couple membership cards. And it fucking sucks, man. It sucks.
Treasure hunt strategy, which basically means Costco is constantly moving around all of their items to different locations. So no matter how many times you go to Costco, you never know where you're going. Okay, you're on a constant hunt for the milk, the eggs, the bread, and then you're running across like LED high-speed internet toasters for $80. And you're like, holy shit, I need that. And while that's going on, you've got an army of old women constantly trying to give you samples of food.
This is not pudding.
And while that's going on, there's no lull in the action. There's never a delay in the adventure that you're having because Costco doesn't have very many items. Okay, Costco on average has about 3,700 different items available in one of their stores compared to like Walmart that has over 50,000. Okay,
3,700 items and 3,000 Indians.
There's no choices to be made, right? A normal grocery store has an entire aisle of 700 different types of salad dressing. You know what Costco has? A fucking pyramid of ranch. It looks like you're getting the ranch, huh? Keep the adventure moving. Huh, but I like having a lot of options. Huh, no, you don't. I know you think you like options, but you don't. People's actions say otherwise. Almost nobody appreciates having options. Watch this, I'll prove it to you. I'm gonna call my wife and I'm gonna very tactfully give her 0 options about where we're gonna go to lunch today. And then I'm gonna call her tomorrow and I'll edit it in and I'm gonna give her all the options in the world and we're gonna see which one she actually prefers.
Hello.
Hey, guess where I'm taking you for lunch?
Where?
Mexican restaurant.
Ooh, okay. I'll be ready in 15 minutes.
All right, love you.
Love you, bye.
See you in 24 hours.
Hello.
Hey, I'm hungry. Where do you want to go for lunch?
I don't know.
You want Chinese?
No.
Mexican?
No.
Burgers?
No.
Italian?
Yeah, no.
All right, you figure out where you want to go and then let me know, okay?
Okay, fine.
All right, love you. It's science. Moral of the story, whether people know it or not, they actually hate having too many options because it makes you think, and when you have to stop and think, you have to stop, which breaks up the action, right? If you're having sex with somebody, you don't want them right in the middle of it to be like, hey, did you lock the front door? Like, I don't give a shit. Unless there's a Velociraptor that kicks down that door, I'm in the middle of something right now, okay? Let's keep doing this. And this is true for like almost everything, right? You think Ice Cube would be one of the greatest rappers of all time if right in the middle of his song, Today Was a Good Day, he stopped and gave you a fucking pop quiz on geography? No, just enjoy the song and listen to it and you're happy. So when you're shopping at Costco, this is an adventure. This is a treasure hunt and there's no thinking and there's no breaks in the action ever. You're having a blast. And if that wasn't enough, the aesthetic of the overall store is absolutely incredible. Remember going to a normal grocery store when you were a kid and your mom couldn't find something and she goes up to the employee and is like, do you have this? And they're like, no, we don't have it on the shelf. And your mom goes, she says the magic words, oh, can you go check in the back? And you're like, the fuck is, what's in the back? What's going on back there? Guess what? Costco, you're in the back, okay? I'm 99% sure that we're living in a simulation and Costco is the spawn point for all of the stuff. I mean, it's gotta be, right? Costco's got like food and clothes and electronics, you know, the common loot, but they've also got the rare shit that you can go find. So when Mrs. Fat Electrician gets sidetracked smelling 15 different types of candles, I'm going on a side quest to find something cool. What am I looking for? I have no idea. I'll know when I find it, okay? Costco's the only grocery store on the planet that you can just wander off and end up finding a signed jersey from Magic Johnson in 2024 when he retired in 1996, okay? You're just looking at it like, what is happening right now? And then you look over and you're like, oh, there's a ring that costs $340,000. And you're just looking at it in your hand like, this literally costs more than the house that I live in. I'm fucking stealing this. And you're like, no, No, I can't. You put it back, and now you feel like a good person, and Costco is boosting your self-esteem. So you get done shopping, and then you realize you're hungry.
They do sell gold bars.
You have developed an appetite.
You can only buy one, though, which is kind of gay.
Adventuring for the past 2 hours, and holy shit, Costco has a food court. So you go over to the food court, and you're like, you know what? I haven't had a hot dog in 15 years. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna order a hot dog and a soda. They ring you up at the cash register. It's $1.50 for a hot dog and a soda. Okay, just to be clear, this isn't like one of the normal little bullshit hot dogs that you like give to the kids at the barbecue while all the adults are eating steaks and burgers. No, this is a fucking hot dog that she tells you not to worry about. Okay, this is a fucking. You went to a baseball game and got one of those big ass novelty hot dogs, and that plus a soda with free refills was $1.50. So then, because you're a good person, because you didn't steal that ring, you politely inform the cashier, I think you messed up and accidentally gave me the hot dog for free, and that's just the tax. And she's like, no, it's $1.50. We haven't raised the price on the hot dog combo since 1984 when we came out with it because of the principles of the matter. Do you understand how crazy that is? 1984 was 40 years ago. Okay, we've had more inflation than that house from the movie Up since then, and they've refused to raise the price. Okay, Dollar Tree is now $1.25 tree, and this hot dog is still $1.50. So then you go home full and happy, but still fascinated by this $1.50 hot dog. So you decide to look into it. How is it possible? Was that actually meat inside that hot dog? What is going on here? And then you Google it and you hear the famous Costco hot dog story. Okay, apparently the higher ups at Costco came to the owner, Jeff Cynical, at this point in time, Saul Price's protege, and they're like, we gotta sell this hot dog for more than $1.50. At which point Jeff said, and I quote, "If you raise the effing hot dog, I will kill you. Figure it out."
Whatever you think, you better think again. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to head down there, and I will rain down in a godly fucking firestorm upon you. I am fucking scorched earth, motherfucker. I will massacre you. I will fuck you up.
So that's what Costco did. They figured it out, and it was probably the most gangster way possible, right? They didn't want to sacrifice the quality of the hot dogs and have just horrible hot dogs. So they're like, you know what? The only thing we can do is to build our own hot dog manufacturing facility, and one of them's not gonna be enough. We're gonna build 2 of them, one in LA and one in Chicago, and then we can control the price of hot dogs. And this figured out attitude doesn't just stop at the hot dogs. When Costco wants something done, they get it done. Okay, here's another example. They wanted to build a new Costco in LA. And here's the problem with that. Getting anything done in the state of California, especially a major city like LA, is an absolute nightmare. California is not rated very well as far as being business friendly goes, and it just takes forever to get anything done, right? You want to put up a new building, you gotta have environmental impact studies, all this other bullshit, you gotta pay a bunch of fees. It's just a complete nightmare, and it's gonna take 20 years for them to put up a 300,000 square foot warehouse. But they had a new rule that due to the housing crisis, they would expedite immediately any projects that had affordable housing. So Costco is in the process of building a Costco in the middle of LA that has fucking apartments on top of it, just so they can start slinging $1.50 hot dogs. In conclusion, Costco is the most gangster grocery store on the planet. Their slogans are do the right thing and more is more, and that about covers it. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over to thefatelectrician.com, and from now until August 30th, every single...
They used to have good smoothies. Yeah, I never had one of those. I haven't been inside of Sam's Club, so I've never been inside of a Sam's Club. I have no idea how their food court is. Oh, shit. Oh, that didn't feel good. Yeah, Sam's Club is Walmart's version of Costco. I've heard it's good, but I've never been inside one, personally. Well, isn't Sam's Club, like, super cheap to join? It's like 20 bucks or something. Yeah, I know Costco pays you 30 bucks an hour, but I make more than that at my normal job, so I'm not planning on swapping anytime soon. Yeah, I've been inside of a BJ's. That's what my mom goes to primarily. So that's the one that she likes. But I don't think they have a food court. If I think, I don't know, maybe they do. Again, I haven't been inside of one for a while. What's BJ's? It's I think it's short for Berkeley and Jensen's or something like that. I'm not sure, but it's basically just like a Costco business model. Imagine taking a chick out on a date to the Costco food court. Yeah, good luck. Oh, this is very good. This is where we go for all of our family special events. It is the one place we can all sit down together and afford to buy food. Though we cannot eat the hot dog because it is made from God. Why do Indians love it so much? It's cheap. It's cheap, bro. That's it. That's the only reason why they like it. Do I practice my Indian accent? No, I just hear it all the time. Yeah, that's what most women want on first dates is free food. That's it. It's brutal, man. Why can't they just like me for me? You're welcome, PK. I'm happy to do it. All the federal IT contractors have cheap Indian workers. Yep. So they can pocket the massive discrepancy in the, you know, contract value and the actual execution cost. Yup. Would I do a coffee date before going to an actual restaurant first? No, because I don't drink coffee. Let's face it, I'm not going on a date anytime soon anyway, so it's kind of a pointless hypothetical. You have to admit they were pretty
All right,
funny.
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, Andrew Tate is pretty funny, so especially when he talks shit. El Rosario sold with a 5. Luckily, I haven't seen a mob full of Indian families at my local Costco. Yeah, it's just my area, bro. There's a ton of Indians, so fresh off the boat ones too, so. Yeah, they have like the massive, just like, you know, extended family bumming off of one membership card, and it's like so packed. You can barely even move around the store. Chud sphere greater than the manosphere? Who even would be like in the manosphere? Would Andrew Tate be considered the manosphere? I feel like Raymond would be more in the manosphere. Like his type of content. Like people who talk about men's issues. I feel like that's what I would consider to be the manosphere. Is like the sensitive guys who talk about dating and shit all the time. I don't know. You say you all say Indians are cheap labor, which I think is somewhat true. There are probably tons of immigrants of those people, but isn't the median American Indian income near the top? Yeah, well, that's for two reasons. One, yeah, they'll work for cheaper, which means that most high-ranking jobs, like the traditional CEO and that type of shit, the people who they bring in will take way less pay, so they replace them with foreigners. And second, I think Indian families disproportionately have dual incomes. Not to mention, if you look at like a medical field, for example, you know, if you go to medical school in India, it's significantly easier, cheaper, and faster. So India can crank out more doctors than the United States can. So therefore, you know, that's another one of those things that kind of distorts the stat. Not to mention the small business, I forget what it is, but Indians get preferential treatment on small business loans. So we literally give foreigners $250,000 in small business loans fresh off the boat and deny it to our own people. So there's a lot of fraud that goes on in the U.S. government that props up that stat. Yeah, there's a lot of multi-generational families as well, too. Yep. So it just depends, but yeah, a lot of high-paying fields like doctors, you know, engineers, IT, that type of shit. Like, yeah, the Indians still make a lot of money, but they make a lot less compared to like a actual like U.S. citizen. So that's part of the reason why is, you know, companies would rather pay like an Indian guy $180,000 versus paying an American $300,000, for example, for like a medical role, if that makes sense. So yeah, they still earn like good money in those fields. It's just not as much as like an American would make. Which if you do that over, you know, what is it, like 900,000 H-1Bs or whatever, then yeah, the effect adds up pretty quick. Nero Redwood with the 5. I'm rather hyped to have... Wait. Holy shit, I can't read. I'm rather hyped to a degree for Octopath Traveler 0. I just hope the village building system isn't Fallout 4 levels of obnoxious. Yeah, I wouldn't think so, but I have no clue. Shit, man. Yeah, it's $100,000 and then I think a $150,000 salary floor as well, too. So, yeah, basically all in, you have to pay $250,000 a year to bring in an H-1B. Which helps to eliminate that problem. You're a chud and an incel? Damn, man. Yeah, that's the thing that's crazy, man, is like you have all these third world countries, like Colombia is another really big one, but yeah, they go to like medical school in these third world nations where it's way easier for one. It's also way faster and way cheaper. And because they're a licensed doctor in a foreign country, they can move that credential over to the United States. And therefore, you know, they create this illusion that we have a shortage of doctors in the US because they don't let white people get into medical school. Whites and Asians are actively discriminated against in, you know, medical school admission in the United States. So they manufacture this medical industry shortage to then justify importing a bunch of cheap foreign doctors who are not actually qualified by United States standards to be practicing doctors in the United States. So there's so much fucking fraud and corruption that goes on in our government, man, and education systems and everything. It's fucking wild. So not only are these foreign doctors underqualified, but they'll also work for significantly less money on top of that. Yeah, when I say Asian, I mean like US Asians, but yeah, typically Chinese, Korean, Japanese, that type, yeah. Non-brown people, we'll just say that. If you're brown, your, you know, admittance standard is almost non-existent. You know, the lowest percentile of the MCAT scores, black people have a higher acceptance rate than the highest percentile of MCAT scores for whites. It's crazy, man. And same for Asians. You can literally be in the lowest scoring bucket for black people who are applying for medical school, and you will have a better chance than the highest rated grouping of white people. Like, whites are actively discriminated against when it comes to medical school admission. Same with Asians. And that goes for every field. So, we have manufactured a labor shortage. Like, here, let me see real quick if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. Look at this shit, bro. Crazy. So you can see, Asian acceptance rate for an MCAT of 24 to 26, GPA of 3.2 to 3.39. 6% for Asians, 8% for whites, 31% for Hispanics, and 56% for black people. So the highest grouping of Asians and whites has basically the same acceptance rate as the lowest grouping of blacks. No one can say with an honest, like, fucking even inkling in their fucking heart that there is an actual shortage of qualified medical students in the United States. Whites and Asians are actively discriminated against. So whenever someone says we have a medical shortage in the United States, it's pure fucking bullshit. Then they tell you don't work hard enough. I know, man. It's crazy. White people are actively discriminated against in education, in the workplace, in criminal justice, everything. It's wild, bro. Absolutely fucking wild. Do you think a white person who was arrested for 51 different crimes would be allowed on $0 bail? Nero Redwood with a 5. I believe my sister is taking psychology in college, thinking she'll get a job. Yeah, no. As one in Washington, an eternal liberal hellhole could... Yeah. That is the hardest job to find placement for. And if you do, you make no money. You make less than the teachers. She have a better chance of becoming a teacher than an actual psychologist. Like, unless she becomes a psychiatrist, she's going to be broke. Psychiatry is the only way to make money in that field. And that's because you have an actual medical license to prescribe shit. The fuck was I even gonna grab? I forgot. Damn it. I was gonna get something. Oh well. Yeah, it's kind of like an Egyptian Mesopotamian city. Something along those lines. I laughed when someone said if all manufacturing came back to the US, then that means that average people will need to make this cheap stuff. Dude, that's the thing I hope that the tariffs like actually do. Most of all, is change people's buying habits. Like, bro, people spend so much money on shit they just do not need. Like, the amount of Chinese crap that the average person buys that they just straight up don't fucking need is sickening to think about. There wouldn't be a single poor person in the United States if we just stopped buying shit we don't fucking need. Period. So, I mean, you think about how, like, our great-grandparents and stuff used to live, man. Maybe they'd go on one vacation in their entire year. Some people didn't even go on vacation other than their honeymoon. And that's why the honeymoon was a thing. It was a chance for them to travel for the one time in their life. And then on top of that, it's like, what? They fixed food at home every night. They had maybe one car instead of two that they kept forever. They rarely ever went out and bought a bunch of clothes and shit. They weren't out, you know, at the bar buying $30 fucking mixed drinks. You know, sure, they probably went out to eat every once in a while, but again, they primarily probably cooked at home. You know, they would read in their free time, go to the library, go fishing. Maybe they'd have a boat. You know, it's like, you know, they didn't have 45 fucking subscription services. They weren't buying Fortnite skins. They didn't have a Funko Pop collection. They weren't going to Disney World 6 times a year. They weren't flying to Vegas for a weekend. They weren't sports betting on their phone. You know, we spend so much fucking money on dumb ass shit. That if people just stopped doing that, their financial situation would improve so quickly that they would be like, why didn't I just do this from the very beginning? So, people just try to live a lifestyle that they cannot afford. And what's stupid is if you actually save your money early on, invest it properly, then you can live a wonderful lifestyle later in life. But people don't want to delay the gratification at all. I mean, part of it is the wages, to be fair, but, you know, it's not just a purely one-sided equation. I mean, especially women, bro. Women spend so much money now. Women make up 80% of consumer spending. Like, that is insane, bro. You know, 50% of the population spends 80% of the money. Like, that's, I don't know, man. Most women are still in, you know, college debt. They don't even have a, like, reasonable timeline to pay off their student loans. So pretty much the entire female population is a shopping addict that has crippling student loan debt. And probably credit card debt, too. That's why I always kind of laugh when women complain about money. It's like, well, how much money did you spend on fucking makeup? How much money did you spend on new clothes and shoes? How much money did you spend on fucking scented candles? How much money did you spend on going out with your friends? How much money did you spend getting fucking Starbucks every morning and then ordering Uber Eats at night? You know, how much money did you spend going on a vacation with your girlfriends over the weekend? Or how much money did you spend on getting your fucking hair done at a high-end hair salon? Or getting your nails done? Or, you know, going out and just spending money on stupid fucking shit. So, my sister had so many clothes that it actually broke the bar inside of her wardrobe. She also has a psychology degree but works teaching movie stuff. Interesting, yeah. The psychology degree is like the most worthless degree ever. Do not do psychology. Nah, dude, she doesn't get paid getting plowed by Chad. She pays to get plowed by Chad. Chad doesn't have to pay to have sex. Women will spend a shit ton of money to try and attract Chad. It's the other way around. They spend a bunch of money to try and get Chad to notice them. So, you'll be Chad, then go for it, man. No, it's because women have an addiction to self-diagnosing their problems. Like, most women are obsessed with horoscopes and fucking astrology and, you know, psychology and pseudoscience shit like that because they're obsessed with self-diagnosing their problems. Because they love to make up excuses for everything wrong in their life. Versus actually, you know, facing the fucking music. It's why they love watching true crime so much, is they think, you know, oh my god, that makes so much sense. They love feeling like they have some sort of actual knowledge on a topic. Yep, every guy they date is a narcissist or a psychopath. Yeah. It's like, yeah, no. Maybe you're just the problem. I don't know. But yeah. Anywhere else you can assign blame. That's what they're looking for. Dude, the thing is the guys that they date are not narcissists. That's the thing. They don't even know what it actually means. It's like how every woman says that her boyfriend gaslit her or whatever. It's like, okay, do you even know what that means? And 9 times out of 10, the answer is no. Most of these bitches are the actual narcissists, man. It's crazy. He was gaslighting me. I think he wanted to put me in his trunk and rape and murder me. They fantasize about it, bro. The female mind is a scary place, dude. As soon as you learn that the majority of women have a legitimate rape fetish, it's like, oh my god. Yeah, they want... That's the reason why every guy they date is a narcissist, because they fantasize about it. They want to be physically and emotionally abused on their own terms. Like, that's the reality, bro. There's some, like, demented shit going on up there. It's like they want to be emotionally and physically abused, but in the exact way that they want it to happen. Yeah, they want a werewolf with a 10-inch cock to come and ravage them. Too much Twilight at an early age, man. Musashi with a 2. When a woman starts a I think, I stop there. Yeah. Don't do that, sweetie. Don't do it. But yeah, that shit's, I don't know, man. It's just like, jeez. It really does not make me want to start dating at all. Every time you see that shit, it's just like, bruh, I am so glad I don't have to fucking deal with these bitches. It's kind of sad, honestly. You know, everything is proceeding as I have foreseen. You know, rubs hands aggressively. But, yeah. It's pitiful that it's come to this. The majority of modern women have just been completely mind-fucked. They're, like, just completely brainwashed. Dating makes you gay. Just ask Melanie's ex-husband. That's right. Dude, I just need to find my heckin' wholesome big booty Latina, dude. A lot of men are crazy. I think less so, bro. Most guys just want to be left alone at the end of the day, I feel like. Most guys just honestly want to be left alone. I feel like most relationship problems are instigated by the women because they love conflict. They get off on conflict and emotions and the excitement of getting into arguments. It's the reason why men can keep long-term friends easier than women can. Because women are always starting shit with each other. And men just, you know, want to have a nice, chill time. But yeah, there's some crazy men out there, but I think they're the exception, not the rule. Like, bro, I can't even remember how many times, you know, the girls in, like, high school and my college and all, you know, one week they're, like, best friends and the next week they're talking shit. It's like, dude, it's wild. No loyalty at all. Like, bro, let's be honest here. If a guy is with a woman that he is attracted to sexually and she's not a massive fucking bitch all the time, they're probably going to just stay in that relationship. But women will be like, I need to find myself, or, you know, he's great and all, but I miss the passion of getting into arguments. And it's like, dude, bitch, like, we literally saw that one video of the chick that had, like, 3 kids, remember? And she's like, my husband is perfect. He does nothing wrong. He's an amazing father and an amazing husband, and he loves me more than anything, and blah, 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 but I just don't feel like myself when I'm around him, so we're getting a divorce. It's like, what the fuck, dude? What in the fuck? Like, you can literally do everything right, and they'll still want to fucking break up with you. Like, there's some real... They need to do some serious soul-searching, man. Period. It's rough. Like, you can literally be in a 10-year marriage with a chick, and she'll just straight up want to leave because she either misses getting piped down or, you know, she's bored. So, it's wild. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Like, that's why whenever y'all give me shit for not dating, it's like, bro, I really don't feel like I'm missing out. Especially in my area, dude. Holy fuck. I'm sure the bitches are even more fucking crazy on average where I live compared to, like, the rest of the country. It's like, damn, man. I live in the DC area. So, yeah, I live in a very big city. The women there are freaks. They're either just super stuck up, cunty boss bitches, or, you know, just obnoxious. Or bleeding heart leftists. Any Jew tunnels under... Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a Jew tunnel under the DC Capitol. You live in your mother's basement because you're a chud? Well, the way I look at that, even if that is the case, which it sounds like it's not, as long as you're working and making money and, like, saving up towards, you know, bettering your situation, I don't really see an issue with living with your parents. Like, shit, man. If you're working a job, saving up money, you know, trying to better your situation in life, I don't see it as a problem to leverage, you know, staying with your family. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. The problem arises when you're like, you know, the bum who just sits at home all day playing video games, eating fucking Cheetos, and refuses to work. Just saw a woman get back with her ex even though he ignores her for weeks just for him to fuck his actual girl, and now she can't resist him. She still searches for love, then lets go of anyone for him. Yeah. It's weird, man. Women have a lot of soul searching to do, that's for sure, man. They have a lot of soul searching to do. Consider joining a union for my electrician career path. I'm trying to go on. Should I find one? Because I heard they sometimes pay you to go to school. Yeah, I guess it depends. I don't know. I don't know exactly what that entails, but yeah, if you can get free schooling out of it, then maybe it's not a bad deal. Yeah, I think that's the important aspect of it. It's like, if you're going to live with your parents, you need to be actively saving your money. If you're living at home with mommy and daddy and blowing all your money on video games and fucking fast food and anime figures and all that type of shit, then yeah, that's not good. You should not be doing that. But if you're living at home with your parents and just using it as a way to amass your, you know, early fortune, then I think that's cool. I think that's great. You should definitely be able to take advantage of that if you can. Especially if you get along with your parents. But you do, Griff, but not with parents. My parents, one, don't live anywhere near me, so that would be kind of hard to do. I'm tethered to, like, the DC area because of my job. So my parents don't live near me at all, so that would not work. But I guess I just sit around playing video games all day. F your parents, that's right. Oh my god, man. My throat is killing me. Well, dude, the left's obsession with that is to break down the family. You know, if families are together and strong and that's an important aspect of your life, then leftist politics will never fucking work. Because the number one goal of Marxism and, you know, the left is to break apart the family unit. So, if they can break the family, then it opens up, you know, the rest of your life, basically, to fill that void with, basically, them. So the family unit is a threat to leftists because they rely on people being selfish, self-centered, you know, greedy, jealous, angry. You know, that's basically what they thrive on, is that type of sentiment. But if you live with your family or have a close family and people you care about other than yourself, it makes those tendencies a lot less frequent. Do I think Synth's a bum or not? I mean, he's making money right now, so I guess not. No. As long as he's saving up money for his, you know, future plans. Like, if he's saving up to buy a house and shit, then no, I think that's fine. Like, shit, man, it'd be nice if I didn't have to pay $2,600 a month. You know, like, that would be cool if I could just, you know, bum with my parents. But, yeah, no, they don't live anywhere near me, so not really an option, unfortunately. I'm all alone, dude. But, yeah, no, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Like, dude, think about that. I pay $2,600 a month in rent, probably another $200 to $300 in utilities each month. So let's just say $3,000 for rounding purposes. I'm paying like 36 grand a year to live in my shitty ass apartment. So, yeah, if I could save that money over the course of 3 years, I could have enough money for a down payment on a $500,000 house. So, yeah. You know, over a third of my work money, post-tax, goes to paying my rent. If you can afford rent and spend $16,000 a year in rent alone, you can afford a mortgage. Nope, you cannot. Here, let me show you. This is the cheapest area in my area. I've already shown this before, but this is like the cheapest area in my immediate area. It's an area called Chantilly. And even then, it's like, oh, you know, very expensive, but this is like a developing area, so it's not as pricey. So, let's see. We won't do anything crazy. That's a townhouse. All right, we'll just go with a townhouse, okay? Townhouse. 1,600 square feet. It's not anything massive, you know, it's a small house. But again, you have neighbors on either side of you. Look at what the average payment per month is. $3,900. So I would be paying $1,300 more a month to live in this property. And it's not really that much nicer than what I have now. I mean, yeah, technically you own it, but So that's just one example. And that's assuming that you can save up over $120,000 for a down payment, keep in mind. That's assuming you can come up with $120K in cash to, like, actually buy the fucking house in the first place. So here, this is a cheap one, I guess. 1,300 square feet, $475,000. Let's see how much this is. $3,000 a month. So, yeah, it's about the same as what I pay now. But that doesn't include utilities, your cable bill. You know, you also have to go out and furnish this place, too, which luckily I wouldn't really need too much of that. But, again, you have to come up with, what, $95,000 in order to buy it? So, yeah, if I had $100,000 sitting around, maybe this would be the better decision long term. But, you know, also, what's the state of this house? So it's built in the 80s, so it's probably not great. Trying to see if we can find a... Let's see if we can find a better example. Yeah, all your freestanding houses are going to be like $1 million, which is wild. A condo for sale. Let's see what this is. So this is about the size of what I have now. So 420,000. 420,000. Let's see what this looks like. Oh wait, I think pictures are up top. All right, so it's not terrible inside. It's not too bad. A little outdated, but not anything awful. So let's see what your monthly payment looks like on this place. $2,800 a month. So again, it's about the same price as what I'm doing right now. But, again, you have to come up with $84,000 in cash. So, which is easier said than done. Yeah, I'm way... Well, the thing is I don't actually ever have to go into DC. So I'm using this as an example of, like, the best case scenario. Because Chantilly, yeah, like you said, is way out. It's where all the data centers and shit are. You know, it's about an hour and 30-minute commute during peak traffic to DC. But yeah, that's probably, this is probably one of your best case scenarios, is you get something like this for 420 grand. You get a condo. So again, you don't even own the whole building. It's a condo, but it's like basically what DSP lives in right now that we looked at last night. What the fuck is that? They just put a bunch of random businesses in there? I guess it's to show that you can customize it? I don't fucking know, man. So how much is that a month? I passed it. 3,500. But, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've already pulled up the real estate for Arlington, for example. And it's just ridiculous. Or like McLean as well. That's another area we've looked at in the past. So, you know, it's brutal. Yeah, it has an HOA. Everywhere up here has an HOA. Everywhere. Even apartments have HOA. Like, everything does. I think Virginia requires you to have an HOA. Like, it's a requirement within city limits for, you know, neighborhoods and apartment complex, everything to have HOAs. Yeah, you don't want to live in Falls Church, though, because that's where all the, Arabs are. Like, you get a little sketchy walk. That's where you see all the burqas. So, Falls Church is kind of sketchy at night. You don't want to go through there. That is a rougher part of town. Lived in Quantico? Oh, nice. In my neighborhood? I don't live in a neighborhood. I live in the middle of the fucking city. So yeah, there's a lot of foreigners all over the place. Yeah, I live amongst, I mean, I guess you can, nah, it's more of a block, right, in the city? You wouldn't call it a neighborhood. But yeah, there's a lot of foreigners. How do I feel safe walking? I have a knife. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, when I usually walk, there's not many people out, so usually I'm alright. No, you can't. Well, I mean, technically I could carry a gun because I have a concealed carry. But, no, I don't usually carry my gun. Dude, my area is so fucking, like, liberal that if I actually did shoot somebody, they would probably shoot me instead, even if it was in self-defense. So... You live in the thick of it? Yeah, bro, like every other person you hear on the side of the road as you're walking by doesn't even speak fucking English. So it's crazy, bro. Like, you feel like a foreigner in your own land. It's repulsive. Yeah, exactly. I get plenty of international travel right next door. Dude, it's every ethnicity you can think of. Like, every ethnicity. Not, like, just Arabs. It's Africans. Fucking every South American country you can think of. Asia, Indian, Pakistani. You know, just everything. It is quite literally Mr. Israel's melting pot personified. Let's see. Jay with the 2, play a little... Oh, yeah, we can. P.S. Don't like bum, RTU. Yeah, he is a bum. I just, like, the thing that, like, freaks me out about these full-time YouTubers and stuff is, like, bro, how do you not just upload constantly? Like, I would crank out, like, 4 or 5 videos a day. Like, should have multiple channels. You know, if that's your career. Like, I don't know. I guess people just get lazy.
Big up Liquid Richard. Don't come here and ask me how my day is and shit like that.
Like, let's just take a look real quick. What's an area of the country we should look at for housing? What's, like, a cheap area? Texas is expensive in certain areas, so it depends on where you look. Let's look in the South. Let's do... What fucking excuses did I make? I'm not fucking afraid. People ask me about my weight. Waking up every day, I can see myself right now choking fucking Scumpy. Grumpy because I need to get some snipers. Let's see what this is. Some of my cousins used to live here. They don't anymore. Charleston, South Carolina. Let's see how much better you get. So there's the $500,000 house. So let's see what it looks like. Alright, well, give me the photos, bitch. I don't care about fucking zooming. So it's an actual house. Yeah, that's a gut job, bro. That is definitely a gut job. Hell nah. Let's try this one. This is a more expensive city. Alright, that's not too bad. That's not... I don't really like it, but it's not, like, unlivable. That's nice. Kitchen's fine. I like the sink. Yeah, I mean, this looks fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's, yeah, kind of outdated, but livable. Yeah, that's fine. See, that's not bad. Honestly, I wouldn't care about buying this, and you could just fix it up over time. You got a shed out back? Fire pit? Bro, I'd get rid of that. Hell nah.
Stop eating Wendy's chili. Quit sniffing.
But yeah, that's fine, bro. That's a hell of a lot better than fucking, whatever the hell we saw previously. Let's see what the monthly payment would be. $2,500, dude. No HOA. $2,500. This is cheaper than what I pay for right now. So, that's what I mean. It's like, my area sucks. And then, this is also, like, a nicer city, too. You know, it's a much more desirable area to live in my opinion. So that would be an option. Here, let's see if we slum it. 300,000? How bad is this? Yeah, it's just like a little apartment, kind of. I mean, it's not terrible. For 300K, it's not bad. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, for 300,000, that's not bad at all. Oh, go back. Let's see how much it costs. Dude, fuck. 1,700 bucks a month. God damn, man. That hurts. That's so much nicer than what I live in now. I thought it was going to be slumming it, but nah. Yeah, it's time to move. I can come up with $60,000. Damn, that hurts, man. Yeah, that's a nice little house. I would be fine living in that. I would be perfectly happy in that for now. Let's see what this one is. 1,800 square feet. How much would this one be? 2,500, still cheaper than what I have. Yeah. Looks good. Yeah, this is kind of pissing me off now. It's like, damn, I could buy this instead. I'd have a yard for my dog. Wow. Yeah, honestly, bro, it's kind of depressing. And this is one of the more expensive areas in South Carolina, too. So this is considered like a more expensive, upscale area. So there's 700,000. Let's see, 540,000. Let's see what this looks like. That looks nice out front. A little cluttered with stuff, but the space is nice. Yeah, I mean, all of this looks good, bro. Like, you know, you could easily live in that. Yeah. Dude, I would definitely live in something like this. That'd be a nice yard to have to throw the ball for your dog. Like, looks good, man. The Peninsula. Ooh. Oh, it has a neighborhood pool. I'd never use that, but I guess that's nice. Oh, I can go hang out at the playground. But yeah, dude, it's depressing as fuck, because, like, I could definitely have a house right now. I could absolutely have a house right now, but not where I live. HOA bros? Well, the way most of those neighborhood pools kind of work is it's optional. You buy into it if you want. You don't have to. Become a lobbyist, yeah. Shit, man. Yeah, I don't want a house where I live. That's why I haven't gotten one, for one. Two, they're way too expensive for what you get. I'd have to go live in the fucking boonies, you know, out in the middle of nowhere, if I wanted to get something, you know, remotely good. Be like Raymond? No. Absolutely. If there's anything I don't want to do, it's that. It's definitely that. I don't want to be like him at all. Dude, I'm not a big enough spaz to be Raymond. That's the thing. I'm not a big enough spaz. I'm gonna be tweaking over noises, I know. It's so fucking loud. Here, let's see what let's see if there's anything interesting that he's uploaded. I haven't looked in a while. I have to go on a break from him. Because it's like, it just gets too depressing. Like, it's low-key a downer. This should make you... Oh, God. This should make you feel better about not getting women. Alright, let's watch that. That's clickable. That's clickable. Alright, here we go. Oh, wait, that one.
Oh, man. Every once in a while, it's a nice little reminder that it's not that terrible to not have a sexual partner in your life. And by that, I mean a girlfriend, wife, whatever you want to call it. Because quite frankly, ladies, that's what you've reduced yourselves to at this point. You've made it very clear you don't want anything to do with us as far as we as people go. What we could offer you is really just services and money in exchange for maybe some starfish every 6 months. Oh, and we can't even get that because we're bad. So
some starfish every 6 months. Brutal, dude. Like, at this point, I really just don't know why he doesn't pay for it, man. I really don't. Like, just go on your favorite escort site of choice, pay the, like, whatever $1,000 these bitches charge for 3 hours of fun. You know? Just get it out of your system.
Here we go. Thank you, People Magazine. Man asks if he's in the wrong for expecting girlfriend to keep paying after half of the bills after she cuts work hours. Grass ain't always greener. It's just that you're looking at it from an angle, right? Still got to pay half the bills and you cut your work hours, huh? Well, it just looks like you're finding a new roommate. You're going to be bunking in your part of the house. God, this is...
Yeah.
Oh, you know, never combine finances, never get married, never act...
$300 for an hour. Dude, I have no idea how much a hooker costs. Do I strike you as the type of person who's browsing the internet for a hooker? Like, I have no fucking clue how much a hooker costs. I would imagine that if you wanted a, you know, classier breed of whore, you would have to pay more than $300. But hey, maybe not. I have no fucking clue.
Actually, like, I don't know, build a real life with another person as a family union because you're now underneath his surname and you represent that surname now as the ambassador of life for his progeny. No, can't have that. No, you're equal partners, but I'm going to cut my hours in half. Well, I just can't, I'm not making as much, so I can't afford the rent. Well, looks like you got to move. That sounds like a you problem. You going to cut off the sex too? This is by Ashley Vega, and I'm sorry, Ashley. You look like the kind of girl, like, guys, be honest with me. She looks like the kind of girl that would pull some shit of, well, I did my...
Oh my god, bro. Whenever he profiles these women, it's like, what the fuck? Ashley, I don't really think so, to be honest. But hey, to each their own. Can he go one video without saying the word sex? I don't think so. It's okay, Griff, we won't judge you. Yeah, dude, I definitely am the type of person who would pay for sex. Absolutely. You know? Totally, bro. No, I would forgo sex in order to buy a Pokemon card, honestly, at this point, man. Like, forget the $1,000 hooker. Give me a $1,000 PSA 10 slab instead. You know? I'm probably, like, the least sex-motivated person you've probably ever met. Give me the money. The only way I would engage in prostitution is if I was the one getting paid. And that's on God. Griff has a crush on Ashley. Oh, yeah, dude. She's so hot.
My hours are cut and I have less money now. And this is the kind of girl that makes a TikTok about how much money she spends on makeup every month to look perfect for you. Even though we don't do it for you. We don't do it for men. We don't do it for men.
Oh, my God, bro. Jesus. We're already this fucking
Sage
unhinged.
College of Albany. Kingston University. University of Westminster. Oh, is she English? Of course. Of course she is. Of course she is. She look English to you? The man asked if he was wrong for insisting his girlfriend pay
what do you mean by that?
her
Right?
half
She's
of the
just
rent
as British
and bills
as
after she planned to work a few
George.
hours to help her depression.
Oh, God.
I am laughing at you. I'm sorry. I don't get to just all of a sudden not pay my bills because I feel kind of bad. Oh, I'm sad I don't get any poontang. I guess I can't pay my mortgage. Is there a special FBA forbearance? It's with the FHA. It's going to be, I don't even have an FHA loan, but a special loan forbearance, incel forbearance, ICB, lack of peen touch forbearance. She cut her hours due to depression, and now she can't make the rent, but he needs to be supportive. Right. Look, just admit what it is. You want sex. That's why you have a girlfriend. Okay? Look, I'm going to just...
We go from his girlfriend doesn't want to pay the full rent anymore that she owes because she cut her hours because of depression, and it goes to fucking sex immediately. Oh my God, bro, this shit's funny as fuck. I don't think sex has anything to do with what's being discussed. It's just, you know, the fact that she wants to cut her hours and no longer pay the same amount of rent because she's making less money, and then it goes immediately to fucking sex. I don't think them having sex was the problem.
Just start saying it for what it is, because there's no women that are interested in me anyway. There's none. Zero. And all you bitches are like, oh, that's your personality. You fuck yourselves. I wasn't always like this.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Dude, he was probably one of those nice guys. Do you know what I mean? Where it's like, yeah, I'm such a nice guy. I want to fuck you. Like, bro, it's like one of that, like, circumstances of, like, the dude who's, like, always nice, but in the back of his head, all he's thinking about is, okay, I did this for you. Now you have to suck my cock. It's like exactly that. But he has the same mentality with everything. If I do X, then I should get this. You know, it's like how he thinks that every woman should be like just, you know, jumping on his fucking dick because he bought a house, you know, he has a job, and he's not fat. So yeah, it's a very transactional, you know, mentality that he has. Absolutely. He is 100% a transactional person. He thinks that if you do X, you will receive Y. And that's just not the case. There's nuance to that.
A man and his girlfriend split. Oh, I love how it's a man and now it's a girlfriend that she needs help. Split rent and bills evenly while living together. While she said she'd go part-time for her mental health, she asked him to pay 70% of theirs. No! No!
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be if you're working less and you're going to be home more, then you definitely shouldn't be paying less of the rent because you're going to be the one sitting at fucking home all day. So yeah, you should be paying your fair share of the rent regardless. So it doesn't matter if you weren't in a relationship, you wouldn't be able to say like, oh, well, you know, I don't want to work as much, so I'm just going to pay less rent each month. That's not how it works. So, yeah, that's retarded. She signed a legal contract saying she'd pay X amount of rent per month when you signed the lease, so not how it works. You don't get to take a mental health day from your fucking rent payments.
No! What, I'm just supposed to come up with 30% more fucking money? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, I'm just willy-nilly. Oh, I feel sad now. I gotta cut my hours. I can't work as much. I need you to pick up the slack. We're not married, bitch. None of you want to get married. He refused and asked Reddit if he was wrong for doing so. Well, that was your first mistake, is not putting your damn foot in. Like, I said it recently on a stream. The reason that no women want anything to do with me is because I have standards and boundaries.
What?
Standards and boundaries.
I thought he couldn't even get a woman to look at him. I don't think it's your standards and boundaries that are the problem, dude. If you can't even get women to look at you, I don't think the standards and boundaries are the problem. Like, what standards and boundaries is he even talking about? I mean, he literally is on record saying he'll take anyone, as long as they're not fat and covered in tattoos and a single mom. So,
it's a hell of a drug. Like, no! You want to move in, it's 50-50. You want to cut your hours for depression. Like, unless you were legitimately hospitalized for trying to off yourself, I'm sorry. Men don't, you want to be equals. You want to be equal partners. You know, you better be giving him 6 blowjobs a day at that rate. Good God. This is just... A man sought support from a Reddit community after questioning whether he was in the wrong for still expecting his girlfriend to pay her half of the rent and bills. In his post, he explained that the couple had always split their shared expenses evenly while living together. He wrote that they both work full-time as trainees in different fields and were both qualifying within the next 3 months. Oh, so you're both broke. The man shared that the milestone would soon mean a pay raise for both of them, something they had been looking forward to.
And she had the fuck.
We have plans for the future that the pay rise will help us achieve within the next 2 to 3. They're English. No one says rise, except for the English. Aluminum. He explained, emphasizing that the increase in income was meant to support their shared goals. However, he said things became complicated. It's so complicated.
Oh my God.
When his girlfriend began discussing her
fuck,
struggles
man.
with mental health. My GF. My GF. My GF suffers from depression and has had a hard time off, and has had time off for a few times due to this. And has had time off work a few times due to this, he wrote. According to him, she had been considering a permanent change to her work schedule, saying that she has been talking about reducing her hours and asking to go part-time permanently as she believes it will help her mental health. Just get married and have a kid. Just get married and have a kid. And move to a place you can afford. You already got the girl. Move to a place you can afford. Oh, wait, the woman leaves if you want to do that? Can't win for losing. Her plan to work fewer hours would also mean earning less money. The man shared that she mentioned how the change would impact her income.
Dude, I don't believe you go crazy when you go bald, because I know plenty of bald people that are completely fucking normal. They're married, they have kids, they're super fucking relaxed and, you know, fun to be around. Like, I don't think this is a bald problem, man. This is a Raymond problem. There are plenty of bald guys that are suffering from success.
Explaining that instead of 250 pounds a month after tax pay rise, she'll end up with 100 pounds a month pay cut. Don't rely on women. 50, my guy in the Discord, we did the video. Go check it out. The guy, his name's Eric, and he had his girlfriend just up and leave because he refused to pay for a $50,000 wedding.
Bruh.
And she wanted to go off and be debt-laden and be a doctor, so whatever. And he bought a house.
Dude, I do not get that shit. Why do people want to blow 50 grand on a wedding? That shit's crazy, bro. Like, unless you're just stacked. Like, absolutely fucking stacked with cash. 50 grand on a wedding? Fuck that. Like, hell nah. You're gonna waste all that money just for a singular fucking event? With a bunch of people you don't really fucking care that much about anyway? Just to have it as a status symbol? Like, yeah. That guy dodged a bullet, so... Because if it wasn't that, it'd be something else later on that she wanted him to shell out an insane amount of money for. That's crazy, dude. 50 grand on a wedding. Yeah. Not in my fucking lifetime. Unless I just had, like, millions of dollars in the bank, there's no fucking chance I'd pay for that. None. That's wild, bro.
He bought a $500,000 house qualifying just on his income alone because he knew for a fact that, like, in the long run, you can't count on her income because what's is mine is yours, honey, doesn't exist anymore. Not in the land of equality. Not in the land of, you know, what your money is her money and her money is her money. And she's got 5 secret accounts that she don't tell you about, and she's going to cut her hours and make 100 pounds less a month. It's just... He said he tries to discuss the financial impact this might have on our shared goals, but the conversation didn't go as hoped. Of course it didn't.
Dump her ass.
Of course it didn't. You have expectations. She has a version of reality in her head that she's not willing to compromise on. You're going to have a problem. Do you have different... This is why men and women aren't getting together. This is why relationships aren't lasting. This is why no one can date. This is why no one can get laid. Everyone has different expectations and priorities, and no one knows how to communicate those in a way that's actually effective. I would think paying your bills to live in the apartment...
I mean, it's very simple, you know? Set it out at the offset of the relationship. If you want something, you can pay for it. If I don't want that same thing, I'm not going to pay for it. Especially if you're both working. There's no reason that a grown woman that has a job cannot pay her own way in the world. So, if she wants to work less, well, that means you're going to be spending less because you will have less money. But you still have to cover your rent and living expenses because that exists regardless. So, I don't know, man. As soon as you get the money, honey, I'd like to travel. Yeah, fuck that. I hate traveling.
You have chosen to live in to be close to work because you already have the woman, you already have the relationship, so check marks marked. Oh, wait, I forgot. The women can always just leave. So you always have to be fucking providing and improving and providing and improving, and you're just going to be a slave to this bitch forever, huh? I pointed out the impact this would have for our plans, but she said it doesn't matter, he wrote. According to him, his girlfriend responded by saying that if she went part-time, she expected him to take on a larger share of the expenses. I would be finding another place to live tomorrow. I'm not kidding. Like, if I ever finally find some chick that's willing to fuck me and wants to move in.
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna charge her rent at all. I don't even want to deal with that.
Bruh. We go from him saying, yeah, she's got to pay, to now he's saying, oh yeah, if a girl wants to move in and fuck me, I'm not going to charge her rent at all. Oh my god.
That conversation. Like, the expectation will be sex a couple times a week, but I'm not gonna
He wants to live in hooker.
It'd be a nightmare. I've tried living with a girlfriend. It lasted maybe 2 months. It did not last. It did not last. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. She mentioned that I'd have to pay a higher percentage of the rent and bills. He continued, adding that she said it would likely go to me paying at least 70%. Woman's boyfriend shocked she won't spend her $30,000 inheritance on joint European trip. Oh, fuck you too. The man told readers that he refused this new arrangement, believing that her personal decision shouldn't mean a financial burden for him. Yeah, no, it should not at all. I refused this and told her that her choosing to work less hours didn't mean her bills go down, he explained. He stood firm on his belief that if she reduced her hours, then she'll still have her half of the bills to pay. Yes, because that's how reality works, ladies. And I'm sorry, you can give him sex 3 times a day, and it's still not like, the bills have to be paid, and he's just not... Have her start an OnlyFans. I don't fucking know.
Oh, my God.
He said he reminded her that everyone has responsibilities, even when life gets difficult. I pointed out it's her choice to reduce her hours, and that her wanting to work less doesn't mean I have to pay more bills. He added that he would also like to cut back on work if he could, but understands that bills need paying. I guess jacking off every day to some 4chan thread isn't that bad, is it, boys? It's just be a pornosexual. That's fine.
Jacking off to a 4chan thread. Hold on. What the fuck? Yeah, apparently he, like, reads all the shit people say about him on 4chan religiously, which I'm sure that's healthy.
Fine. No women want anything to do with you anyway. You're never going to have a girlfriend anyway. Just, this is the bullshit that you're going to deal with. This is it. Oh, we want to be partners. We want to be equals. I don't want to work anymore. You need to pay more. You can cover the spare up, right? Right, honey. Sure, I can. According to his post, his girlfriend felt that his stance wasn't fair and accused him of being unsupportive. She said I wasn't being fair since this affected her mental health, he wrote. The man said he repeated his...
That is the new religion for women, is mental health. That is their new god. That is their new church. That is the new thing that they worship, man. Women are absolutely obsessed with this mental health shit. It is, like, literally worse than any cult I can think of. It's crazy, man. It is a literal cope and get out of jail free card for all the fucked up shit in their life.
Point once again, reminding her that it doesn't change the fact that we still have bills. I love that they have a... God, of course they have to put a multicultural couple up. The man turned to his Reddit community to ask, am I the asshole for still expecting her to pay her half? No. Let me... Just a resounding chorus, boys. No! His question sparked strong opinions from commenters, many of whom sided with him. One top comment said, "Not the asshole. Unfortunately, being an adult means you need to get your necessities covered before you can do what you want." Another user expressed a more cautious take on the situation, saying, "Not the asshole at all. If you agreed to this, then she's one depressive. If you agree to this, then she's one depressive stint away from not working at all, and you keeping her." Yeah, this women, stop bullshitting us. You just don't want to do anything. You want everything provided to you with no responsibility on your end. Now wait till at a society level that this really starts reaching a breaking point where it's like, oh, ladies expect en masse the electricity to keep working, the water to keep flushing, the plumbing to keep working, the sewage to keep draining. You still expect the maintenance on your car to still happen. You still expect goods and services when you go to the store, right? You know, there isn't just endless slave labor in China and endless immigrants from India that come in and do this work, right? You know that, right?
Well, technically there is.
You kind of need to start giving men a reason to get up and go do anything to keep your infrastructure and your roads and your cars and your houses operating. I'm not even talking about building new ones. I'm talking about maintaining the shit that you live in now. Oh, you hate your corporate landlords? Oh, but you take a shit on mom and pop landlords every chance you get, right? It's always, you're always a parasite. You're a parasite. Your landlords are a parasite. Even though you're providing a housing product that's actually renovated and in good stead and well maintained for 20% less than the corporate landlords do. But no, your individual landlords, they're the assholes. And $1,500 is too much to pay for a 3-bedroom house.
Bruh, he's trauma dumping.
The discussion around the post reflected the difficulty balance many couples face when mental health and finances collide. While the man's girlfriend hoped to prioritize her well-being before working less, he believed that the financial responsibility still should be shared. What are the comments? Not the asshole. D. Nicole says, "Not the asshole. I can understand if she needed a few months to get properly medicated or find less draining work, but just to say I'm going to put part-time permanently when she can't afford to do it isn't working towards a solution, and it's okay if you don't want to live that way. Split and go your own ways. That's the correct answer. Neither of you is apparently supportive of each other in the proper way." Of course,
oh my god.
Neither of you is supportive of each other.
It's not her fault.
Like, I don't think men and women are capable of being together anymore. It doesn't sound like you are her husband. If you are the boyfriend, then she needs to figure it out. Does she no longer want your shared goals either? It's great that she is talking to you about it and being upfront, but that doesn't mean you are required to financially support her. 50 years says, "I think the bigger question is, what will you do if she's in a terrible accident and she spends a month in ICU?"
Dude, it's in the hood. So it's Raymond's like $30,000 house that he renovated. And it's like in the hood or some shit like that. So yeah, it's not very high end, we'll just say. I can pull it up if you want.
Before another 3 months in the hospital before PT. Yeah, that happens. Complicated pregnancy with bed rest for 2 months before delivering a premature baby. She takes a bad fall. Most of these could also happen to you. Yeah. Or you have a hernia and rip a muscle open in your fucking groin and you're in constant pain and you have no one to take care of you. And it's just still on you to keep making money somehow. And to keep providing for yourself somehow. And to keep the roof over your head somehow. I don't think any of us selfish fucking millennials or Gen Z is ready for how shitty life is going to end up in middle age. Like, I'm staring down 40 here, and I feel like I'm staring down the barrel of a 20-gauge shotgun.
Uh-oh. Smith & Wesson retirement plan.
I have no options. Like, it's just me. Like, I can count on my dad for a few things, but he's not going to live forever. I'm not saying that in jest. I'm saying that in despair. This YouTube thing is hanging on a thread. Please like, share, and subscribe. By the way, super thanks and donation links are always available in the description down below.
Give me money!
For some reason I leave comments on. Leave a comment. Tell me how I'm wrong. Tell me how I'm a bald incel who will never deserve anyone. This is a bigger... Look, the economy, deflation, like, we've got to have something correct because everyone's going to end up alone. And everyone's going to be broke, and everyone's going to be mentally ill and physically incapable. And you know, what happens when you have surgery and you have no one to come take care of you? And you got to piss in a gallon jug, and you don't even have any gallon jugs. Like... Can't even wipe your own ass. It's just...
Dude, I fucking hate when that happens, when I have to piss into a gallon jug, but you're all out of fucking jugs.
Life is going to just keep getting worse and worse and worse for millennials and Gen Z because America is in a state of managed decline. Our glory days, the Reagan era, it's done. They chose for us to lose. And make no mistake, they made this choice for you. You did not make this choice. It is not your fault, millennials. My fellow millennials. It's not your fault. But we got to fucking deal with it. I don't think you're ready to plan for the future with her. Maybe she's not the one for you. The problem is there's no one that's the one for you. Like, you reach a certain point in life where you realize, like, just give me somebody that's good enough. Like, I'm even at the point where it's like, okay, just somebody that's good enough, that's interesting. I
thought you had standards and expectations.
It's going to get bad. It's going to get bad. I agree with the boyfriend. That said, I have suffered with severe depression. One major part of dealing with that is fighting it all the time. Men's can help it. They also make you feel different ways, good, bad, and off. The biggest part I learned after decades was that depression is a major symptom of not living in your purpose. There's that fucking word again. Purpose. They should pay by percent what makes half fair. That purpose. You need purpose. Well, what am I supposed to fucking do to go have a purpose? I'm a 37-year-old single guy. There's no purpose. Like, oh, you're an excess male, Ray, man. Shut the fuck up. I'm so sick of being called that. Shut up. Call me that. Say it one more time. One more time.
Yeah, one more time.
Single guy. There's no purpose. Like, oh, you're an excess male, Ray, man. Shut the fuck up. I'm so sick of being called that. Shut up. Call me that. Say it one more time. One more time.
Holy shit, man.
Purpose. Your purpose is to serve others. Give more of yourself. Make sure you serve others. Serve others harder. You're just not serving others hard enough. Will that get my peen touched if I serve others harder? Well, no, but you'll feel better about yourself. What if I don't? What if I actually don't feel better about myself for serving others harder, huh? What about then, Christian? What about then, pastor? What about then, church? Well, then you're just a bad person. You're going to burn in hell for all eternity.
Oh
nice
my
blink in your eye
god.
there. Can you show me where I'm sinning? I love that. Can't you plank in terms of, you know, boundaries and standards. Boundaries and standards. It's fuck. It's not better. It's not better. There you go. There's your horror story. Like, share, and subscribe. That's all I got. That's all I got, guys.
Dude, holy shit.
Virginia, if you can take me back to you.
Oh my god, bro. Brutal. You're an excess male. Oh my god, man. Oh, dude. Just that content. This whole genre of, oh, it's the Raymond Light over here. Non-bald Raymond. Ugh. Dude. Yeah, the Polish chick is hot. Yeah, he has the same head shape as Raymond. He's just not bald. Yeah, this chick.
This is Victoria
Oh,
This is Victoria Gajosz, and she's rewriting Polish sprint history. Born July 6, 2006, Poland. At just 19, she ran 23.07.
I hate that voice. Hell yeah, dude. Trillions of dollars have been spent to convince you that you don't want that. Trillions have been spent to convince you that you don't want that. Oh god, bro, it's the fucking Odin jackoff guy. What if alt hissed? Does this guy just make Raymond Doomer videos? I guess so, probably. His channel name is retarded. Dad mode in dark mode? What the fuck does that even mean? Why not just dad in dark mode? Like, why would you put the mode after dad? Like, just put dad in dark mode. There you go. Dad mode in dark mode. Whatever. His pick and banners AI generate. Yeah. I mean, who cares? You're an NPC. All right, let's see.
So it's Friday.
Bro, I think that's kind of ironic because this style of content is like literal NPC content, I feel like.
I wasn't going to do a video. Typically, I upload videos on Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. But you know what? I'm throwing out a wild card here. I'm deciding to do a sequel on yesterday's video. So you're welcome. But anyways, so what I'm going to talk about here is about people and how they think that they are thinkers. So here's the thing. Most people, they think they are thinkers. They think they are, but they aren't. They are reactors. And I don't mean this as an insult of any kind. It's just a fact that has been documented by a bunch of researchers in human cognition. So one in particular, Daniel Kahneman, he spent decades proving that the
Daniel Kahneman. Is there a less than 0% chance that that's a fucking troll study? I don't know. A lot of these studies, air quotes, I feel like are just bullshit in the first place. They just make shit up and see if people believe it.
mind essentially has two modes. There's system 1 and system 2. And so system 1 is immediate. It's
No.
And so two modes. He spent decades proving that the mind essentially has two modes.
Yeah. Dad mode and dark mode. See what I did there?
There's system 1 and system 2. And so system 1 is immediate. It's automatic, it's instinctive, right? And then there's system 2, which is it's slow, it's analytical, and it's deliberate. And here's the thing about humans. They default to system 1. They default to the immediate, automatic, and instinctive almost all the time. Most people never actually enter system 2 unless they are forced to. And what that means is that most people are not arriving at beliefs. They're just reacting to stimuli. And so just think about it. This is why when you try to talk to people about truth, they don't consider truth. They consider discomfort. when you're speaking to them. They consider social costs. They consider how your statement will be judged. They don't evaluate what you say. They evaluate whether agreeing with you is socially expensive or not. So, but yeah, I mean, you already know this is true. You've seen it in your life, I'm sure. When everyone in the room believes something and you challenge it, you notice the tension there, right? You're at a party and people are just, you know, being surface level, and somebody says something that you know is blatantly false, and you at first you think to yourself, man, should I say it? And then you're like, yeah, screw it, I'll say it, see what happens. And then that's what happens. You feel the discomfort, you see that sudden confusion in their eyes. And here's the thing, they don't run the logic. They run the social calculation. That's what's happening. And then there's this thing called the Ash experiments. And so what those did was those proved that the majority will knowingly say something false if the group says it first, which is way stupid, but humans, right? And then Milgram proved that this is an actually insane experiment. That proved that the majority of people will obey an authority, even if what they're doing, what they're asked to do by the authority, violates their own conscience, which is wild.
Yeah.
So I mean, just combine these findings here, okay?
It's like the thing where if you should try this out if you're ever curious. Like if you're ever at a hotel, walk into the elevator and just face towards the back wall. And if anyone else gets on the elevator after you've already gotten on, everybody will copy the exact same thing that you're doing. They will quite literally face the wall as well if you're already doing it. It's kind of wild, but yeah. It's just herd mentality on steroids and also appeal to authority type shit. Griffin has work mode and gamer mode. That's right. Also add in Gooner mode.
Form beliefs rationally. They conform to eliminate social discomfort. And they obey authority to avoid standing alone. And what does that produce? An average human being who does not generate thought. What do they adopt? They adopt narratives. They don't generate thought. They just adopt narratives. It's wild. And then old Jonathan Haidt, he proved the same thing with moral psychology. People do not reason their way to their values. They feel a gut reaction first, and then invent the justification later. It's kind of like sales, where people, they buy with their hearts and then justify it with their minds. They buy with emotion and justify it with logic later. But this means that the logic, this is scary. The logic is not the cause of the belief. The logic is a defense of the belief. I mean, dude, the heck?
I'm a caveman with yeah, that's one of the more wild quotes, I must say. It's like, did cavemen have insomnia? It's like, come on, bro. That's the perfect epitome of trying to be a thinker. Like, yeah, let me say some shit that sounds super profound. Wow. Like, that just comes off as so midwit to me. Guys, do you think cavemen got nervous? Do you think cavemen were worried about how they were going to survive? Yeah. Pretty sure they did.
It's crazy. But yeah, I mean, Robert Cialdini, he documented how micro signals guide behavior, defaults, authority badges, scarcity cues, repetition, social proof. I mean, what you think of as belief systems inside the average person is just a network of triggers. It's just a network of triggers. And so, and here's a very fascinating part. So Edward Bernays, he didn't predict this. What he did was he weaponized it. He understood that the average person is driven by, they're not driven by cognition, they're driven by compliance. I mean, he built public relations around that truth. He wasn't manipulating powerful independent minds by any stretch. What he was doing was he was steering a majority that does not originate its own thought. And this is the actual.
Who does that sound like? Like Review Tech USA and every other YouTube leftist you can point to. They don't actually derive their own fucking thoughts. They just parrot what they're told to believe. So, yeah, that is definitely true. That is definitely fucking true. We see that all the time, especially with modern politics, man. That's probably more relevant than ever.
Reason the world feels frustrating when you think independently. Because you've made the mistake of assuming that the average person thinks before they speak, and they don't. They don't. I mean, you're assuming they evaluate your words based on accuracy. They don't.
Dialogue.
They evaluate based on, will believing this costs me acceptance. Because we're social creatures, so we need to be accepted by the group. And to a fault, apparently, a lot of the time. But yeah, I mean, this is, I'd say this is the real divide in humanity. I mean, it's just a statistical reality. I mean, the majority is average, okay? Average means reactive. Reactive means predictable, and predictable means steerable. I mean, yeah, it's wild. I mean, but kind of what I said in my video from yesterday, that there is a cost to being conscious. once you see what drives most people, you stop doing a lot of things. You stop expecting depth from them, for one. You stop expecting logic. you stop expecting original thoughts. I mean, and this is where we're at. I mean,
oh my god.
And that's the thing, is like a lot of people.
I'll never be accepted. Probably not, man. I'm like normie repellent, so I don't know. I don't fucking have that tendency to be like, yeah, you know, I'll just agree with what everybody else. Like, I don't fucking care. I don't know, man. I have zero desire to be accepted by the group. That has never been a guiding thing that I've cared about. Personally, you know, I'm A-okay not fitting in with the group. I just remember, like, during my AP government class, there was, like, some fucking lib in there, and we used to have, like, debates all the time. And, he goes, like, if you have that mentality, you know, no one's ever going to want to be around you. And I'm like, well, listen, if the people I'm going to be around are like you, I'd rather not be in the first place. And it's just like, bro, honestly, that's the case. It's just like, why am I going to put on a fucking mask to be around a bunch of people I don't fucking like in the first place? Makes no sense. Zero fucking sense.
They think that they're surrounded by intellect and intentionality. They're not. They are surrounded by reaction and imitation and compliance. So, I mean, here's the thing, man. You must stop treating the average person as if they are...
Yeah, my teacher kind of had a look of shock on her face when it happened, because, like, she was worried about it, because, like, it was getting personal, like, his kind of like, no one's ever gonna... Blah, blah. It's like, yeah, well, if they're like you, I don't want to be around them in the first place. And she just kind of had, like, the look of, you know... Because basically, I was one of the few conservatives, quote-unquote, in the class. I probably should say right-winger. But... yeah, I mean, you know, so it was, like, not even just one person. It was, like, 3 or 4 of them at the same time. But, yeah, I don't know, dude. It was pretty funny. Like, after the class, my teacher, like, pulled me aside and said, I was kind of worried that you were getting ganged up on, but you handled it well. I was like, oh, yeah, it's fine. So, that teacher really liked me, which I think she was, like, a stealth conservative, if you know what I mean. Like, she had to pretend to not be, but actually was, if you got her to be honest. So... but yeah, that was a pretty fun class, honestly. We had, like, a bunch of debates and stuff all the time because it was a presidential election year. And, yeah. They were all the fucking libs were, like, Bernie bros and shit, and it's like, bruh.
Are consciously choosing their conclusions, because they're not. they're just following the path of least resistance. They want to eliminate tension and friction. They want to stay inside the warm, cozy blanket of social approval. Man, they want to feel like they are on the good side, right? I mean, that's the primary reward mechanism driving them. So when you share truth with people and they reject it, I mean, you have to understand what's happening here. They aren't rejecting your logic. They're not running the numbers, dude. They're rejecting not those numbers anyway. They're rejecting the social discomfort that comes with accepting what you just said. So if they even can like understand it and retain it, I mean, the odds of them understanding it are nil. But I mean, they're preserving their position in the herd. I mean, this is why people will defend ideas they don't actually understand, and the reason also why they'll attack ideas that they can't even argue against. So I mean, these are the people that block, cancel, and ostracize anyone who introduces anything that's uncomfortably accurate. But yeah, they're not, newsflash, they're not evaluating information, they're protecting belonging.
The thing is, people will choose to be comfortable over anything. Like, people will deny the truth, people will accept a lie, people will basically do anything to prioritize their comfort. That's what everyone cares about in the modern age. It's all about comfort. We're in a comfort economy. You know, people don't want to leave their house, so they pay, you know, thousands of dollars a month to get it delivered. You know, people don't want to hear anything that contradicts their existing worldview, so they'll get into fucking arguments over shit that they don't even understand. Like, people just want comfort. They want to turn on their TV, shut off their brain, and believe everything's well and good. Because, you know, their appeal to authority figure told them so. They don't want to think for themselves. They don't want to have any responsibility for what happens to them. They just want to exist in a eternally comfortable state with little to no worries about anything. So.
Belonging at the end of the day. And so, I mean, the psychological field has been screaming this from the rooftops for decades, that, you know, most people aren't thinking, they are reacting. Most people aren't reasoning, they are rationalizing. Most people aren't independent, they are conforming. And dudes like Edward Bernays, they understood all of this even before people even had a word for it. I mean, this was his entire philosophy. If you control the frame, you control the reaction of the masses. You don't need to dominate them. You just need to give them a narrative that reduces their social anxiety. Because, man, the average person, like I've said, the average person doesn't want truth. They want the least socially expensive belief possible. I mean, and this is the part that people don't want to face. I mean, if
well, it's like the whole noticing thing, you know? It's like, once you activate that part of your brain, there's no shutting it off. Like, you're genuinely are more miserable the more you know about the world. And a lot of people don't want to face that reality where it's like, yeah, they know something's wrong. Yeah, they know that things shouldn't be this way. Yeah, they know that, you know, their situation is probably deliberately thrust upon them. But they'd rather live in a state of blissful ignorance than actually have to face the reality. So, it's just, I mean, yeah, it kind of sucks. Like, knowledge is misery. I forget where that's from, but it's a very true quote. Like, knowledge is, in and of itself, misery. But someone has to fucking know it, or else it's lost. So, if ignorance is bliss, then knowledge is misery. And I think it's definitely fair to say that once you know, like, what's truly happening, it makes you a much different person. Because you can't just shut it off and enjoy things like you used to when you realize the nature of what it is you're consuming, watching, financially supporting, working for, and everything. It's like, it opens a whole new fucking lens on reality. And a lot of people just are not mentally equipped to handle that.
If you think independently, you will not have the same social experience as the average person. You probably already know this, depending how deep you are down the rabbit hole. But I mean, you will not be able to unsee the programming. You can't. It's really cringe. You're not able to join conversations without noticing the scripts they are running off of.
Noticing.
And yeah, your aloneness that you feel is the consequence of consciousness, frankly, because you are thinking in a world that's optimized for reacting. But here's an important point. Being above average is not a reward. It is a responsibility. Because I mean, you can't go backwards. Once you're there, I mean that the toothpaste is not going back in the tube. Sorry, but once you understand that most people don't think independently, you stop expecting them to. You stop trying to convert them. You stop trying to rescue them. You stop trying to get validation from them. So you can sleep easier now, okay? In that context. But yeah, I mean, you direct your energy toward the few people who can actually think. Do that. Because my life changed. I mean, my life changed once I adopted this mentality and this mindset, this practice. Your life changes when you accept that the majority is average, and that average means reactive and reactive means programmable. And once you know this, your goal is not to fit in. Your goal isn't to be left.
No, what average actually means is half the population is below average. At least half. That's what you have to think of. Because in order for an average to work, there has to be an overwhelming number of people that are below that average. And that's the reality. That's kind of scary to think about, because it shows you that at least half the population are barely even functioning people. So, in order for there to be someone extraordinary, there has to be at least 100 people that are below average. So, let's see. Oski Woski with the 5. A slave obeys, a man chooses. Ironically, it's a Jewish man. It says, yeah. Good old Bioshock. And let's see. Not the quote you're looking for, but it's the same idea. Let's see. What do you miss? I miss the way I viewed the world before I knew too much about it. Yeah, pretty much, man. That's the thing. It's like, ignorance is bliss in a sense. But that's what they say. The dumbest people, on average, are usually the happiest.
Like, either your goal is not... It's no longer to win approval from people who aren't even conscious. Your goal now is to create a life anchored to reality. Okay? Your life becomes built on thought instead of reaction. And that's the dividing line. There is the automatic majority and the thinking minority. And the moment that you accept which side you're on, your strategy changes permanently. You stop trying to belong, and you start building a world where thinking is an advantage instead of a liability. Thank you.
You're welcome. What is this dog shit?
Right now, millions of men are walking away from society. No protests, no riots, just silence. You can call it a crisis, a phase, or a quiet rebellion, but something profound is happening around us. Men are disconnecting.
Cartoon slop.
Not in a blaze of anger, but with a sense of quiet exhaustion. They were told to be strong, provide, and achieve, but every time they hit the target, the finish line just moved further away. This is the story of what happens when they stop running the race, when they realize the prize they were promised was never worth the price of their own peace. There are no protests, no riots, just men quietly disconnecting from a world that seems to demand everything, and offer very little in return. They're ghosts in the machine of society, silent partners in a social contract they never agreed to sign but were expected to honor with their sweat, their sanity, and their lives. This isn't a story you'll see leading the nightly news. It isn't loud or violent, it's a passive resistance, an exodus happening in quiet apartments, on solitary walks in the park, and in the vacant chairs at meetings and family gatherings. It's the story of millions of men who looked at the script society handed them and decided, quietly but firmly, to go off book. They're learning that the greatest act of rebellion in a world that wants to break you down is to simply find your own peace and protect it, no matter the cost. This is the story of their quiet rebellion. Section 1. The problem, the silent exhaustion. There's a game that's been played for generations. It has a very specific set of rules and roles, handed down to men from the moment they're born. And you know these rules because you've lived them. Be tough, but not too tough. Be sensitive, but never weak. Be a provider, a protector, a performer. Climb the ladder, get the girl, build the empire. Never complain, never falter, never show the cracks. For decades, this was the path. A man's worth was measured by his utility. His value was a direct reflection of his paycheck, his job title, his ability to acquire and provide. It was a simple, if brutal, transaction. Your labor and your sacrifice in exchange for respect, admiration, and a place in the social hierarchy. The patriarchal role of economic provider has long been intertwined with the definition.
Is this my voice? Oh yeah, man. I'm a soft-spoken British person when I'm not streaming on this channel. Definitely. You never go full black pill. I'm not black pilled.
Of manhood.
I'm very much a believer in know your reality. But yeah, I refuse to surrender hope. Or agency, for that matter.
This isn't just a belief, it's a crushing weight. Research has consistently shown that financial instability and economic uncertainty are linked to devastating mental health outcomes, significantly increasing the risk of suicide, particularly in men. But what happens when the game changes? What happens when the rewards for playing by the rules start to vanish? That's the reality for millions. The stable single-income jobs that built the middle class have been largely replaced by automation or sent overseas. For men without a college degree, the economic landscape is especially bleak. The promise that hard work would lead to a good life feels increasingly hollow. But this is only one piece of the puzzle. The very definition of success has become a moving target. Society is demanding a new kind of man, one who's emotionally available, an equal partner, and a sensitive communicator. In isolation, these are positive changes. The problem isn't the new expectations, it's that they've been piled on top of the old ones without any of the old burdens being removed. So now, a man is expected to be a rock of stability and a fountain of emotional vulnerability. He must be a top-tier earner and an ever-present hands-on father. He has to be ruthlessly ambitious at work, but leave it all at the door to be a fully engaged partner at home. He's told to open up, but the moment that vulnerability is seen as weakness, he risks being seen as less of a man. The cultural message is a dizzying paradox. Talk about your feelings, but don't make anyone uncomfortable. Be an equal partner, but don't forget you're still the provider. This is playing out right in front of us. It's a system of impossible standards, a performance that never ends. The result is a silent, creeping exhaustion, a profound sense of being set up to fail. Men are tired of the hustle, tired of the performance, tired of trying to be everything to everyone, only to feel like they're never enough. The labor force participation rate for prime-age men has been on a gradual decline for decades. Back in the 1950s, nearly every—
That's because companies stopped hiring men, not because men don't want to work. It's because companies literally straight up discriminate against men nowadays.
Every man of prime working age was in the labor force. Today, that number has fallen significantly, but this isn't about a sudden mass walkout. In fact, with recent economic uncertainty, quit rates have fallen to near pre-pandemic lows, suggesting many feel stuck, not rebellious. The rebellion isn't happening by men leaving their jobs. It's happening by men emotionally and psychologically checking out. It's not laziness, it's the logical consequence of a game that feels unwinnable. It's a silent protest against a social contract that has become a one-sided deal. The quiet rebellion begins, not with a bang, but with a deep collective sigh, and a man asking himself a simple, devastating question. Why am I even running? Section 2. The agitation. A system designed to break you. So how did we get here? How did the game become so rigged that millions of men are choosing to just walk off the field? The answer is woven into the very fabric of our society. In many ways, the system is functioning exactly as it was designed, to extract as much utility from men as possible, often until there's nothing left. Let's talk about the concept of the disposable man. It's a harsh term, but it resonates. From a young age—
Oh god, bro, that's what Raymond was just talking about. The expendable male or whatever.
Boys are socialized to believe their value is conditional. You are valued if you are useful, a hero if you sacrifice. Think of every disaster movie or war story. Who's on the front lines? Who's expected to run into the burning building? Data consistently shows that men account for over 90% of workplace fatalities. This is the silent agreement. A man's life is currency to be spent in service of society. This disposability isn't just physical, it's economic and emotional. It's the pressure to take the most grueling jobs and longest hours in the name of being a provider. Even successful men often trade their well-being for wealth, and the system shames them when their body or mind inevitably breaks down. This brings us to the psychological price of the game. Society created performance masculinity, a rigid definition of manhood that has to be proven daily through action and emotional suppression. You're not a man just because you exist. You have to perform your masculinity. This performance is exhausting. It forces men into what researchers call the man box, where you must be tough, self-reliant, and in control at all times, showing fear—
The man box or the bussy? Why is it so gothic? It's probably just whatever AI prompt he entered. Probably said make a animation like blank. I have no idea.
No fucking clue. Fear or sadness violates the code. The consequences are catastrophic. Men suffer from depression and anxiety at staggering rates, but it often goes undiagnosed, manifesting as anger, irritability, or escapism. They suffer in silence, believing it's their burden to bear alone. And the silence is killing them. Men die by suicide at a rate nearly 4 times higher than women. It is a silent epidemic fueled by loneliness and an inability to ask for help. When you're taught your entire life that your value lies in your strength, admitting you're struggling can feel like a fundamental failure. So instead of reaching out, many choose the only exit they feel is available. This isolation
Do a 360 no scope, front flip, back flip off a bridge.
is a defining feature of the modern male experience. While some studies show men and women report similar overall rates of loneliness, there's a key difference. Men are far less likely to turn to friends or family for emotional support. One 2021 study found that the percentage of men with no close friends had increased dramatically since 1990.
Yo, that's me.
Think about that. A massive increase in profound social isolation. Another study found a majority of young men agree with the statement. No one really knows me well. For those men, the likelihood of having suicidal thoughts more than doubles. This is the emotional blackmail of the system. It promises status in exchange for your authentic self. It offers a distorted purpose while isolating you from true human connection. Social media has supercharged this, turning masculinity into a commercialized brand, creating an impossible standard that makes ordinary men feel like failures before their day has even begun. So what do you do when the game is rigged? When the rules are designed to break you, and the cost of playing is your health, your happiness, and maybe your life? You have two choices. You can keep playing, running faster on a treadmill that's only speeding up, or you can stop. You can simply quietly put down the controller. This isn't surrender. It's an act of profound self-preservation. It's the beginning of the quiet rebellion. What we're talking about is a shared experience. That feeling of exhaustion, of playing a game you can't win. It's something millions of men are going through, often in total isolation. But you're not alone in feeling this way. If you've ever felt like you're running a race with no finish line, this community is for you. The fact you're watching this is proof that this is a real and growing conversation. This channel is a place to explore these ideas and find new ways of living. A community for those looking for a different path. We're exploring what it means to define success on your own terms.
This isn't just a YouTube channel. It's a community, guys.
So if you feel this
I know, bro. This slop tent is kind of addicting. This AI slop is kind of addicting to watch.
conversation is worth having, I invite you to subscribe. Click that button and join a tribe of men who are choosing to define success and happiness on their own terms. You don't have to walk this path alone.
Hell
Now,
yeah, dude.
let's get back to what it means to actually quit the game. Section 3, the solution, the quiet rebellion. So how do you fight back against a system so pervasive? For a growing number of men, the answer isn't to fight at all. Not in the traditional sense. It's not about storming barricades or starting a revolution. The quiet rebellion is an internal one. It's the conscious decision to stop playing a rigged game. It's realizing that the only winning move is not to play. This isn't about blaming women or society. It's a deeper, more personal liberation. It's about detaching
But what if I want to blame women in society?
your self-worth from the external validation the system uses to control you. It's taking your chips off the table and walking away. Pillar 1, redefine what it means to win. The first step is to redefine what it means to win. Society tells you winning is about more money, more status, more possessions. The quiet rebel understands this is a trap designed to keep you on the hamster wheel. The true victory isn't getting more, it's wanting less. This is an embrace of modern minimalism, not just of things but of obligations. It's about consciously building a life that is simple, manageable, and above all peaceful. It's the guy who turns down a high-stress promotion because he values his evenings more than a bigger paycheck. It's the guy who opts for a smaller apartment instead of a mortgage mansion that owns him. It's the man who deletes dating apps, not out of defeat, but because he refuses to participate in a gamified marketplace that treats people like products. He learns that his time, his energy, and his mental peace are his most valuable assets.
Dude, I fucking hate that word. His peace. Bro, that has got to be the gayest shit ever from, these fucking red pill channels. You know, men care about protecting their peace. It's such a woman thing to say. What type of fucking retarded shit is that, man? Oh, they just want peace. Peace. Bro, men thrive in war. You take anyone who's ever been in a fucking conflict, military especially, and the best memories they have in their life are literally them with their buddies doing hard shit. Men do not want peace. That is a fucking female fantasy. Men want something to fight, work, and believe in. Period. I just want to protect my peace. Dude, that just sounds like something some fucking retarded woman would say. Am I wrong? It just sounds like the most feminine shit ever. Oh, I'm just focusing on my peace. Yeah, getting a fucking, never mind. Dude, getting a piece and blowing your fucking brains out. There you go. Yeah, grab your piece and blow your fucking brains out, dog. Jesus. Yeah, that shit always pisses me off. That other woman that's the super pick-me bitch. That's that's right, dude, men don't want to deal with that. It's that 40-year-old blonde that slides into frame in the mirror. She uses that stupid fucking peace phrase all the time. It's dog, no. No! That shit's so homo. I refuse to accept that. I've never wanted peace. Peace is lame. You'd get bored of it after 5 minutes.
Assets, and he refuses to trade them for things that don't bring him genuine contentment. Pillar 2, reclaim solitude. The second and most crucial part of this rebellion is reclaiming solitude. We're taught to fear being alone. Loneliness is framed as a pathetic failure, but there's a world of difference between loneliness and solitude. Loneliness is the painful absence of connection.
Solitude is my favorite town in Skyrim.
Solitude is the joyful presence of the self. The quiet rebel finds power and peace in his own company. He stops seeing an empty apartment as failure and starts seeing it as a sanctuary, a space free from judgment and the need to perform. In solitude, he can finally hear his own thoughts without the noise of social programming. He can rediscover his own hobbies, his own interests, his own values. He doesn't need to justify his existence to anyone. This isn't a retreat driven by fear. It's a strategic withdrawal. He's building a fortress of solitude where he can recharge and rebuild his sense of self on his own terms. He learns that the peace he finds in his own quiet space feels better than the validation he was chasing ever did. Pillar 3. Authenticity over performance. This leads to the third pillar, authenticity over performance. The game demands a mask. The tough guy, the successful professional, the I've got it all together mask. The Quiet Rebellion is taking that mask off, first in private, and then with a trusted few. It's about embracing emotional honesty, understanding that strength isn't the absence of emotion, but the ability to feel it and process it. This isn't about public displays of vulnerability for social credit. It's about being honest with yourself, admitting when you're tired, when you're struggling, when you're not okay. When you stop performing, something remarkable happens. You attract people interested in the real you. Friendships become deeper based on shared values, not social climbing. The Quiet Rebel might have a smaller social circle, but it's a circle of solid gold. He'll take 2 true friends over 200 acquaintances any day. What this looks like in real life. Think about the archetypes. There's the corporate executive who realized the view from the top wasn't worth the climb. He cashes out, moves to a small town and starts a woodworking business. He makes a fraction of what he used to, but for the first time in decades he feels a sense of purpose. There's the young man who sees his older peers drowning in debt and working jobs.
Yeah, because he already has all of his fucking money. He already has all of his fucking money, you dumbass. Yeah, the fucking war has already been won. Now he can enjoy the fruits of his fucking labor and go do his woodworking because he already has fucking money. Holy fuck, dude, these videos are so obnoxious.
They hate. He looks at the path laid out for him and says no thank you. He works a simple job that covers his bills and dedicates his free time to his passions. By society standards, he's falling behind. But
like what passion?
He is happy. He is free. There's the divorced father who stops trying to win back the approval of people who never valued him.
Dude, the people making these videos are fucking woodworkers the way they got dick in their fucking mouth. That's for goddamn sure. Jeez, bro, this shit is just so, like, demoralizing. Like, this is a demoralization effort. 100%, bro. Is the Chinese government behind this AI account? Like, honestly.
Instead, he focuses on being present for his kids, building genuine friendships, and rediscovering hobbies he abandoned years ago. He's no longer chasing an image of success. He's living a life of meaning.
Yeah, and how long before your wife leaves you?
Rebellion is about choosing independence in its purest form, a quiet, self-assured independence. It's the power that comes from knowing you don't need anything from a system designed to exploit you. You don't need its approval or its rewards. You have your own definition of success, and it's one based on peace, freedom, and authenticity. That is the ultimate act of defiance. It's telling the system, you have no power over me because I no longer want what you're selling. Conclusion, life beyond the game. So what does life look like on the other side? What is the new reality for the man who has stopped playing? It's quiet. It's a quiet that's often mistaken for emptiness by those still caught in the noise. But for the man living it, it's the sound of peace. It's freedom from the constant grinding anxiety.
The sound of peace! What does peace sound like? What does peace sound like? A fucking hippie ripping a bong? What does peace sound like, bro? Please, let me know. A fucking oriental gong that gets rang every 5 seconds? Like, what are we talking about? The sound of peace.
Of performance. It's the relief of no longer having to prove your worth to anyone. This new reality is a world of discovered freedom. It's waking up and feeling calm instead of dread. It's finding joy in simple things, a good cup of coffee, a walk in the woods, a real conversation with a true friend. It's the satisfaction of work done for its own sake, not for applause. It's the comfort of solitude without the sting of loneliness. The man who has walked away is not a loser, he is a pioneer. He's charting a new path to a different kind of masculinity, one defined not by dominance or
The sound of peace is not hearing a lawnmower, yeah.
Wealth, but by integrity, self-possession and peace. He has traded the promise of a kingdom for the reality of his own soul. He understands this withdrawal isn't giving up on life, it's taking life back. It's refusing to sacrifice his one precious existence on the altar of societal expectation. He isn't antisocial, he's selectively social. He isn't unambitious. His ambition is for a life of meaning, not a life of metrics. This quiet rebellion is one of the most significant social shifts of our time, happening just under the surface. It's a silent declaration that a man's life is his own, and his peace is not for sale. For every man out there feeling lost, exhausted, and invisible, know this, you are not alone. There are millions just like you, making the same choice, walking the same path. And the choice to walk away, to stop playing, to seek your own path, that isn't weakness. It is the ultimate act of strength. It is the discovery that your own peace feels better than status or victory ever could. It's the realization that the only game worth winning is the one you play by your own rules. The quiet rebellion isn't about dropping out of life. It's about opting into a life that's actually yours. If this story resonates with you, you're not alone. This is a conversation that needs to happen out in the open. Subscribe to Psycore, where we question the script society hands us and write our own. This is a community for men who are redefining what success, strength, and happiness actually mean. You're not alone in this. Click that subscribe button, join the conversation, let's explore these ideas together. Thanks for watching, and remember, your peace is not negotiable.
That's right, guys. Never negotiate your peace. Dude, I fucking hate that shit so much. Your peace. Oh, your peace. Ugh, that's just like one of those fucking buzzwords I can't stand, man. JE5150 with the 5. Shalom, Griffin. Shalom. Shabbat shalom.
Give me monies!
You want a piece of cake? Yeah. Well, dude, I want a 19-year-old
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
nympho with a perfect peach. Or, I'm sorry, piece ass. There we go. These videos are so slop, man. Survivorship bias is a hell of a... Oh my god, I'm not taking the bait on that. Griff's peace is sleeping with... That's right, man. Sleeping in general, dude. Because I don't have to be alive in this fucked up world. I can live in my own dreams, even if for a moment. Your peace is hearing the ceiling bird chirp. That's right. That thumbnail's still funny, man. No bitches. Damn. Brutal. 4chan diaries. Oh my god. Dude, I fucking hate that word though, unironically, like the fucking peace bullshit. Watch. It's probably just another AI slot video.
Be me, 29, marketing coordinator, living in a
not.
decent one-bedroom in the city that costs too much but has exposed brick. Sunday morning.
That's a premium.
Still in bed, scrolling Twitter with my coffee going cold on the nightstand. See a thread
Brutal.
that makes me actually sit up.
Whoa.
5 reasons men have given up on dating and marriage. A thread. 12,000 likes. The replies are worse. Hundreds of men agreeing, sharing their own stories, talking about how they're done with dating. One comment, why would I risk everything for someone who can replace me the second someone better comes along? I screenshot it. Text my group chat.
Yeah, you know what? I'll experience peace when every single communist and leftist is no longer breathing.
Men are so fragile, LMAO.
There's my
Sarah
piece.
replies immediately, literally, they can't handle that, we don't need them anymore. Jess. Fragile masculinity is so embarrassing. I feel validated. Keep scrolling. The original thread is still bothering me though. I click back to it. The guy who posted it lists his 5 reasons. Financial risks.
Can we hear his 13 reasons too for why he blew his fucking brains out?
Divorce, alimony, being used. Family court, bias. Unrealistic female standards. Contradictory expectations, be traditional and modern. Being seen as disposable, replaceable. Each point has subthreads. Hundreds of men sharing nearly identical stories. I roll my eyes. Screenshot the list too. Send it to the group chat with, imagine being this delusional. That afternoon, we meet at our usual spot. Busy cafe downtown with good lighting. Sarah's complaining about Tinder again. I matched with this guy. Decent job. Seemed normal. Asked me out for drinks. I suggested this wine bar I love. Know what he said? Let's just do coffee instead. Coffee. Like I'm a freaking job interview. Jess nods. They're all like that now. No effort. My last 3 dates, they all wanted to split the check. I'm not saying I can't pay, but like, where's the romance? It's because they're intimidated, I say, stirring my latte.
Yeah, honestly, if you do ask a woman out on a date, you should pay for it. So, that I will give the Foids credit on. I do think that is pretty shitty. Where it's like you ask a chick out, and then you're like, oh, let's split the bill. It's like, okay, yeah, that's kind of, you know, you're kind of a bum at that point. Now, it's another thing if y'all have been dating for a while, and, you know, she never pays for anything, then I could see that being kind of like, okay, yeah, well, you know, you wanted to go do this, so why don't we just split it? But, yeah, if you ask a chick out to go on a date to a specific place, and then you get there, you all eat or whatever, and then you're like, all right, you got half, right? Like, that's kind of shitty. I agree. The Foids can have credit on that one. I disagree with that type of mentality.
They can't handle women who have their own money, their own
Every time Griffin goes on a date, I'm going to stop you right there because that doesn't happen.
opinions. It threatens them. Exactly. Sarah says, my therapist says it's because the patriarchy is dying and men are having an identity crisis. We all agree. Feel smart. Superior. I get home around 5. Scroll Reddit, land on a feminist sub I follow. There's a post.
God.
Why don't men approach women anymore? Discuss. Top comment is from a woman saying men are afraid of strong women. But there's another comment, downvoted to -47, maybe because you all spent 10 years calling us creeps for trying, demanding we pay for everything, while preaching equality, and now half of us know a guy who lost his kids and his house. But sure, we're the problem. The replies are tearing him apart. Found the incel. This is why you're single. Cry harder. But then I see something else. A quote tweet from @feministwriter, someone I actually follow, verified, writes for HuffPost. You know what? I'm tired of assuming. I'm going to actually interview men and document why they feel this way. Let's see if they can defend these excuses under scrutiny. 10,000 likes. Comments praising her for holding men accountable with facts and logic. Something tightens in my chest. Competitive. Annoyed. If she can expose these guys, so can I. Better. I look...
Griffin, stop looking. Looking at what? What should I stop looking at, PK?
Back at that screenshot from this morning, the original thread with the 5 reasons listed out, an idea forms. I'll investigate each one, find real men who believe this shit, document their reasoning, then write an article dismantling every single point. Show how each reason is just an excuse, a cop-out, fragile masculinity dressed up as victimhood. I open a new note on my phone, title it 5 Reasons Project, copy-paste the 5 reasons from the screenshot. Under each one, I'll collect my evidence, my interviews, my proof that this narrative is bullshit. This is going to be good. I matched with Derek on Tinder on Wednesday. 32, software engineer, actually cute. Profile says he likes hiking and trying new restaurants. Normal guy stuff.
Lame.
No gym selfies, no fish pictures. I'm optimistic.
No
we text
fish
for a few
pictures.
days. He's
Yeah.
witty, asks questions,
Bruh.
uses proper punctuation. I suggest brunch Saturday at this spot I love in North Park.
I'm proud to say I have never once taken a fish picture. That also could be due to the fact that I haven't been fishing in probably over a decade, but still, my record's clean.
He agrees. Saturday. I show up first, get a table on the patio. He arrives exactly on time, which I appreciate. Looks like his photos. We order. I get the avocado toast situation. He gets an omelette. The conversation is fine. He asks about my job. I ask about his. He laughs at my stories about my nightmare boss. I laugh at his story about a coding bug that took down their staging environment. But there's something off. A distance. Like he's pleasant, but not invested.
Yeah, because he just fucking met you dumbass. Oh my god. No shit, it's a first fucking meeting. Nobody's gonna be fully invested in you right off the bat. Like, how many people meet someone for the first time and they're, like, literally about to suck their fucking toes? Like, I don't know, man. What the fuck would you expect? It's just retarded. It's like, yeah, you literally just met this person. They're not gonna, like, immediately open up and, you know, tell you every fucking intimate detail of their fucking life. I don't know, man.
Like he's interviewing me instead of trying to impress me. The food comes, we eat. Talk about hiking trails we've done, shows we're watching, surface level shit. Check comes. Server sets it between us. I wait, take a sip of water. He doesn't move. I wait longer, starting to feel awkward. Finally I laugh, trying to keep it light. Oh, are we splitting? He nods. Yeah, I always do on first dates now. I pull out my card. Pay me half. $23.67 including tip. After, we're walking to our cars. I can't help myself. So, not a believer in chivalry. He stops. Looks uncomfortable. Honestly, I just got out of a bad situation. My ex, we dated for a year. She expected me to pay for everything. Every dinner, every trip. I paid her rent twice when she was between jobs. Covered her car insurance for 3 months. Then she left me for a guy who makes more than me. Some finance bro she met at a work conference. That's awful, I say, and I mean it. Kind of. Yeah, I felt like an ATM, like she was just using me until someone better came along. And when he showed up, I was out. She didn't even apologize, just said we wanted different things. He shakes his head. So now I split. If a woman's interested in me, she won't care about the check. I nod, say something supportive. We hug goodbye. In my car, I pull out my phone. Open that note. 5 Reasons Project. Under Reason 1, financial risks, divorce, alimony, being used, I type Derek, 32, SWE, paid rent plus expenses for X, 1 year. She left him for richer guy. Now splits all checks as protection. Says he felt like an ATM. I stare at it. Tell myself it's just one bad experience. He's projecting, but I write it down anyway. Monday at work, break room, microwave in lunch. Tom from IT is sitting at the table, stirring his coffee. Tom's quiet, mid-40s. Nice guy. Always fixes my laptop issues without making me feel stupid. I sit across from him. Hey Tom, can I ask you something? Are you dating anyone? He laughs, but it sounds hollow. No, not really interested. Why not? Long pause. He keeps stirring his coffee even though there's nothing left to dissolve. I got divorced 4 years ago. I'm sorry. Don't be. I mean, it was bad. She cheated. I found out through Instagram of all things. Her co-worker posted a picture of them at a beach. That was a fun conversation. I don't know what to say. He continues, voice flat. But
Yeah,
the divorce wasn't even the worst part.
The problem is this is almost 100% written by a guy. This is not actually a woman, most likely. Most of these fucking green texts are fake as fuck.
For custody. 2 boys, 8 and 10 at the time. I'm a good dad. I coached their soccer, did homework with them every night.
It's entertaining nonetheless.
Made breakfast before school. Didn't matter. Judge gave her
realistic,
primary
too.
custody. Said, mothers provide stability. That's insane. It's normal. I see them twice a month now. Every other weekend, I pay $1,800 in child support. Plus half their medical, school expenses, extracurriculars. I'm still paying off my lawyer. That was $15,000. She got the house. I'm in a 1-bedroom apartment in the shitty part of El Cajon. He finally looks up. And you know what? She has her boyfriend living there now. In the house I paid for, with my kids. I have no say in that. None. His voice cracks slightly on the last word. So yeah, I'm not exactly rushing to get married again. Every divorced guy I know, they have some version of this story. We all warn each other now. I feel something uncomfortable in my stomach. Tom, I'm really sorry. That's not fair. It isn't. But it's reality. I go back to my desk. Open my phone. Under reason 2,
Damn,
family
man.
court bias. I type, Tom, IT department. Pays $1,800 per month child support despite ex cheating. Lost custody, judge, mothers provide stability. Sees kids 4 days per month, $15,000 lawyer fees. Ex's boyfriend lives in his old house with his kids. Says every divorce guy I know has similar story. I stare at the entry. Tom's not a misogynist. He's a genuinely good guy. And that makes it harder to dismiss. Friday night. Home alone. Again. Tinder open on my phone. I'm scrolling through old matches, thinking about my research, wondering if I need more data points. Then I start noticing patterns. Every guy I swiped right on, 6 feet or taller. I literally had it filtered. College educated. White collar jobs, finance, tech, consulting, law, travel photos. Well dressed, guys I ignored or unmatched, shorter. Boring jobs, teacher, electrician, retail manager. Mirror selfies instead of the professional shots. I find a message from 4 months ago. Him, hey, loved your profile. Wanna grab coffee? I never replied. Click his profile. 5 feet, 8 inches. Electrician. Actually seems kind. Decent looking. Normal hobbies. I feel a tiny pang of guilt. Push it down. That's just preferences. Everyone has preferences.
This shit is so
But then
fake,
I
bro.
remember something
Definitely
I read
written by a
once
guy.
about how women on dating apps barely swipe right on anyone. I Google it. Find the study. OkCupid data. Men swipe right on 50 to 60% of women. Women swipe right on 4.5% of men. I close my laptop. That stat sits in my brain all night. Saturday dinner with Jake. Old college friend. We've stayed close over the years. Get dinner every few months. Text occasionally. He's doing well. Finance
Written
job,
by
fit,
Raymond,
lives in a
maybe
nice
so.
condo downtown. Single. We're at a Thai place in Hillcrest. Splitting an appetizer. So I'm working on this project, I say, dipping a spring roll in sauce. Trying to understand why men say they've given up on dating. He raises an eyebrow. And? Just gathering data. You're single? Why? He laughs. Sets down his fork. You really want to know? Yeah. He pulls out his phone. Opens Tinder. Shows me his stats screen. I'm not ugly, right? I'm 6 feet 1 inch. I make $140,000. I go to the gym 4 times a week. I get maybe 1 match a week. Maybe. My coworker, Emily. She's
Jesus,
cool.
man.
We're friends. She showed me her stats. 97 matches in 1 day. I'm quiet. And here's the thing. He continues. Most women on these apps are only swiping on the top 10% of guys. So those guys, they're drowning in options. Why would they commit? They don't have to. And the other 90% of us, we're invisible. I try to argue, but that's just apps.
Dude, this
In
is
real
so
life,
fake. I'm
it's
sorry,
not just
but it is
apps.
funny.
I tried approaching women in person, at a
Regardless.
bookstore, at a coffee shop. Both times I got cold creepy. One woman literally posted about me on Twitter. Didn't
Yeah,
use
that
my
never
name, but
happened.
described me. Tagged the coffee shop location. Her friends figured out who I was. Someone sent me the thread. I stopped trying after that. Silence. Then he says, quietly, looking right at me, "You rejected me 7 years ago. Remember?" My stomach drops. Hey, I'm not mad. I'm just saying. I was in grad school.
Oh
broke,
my God,
working part-time
bro.
at the library, making $12 an hour. You told me I was sweet, but not your type. That you needed someone more, what was the word? Ambitious. I feel heat in my face. So, I became ambitious. Got the job, the salary, the condo, the car. Became exactly what you said you wanted. He takes a sip of his beer. But here's what I learned. You didn't want me. You wanted what I could provide. And once I saw that, I couldn't unsee it. Not just with you, with everyone. I want to argue, want to tell him that's not fair. But the words won't come. Because he's right.
What's that?
He pays
Hold
for his
on.
half.
What the fuck was that?
Because he's right. It feels paid. Words. I want to argue, want to tell him that's not fair. But the words won't come. Because he's right. He pays for his half. We hug goodbye in the parking lot. It feels different than it used to. That night, sitting on my couch, I open my phone with shaking hands. Under reason 3. Unrealistic female standards, I type. OkCupid study. Women swipe right on less than 5% of men, versus men swiping right 50 to 60%. Creates massive imbalance. Top men have endless options. Why commit? Average men invisible. Jake. 6 feet 1 inch, $140,000, fit. Gets 1 match per week. Female coworker, 97 matches per day. Then I scroll down to a blank space. Hesitate. Type, personal, rejected.
See her with the 5, she admitted she was wrong. This is definitely written by a dude. Oh, it's definitely, yeah, most of these green texts are 100% fake. But at the same time, they are well written and entertaining at times. But yeah, this is definitely written by a man.
Jake 7 years ago when he made $12 per hour. Now he's everything I said I wanted. He's not interested anymore. Says I wanted what he could provide, not him. I stare at the entry. My chest feels tight. But then I add one more line. Maybe he's just insecure? Still hung up on rejection from years ago? I close the app. Tell myself that's probably it. I can't sleep. Jake's words are looping. You didn't want me. You wanted what I could provide. 2:47 a.m. I grab my laptop. Google, why men don't want relationships anymore. Click Reddit. r/men's rights. Start reading. hundreds of posts, thousands of upvotes.
Reddit moment.
Paid for everything for 3 years, vacations, rent, her car payment. She left me the week I got laid off. Found out she'd been talking to someone else for months. My ex told me I was too short at 5 feet 9 inches, but constantly complains there are no good men left. I was her safe choice after she spent her 20s with guys who treated her like shit. She literally told me I was husband material like it was a compliment. I was never her first choice, just her last resort. She wanted me to be the leader and make decisions, but also accused me of being controlling when I did. Wanted me to pay for dates, but called me sexist when I opened doors. I couldn't win. The comments all echo the same sentiment. Same here. Happened to me too. This is why I quit. I find YouTube, video titled, Why Men Are Walking Away. Guy in his 30s, calm, articulate, not angry, just exhausted.
Well, we know that's not Raymond.
He says, men are told to be providers, protectors, leaders, strong and
No,
stoic.
it said calm. It said calm. Not angry, not angry, just exhausted, calm. Yeah, no, definitely not Raymond.
But also, be emotionally vulnerable, split everything equally. Don't expect traditional gender roles. So we're supposed to be traditional.
Oh, let's see, SNK Nostalgia with the 2 destroyed other Street Fighter 6 players tonight. Very nice, man. Glad you had some success.
When it benefits with.
Dude, this is definitely written by a man. Like, there's no way. I know this is fake because she magically met 5 guys in the exact order of the list, yeah. The writing is definitely fake.
Women, and modern when it
It's way
benefits
too
women.
specific, too.
We adapt to whatever standard serves them in that moment. There's no way to win. Comment section is full of men agreeing. Hundreds of them. Another video. Man talking about his divorce. She got the house. The kids. I pay $3,000 a month in child support and alimony. She's living with her new boyfriend now. In my house. Sleeping in my bed. I'm in a studio apartment, seeing my daughter on Zoom twice a week because my ex moved 2 states away and the court allowed it. The system didn't fail me. It punished me for getting married at all. Hundreds of replies. Same here. Happened to me too. Marriage is a legal scam. Welcome to the club nobody wants to join. I'm shaking. I open Instagram. Search for Mike, my ex from 3 years ago. His profile. Married now. Wife's pregnant, glowing in the photos. They look happy. Really happy. The kind of happy I used to imagine for myself. I remember why I left him. He worked at a non-profit, made $38,000 a year. Sweet, kind, emotionally available, cooked dinner, listened to me vent about work, remembered little things like my favorite tea and the names of my co-workers. But I wanted someone more ambitious. Someone who could afford the life I imagined. Nice trips, good restaurants, a house someday.
Give me money!
Future I thought I deserved. Guy from my gym asked.
SNK Nostalgia with the 2 sounds like a winner, yeah. This shit's pretty wild, man. The Doomer Black Pill rabbit hole on YouTube is ever so deep. Welcome to the club. Nobody wants to join. I might have to steal that, yeah.
Asked me out. Consultant. Drove a BMW. Made 6 figures. I started texting him while I was still with Mike. Long conversations, flirting, emotional affair, I guess. Though I didn't call it that at the time. Broke up with Mike a week later. Told him I needed someone on my level. The consultant ghosted me after 3 months.
Brutal.
I never apologized to Mike. Told myself I outgrew him. That I was choosing myself. I look at his Instagram again. His wife isn't prettier than me. Doesn't seem more successful. But she's there. And I'm here. Alone. I open my phone. Go to my notes. Under reason 4, contradictory expectations. Be traditional and modern. I type. Men expected to be provider but split bills. Be leader but not controlling. Pursue but not be creepy. Be confident but vulnerable. Have traditional values but support modern feminism. Standards that shift based on what benefits.
Yeah, there's no way a woman would unironically use the word feminism in that capacity. Again, another, indicator that this shit glows in the dark, man. Definitely would not happen. There's no way a woman would actually refer to feminism in any negative context in the slightest. SNK Nostalgia with the 2, I feel sorry for that no soul whatsoever. Yeah.
I can't afford this shit!
Fuck him. Yep. You gotta, everybody's got a sub story, right? Not exactly glowing, but definitely a man. I mean, that's what I mean. It's like some glowy shit, bro. Obviously, it's not real.
Benefits women in the moment. Probably exaggerating? These can't all apply to the same women. Under reason 5, being seen as disposable, replaceable. I type, men report being left when they lose job, get sick, don't earn enough. Someone better appears. Treated as placeholders until upgrade arrives. Forums full of identical stories. Good partners replaced for richer, taller, more exciting options. Sounds bitter. Maybe these guys just weren't compatible with their partners. I scroll down, pause, cursor blinking, then type. Personal, Mike. Left him despite him being good partner because he made $38,000. Moved on to someone with more money. Told Mike I needed someone on my level. He's married now. I stopped typing. Delete I'm alone. Replace it with focusing on my career. I stare at the note. My hands are shaking. I close the app. Set my phone face down on the couch. Tell myself I'm just documenting their perspective. That's all this is. Research. But my chest feels tight and I don't know why. Monday night, group chat notification. Sarah. Coffee tomorrow. Need to vent about this guy who had the audacity to... me. Actually, yeah. I want to run something by you both. Tuesday afternoon, same cafe. Sarah and Jess across from me. I pull out my phone. Show them the note. The 5 reasons. All the data I collected. So I've been researching that thread. The one about men giving up on dating. And I found some... interesting stuff.
The fuck was
Sarah
that?
squints at my screen.
The AI must have fucked up.
Like I talk to actual men. Normal guys. And they all kind of say the same things. I scroll through. This guy Tom at work. Lost custody of his kids, even though his ex cheated. Pays almost $2,000 a month. Only sees them twice a month. Jess frowns. That's sad, but like, there's probably more to that story. Maybe. But then there's this study. I pull it up. Women on dating apps swipe right on less than 5% of men. Men swipe right on like 60% of women. Doesn't that seem... We have standards, Sarah cuts in. That's not a bad thing. Right, but... I'm struggling to find the words. What if those standards are... I don't know. What if we're all chasing the same small percentage of guys, and those guys have no reason to commit because they have endless options? Jess sets down her cup. Are you seriously both
This is
sizing
definitely
this
written
right
by
now?
Raymond.
I'm not. These guys aren't incels. They're regular people with real experiences. Sarah leans
Yeah, this
back.
shit is funny.
Let me guess. They're all bitter because women don't want them? Because they're short, or broke, or whatever? Some of them are successful. Jake told me he makes 6 figures, he's tall, goes to the gym, gets 3 matches a week. Then he's doing something wrong, Jess says flatly. But what if... No? Sarah's voice is sharp now. What if nothing? You started this whole thing to prove these guys were full of shit. Now you're defending them? I'm not defending them. I'm just saying maybe some of their points.
This is
embarrassing,
fan
Jess
fiction, bro.
interrupts. These men are feeding you a victim narrative and you're buying it. You're smarter than this. Silence. Sarah softens slightly. Look, you've been single for a while. I get that it's frustrating. But the problem isn't that you have standards. The problem is, men can't meet them. I want to argue. Want to show them Tom's story, the custody statistics, the forums with thousands of men saying identical things. But I don't. Yeah, I hear myself say. You're probably right, Jess nods. These guys complaining online? They're not exactly top-tier material. That's why they're complaining instead of dating. True, I say quietly. We change the subject. They talk about a new restaurant.
But dude, why do they need to be top-tier material just to date? They forgot to add that one in there. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. This is brain... Yeah, this shit... Oh my god. Yeah, it's pretty funny, man. I find it mildly entertaining, at least. And SNK Nostalgia with the 2 buying stonks soon. Palmer Lucky, nice, bro. I hope it goes well.
I smile and nod. That night, alone in my apartment, I open my phone. Look at that note one more time. All 5 reasons documented. I add one final line at the bottom. Maybe I just got unlucky. Talked to the wrong guys. Close the app. The apartment is quiet, but something in my chest still feels tight. I tell myself it'll pass.
That was the end? Oh my god. Jesus, bro. Brutal. That was so fake, man. Yeah, did PK write this? That would make sense. Written by Raymond is more likely. Cue the I'm not okay outro music. Alright, what else? Let's see what else we get. An Orimo thumbnail, bruh. Dude, what the fuck? I don't even have a backup guy anymore. What the? Ew, that's gross. Kamikaze short bus. That's about right. Jesus, man. That bitch is foul. Oh, we should watch one of these at some point. I don't know if we'll do it tonight. Gen Z refuses to work like boomers? New Money Nate.
Gen Z absolutely refuses to work the same way boomers did, but why? Why so against it? A recent survey found that 72% of Gen Z workers have quit or strongly considered quitting their job if their job wasn't flexible. Another found that Gen Z is asking for way more money than boomers did, with 55% of them negotiating job offers compared to 42% for boomers. The same study found on average...
Well, yeah, because the average job offer doesn't pay shit anymore. You know, back in the boomers' day, if they got minimum wage, that's the equivalent of us getting $90,000 today. So, yeah, if everybody was getting a fucking, you know, $90,000 a year starting salary, I don't think anyone would be negotiating. But the fact of the matter is there's been zero fucking wage growth over the past, like, 3 decades for the most part. You know, inflation has completely eaten any of that alive. So it makes sense. Boomers didn't need to negotiate. The mandated federal minimum wage is like the equivalent of making $100,000 today. So... I mean, that's a pretty easy thing to understand.
That Gen Z expects a 10% annual raise, even without a promotion, which was 42% higher than what boomers expected when they were asked the same question. Does Gen Z expect too much at work, or are they the first generation to really hold corporations accountable for what's theirs? Well, I looked at a lot of data, and I think I have the answer. The baby boomer generation, born approximately between 1946 and 1964, entered the workforce during a time of fairly unprecedented economic growth. Between 1950 and 1973,
it's not so much it's overpopulation, it's over foreign importation. Because if people weren't allowed to hire foreigners and they were forced to hire American workers, this wouldn't be a problem. But because they can just import, you know, 100,000 immigrants overnight and pay them, you know, a fraction of what would be considered a livable wage by a actual U.S. citizen, it just suppresses wages so much. And then at the same time, if people don't accept the immigrant wages, they'll just say, well, see, we need more workers. We have a labor shortage. Let in another 100 million. Like, again, this is a manufactured problem. Companies are greedy as fuck. Like, simple as that, bro. You could easily afford to pay people more money. But they just don't want to, plain and simple. Because they have access to this unlimited illegal immigration pipeline of people that have no business being in the country, but are allowed to stay because we have weak politicians, and then those people suppress wages, suck down government benefits, drive up housing prices, and increase inflation. So, quite literally, immigration is our problem. We're bringing in low-skilled labor that takes up all the starting positions that typically would go to people at the beginning of their careers. Who are? I think we all know. Who owns the businesses? SNK Nostalgia with the 10 gifted. Really appreciate it, man. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
U.S. productivity nearly doubled, and real wages grew steadily alongside with it. A high school diploma was often enough to secure a stable, upwardly mobile employment. In return for strong loyalty and long hours, employers offered job security, beautiful pensions, healthcare benefits, and a clearly defined path to retirement. This was a foundational structure of the mid-20th century labor contract. Boomers were taught
when we had a civilized nation,
both culturally and economically, that hard work over time would be rewarded. Pay your dues is literally how it would play out. Long tenures, minimal job hopping, and deference to hierarchy was part and parcel with that era. In 1983, the median tenure for a private sector worker was nearly a decade. Today, that number is closer to 4 years, and for Gen Z in their early careers, it's often between 1 to 2 years. A key reason for this long-term commitment was the promise of retirement security, defined
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either
dude,
subscribe,
I think
donate,
a bonus
or get the
should
fuck out.
encompass, or a raise should
Either
encompass
subscribe,
inflation.
donate, or get the fuck
So
out.
I understand why they want 10%.
Either subscribe,
because
donate, or get the
inflation
fuck out.
makes it so you earn less each
Either
year.
subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Dude, we did the math the other night, which I guess I could pull it up again real quick. Let's see. We did this the other night, but... So say you were making $100,000 5 years ago, right? In order to be making the same amount of money, you would have had to received a pay raise of 25% or 26% over the past 5 years. So what's that on average? 26, about 5%. Yeah, 5.2%. So just in order to make the same amount of money that you were making 5 years prior, you would have had to get a raise of 5.2% every single year. And that doesn't even mean you're making more money. It just means you're making the same amount you were already making prior. So if you wanted like an actual raise of 5%, you would actually need to get a raise of 10% because your purchasing power goes down every single year because of inflation. So just in order to keep up with the cost of living, assuming those prices don't go up higher than the average inflation rate, which most rent has, you would have to be making $126,000 in order to just get what you were getting 5 years previously. So it's pretty fucked, man. It's not a good situation.
Benefit pension plans, which was the norm for private sector employees in the 1980s, was rewarded by those who stayed the course. The longer you remained, the more generous the payout was. This pension structure was explicitly designed to discourage mobility and incentivize loyalty. Promotions were performance-based, but also tenure-driven. In large firms, career ladders were formalized in HR departments, and mentorship often meant climbing behind someone on a predefined path. The implied promise was clear. If you showed up, if you stayed late, if you didn't complain, and you paid your dues, you'd eventually reach financial stability, you'd own a home, you retire with dignity. It's not a bad promise. The contract worked for many. Boomers became one of the wealthiest generations in history, controlling over half of U.S. wealth by 2023, despite representing roughly a fifth of the population. They bought homes young, they benefited from rising asset values, and were somewhat shielded from many modern labor market shocks. Over time, that structure has changed, and Gen Z has taken a different approach to work as a result. Housing, wages, and debt have each moved in ways that materially alter how Gen Z chooses to navigate their career. In 1980, the median home price in the U.S. was approximately between $50,000 and $60,000. Adjusted for inflation, that's roughly $290K. Yet the actual median home price in 2025 exceeds $420K, according to Federal Reserve data. This gap represents a substantial increase in the cost of home ownership relative to previous generations, especially for younger workers whose early career earnings, which we are about to touch on, have not kept pace. Wage growth has diverged from productivity. Between 1979 and 2021, net productivity in the U.S. increased by nearly 70%, while hourly compensation rose by only 20%, according to the Economic Policy Institute. Man. We also have to talk about student debt. The average Gen Z borrower carries approximately $20,000 in student loan debt, but many have a much larger debt load, sometimes well into the six figures. Since 1980, the cost of attending a four-year public college in the U.S. has increased by over 180% after adjusting for inflation, far outpacing wage growth, housing, or consumer prices. And as we've touched on in several of the last videos, the U.S. economy today is just not the greatest. Deloitte projects U.S. GDP growth at 1.4% this year and 1.5% in 2026. That's not recessionary, but that's also not that strong. Inflation has chilled, but it's still a tad sticky, holding around 2.8 to 3%. And the job market macro-wise is starting to slip, with some economists putting the odds of a downturn within the next 12 months at roughly 1 in 3. Another thing that is very, very important to note here is that over the past few decades, two of the most powerful employee retention tools, pensions and employer-provided healthcare, have fundamentally changed. In 1980, over 60% of private sector workers had access to a defined benefit pension. Today, that number is less than 15%. The majority have shifted to a defined contribution plan like the 401k, which transfers both the risk and the responsibility more so to the worker. Healthcare coverage has also followed a somewhat similar path. Rising costs, more narrow networks, and increased employee cost sharing have eroded its value as a very big loyalty incentive. In many cases, many of the benefits once tied to long-term tenure have become somewhat unstable and somewhat conditional, which further weakens the rationale for somebody to stay at one company for their entire career. Now, you might be wondering, does it not always feel super unfair for the youngest generation? Of course, perceptions of unfairness are not unique to Gen Z. Historically, younger generations have often viewed the socioeconomic landscape that they inherit as imbalanced. An obvious example is millennials with 2008. What distinguishes Gen Z is the volume and the clarity of comparative data available in real time. Through social media, salary transparency, and platforms that track.
Let's see, SK Nostalgia with a 2. This Monday, HK MR762 A4. 5K fun. Nice, man. Very cool. Ammo in the basement ready to go. Nice. Hold on, let me take a sip. Kids smooth. All right, we can watch it after this.
At corporate metrics, younger workers can now see instantly and globally how their outcomes are comparing to their peers, to their managers, and to past generations. This constant...
Yeah, one of the biggest things in the corporate world is discussing salary. Like, you know, it's like considered taboo to ask how much your coworkers make. But if you have, like, you know, someone that you're friendly with at your company and you both have similar jobs, it is beneficial to both you and them to discuss that if you feel comfortable doing so. Because, bro, I found out that one of the guys I fucking trained on my original project I was working on at my company was making $50,000 more a year than I was, because he was a software engineer, even though I'm the one that fucking trained him and had been working on that shit for almost a year at that point. So I was getting paid $50,000 less to do a job than somebody else that I fucking trained. So it's like, yeah, fuck that. I'm not doing that dog shit anymore. So that's what I literally just had a conversation with he accidentally let it slip because he was a new hire. And like, I was like, oh, that's good, man. Congrats. Like, I wasn't mad at him. I was mad at my manager. And, like, you know, I had the conversation. I'm like, I'm way underpaid for what I'm doing. I'm doing a software engineer's job. And y'all are paying me like I'm just some generic fucking consultant. So it's like, I want, you know, I want at least what the guy I trained is making for the job I've been doing for a year. You know, I think that's fair, you know? So they're like, oh, well, we'll put you up for promotion, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, yeah, nah. When I got the promotion, it was only a 15% raise, which, long story short, is not even remotely close to what it was. So, yeah, nah, I did not stick on that project. It's like, fuck that. You know, if you want me to do an expensive-ass job, then pay me the expensive-ass salary, or I'm out, and then you'll have to hire somebody for even more money anyway, so kick fucking rocks. So, yeah, I just left. I went to a different project. So, yeah, if you have a coworker that you feel comfortable talking to about that type of stuff, it is good information to know.
stream of data makes disparities even more visible than ever before. At the same time, institutional trust has declined across all age groups, but especially among younger cohorts. When trust erodes, systems feel less fair, even if processes remain somewhat the same. Gen Z has entered the workforce during a period of inflation, of wage pressure, and technological disruption, all while being compared to older generations who may have benefited from earlier periods of economic expansion. As a result, they operate with a heightened...
Oh, and that's the game nostalgia with the 2. Griffin, you should watch Office Space. That is on my list of movies to watch. Here, let me check. I'll see if it's on Apple TV on sale right now. If it is, I'll buy it and I'll watch it. But yeah, that is actually one of the movies I have wanted to watch. I've heard that's good. Office Space, let's see. Alright, I'll add it to my list, so I'll get a notification. But yeah, I'll check it out. Did I quit? Yeah, I swapped projects. So the way it works at my company is if you're a consultant, which I am, after 9 months on a project, you have the option to transfer to a different one. So yeah, I put in for a transfer to a different project. So yeah, I put in for a transfer to a different project, and I've been on the same project now for like 3 years. So, but yeah, I just got another promotion, so we'll see how well that turns out. I don't know. I don't have the details yet, but on Monday, apparently, it'll be, like, uploaded into the employee profile portal or whatever the fuck, and I'll see what I actually get bonus and promotion-wise as far as a pay raise goes. The last time, it was, like, 16%, which was pretty good. So, not the 50,000 difference, but, you know, it's decent. But now that I'm doing a much easier job compared to fucking coding out these massive optimization problems, you know, it's fine. I'd much rather be doing easy shit, to be honest. So... What does the promotion include? You get bumped up to a different career level, and then you get a pay raise, which is the important part. And you get more PTO. So you earn paid time off at a faster rate, which I don't need because I'm already maxed out on PTO, and I never take it. So that part, you know, not really too beneficial for me, but I guess it's free money technically if I ever do decide to take it. But yeah. I was actually, like, dude, if I didn't get promoted, though, I probably would have wage quit from that company. Because it's like, dude, I've literally been doing 2 people's jobs for, like, the past, like, year and a half. And it's like, all right, bro, if I didn't get promoted from that, I'm never going to get promoted. So it's like, it's time to leave. But luckily, that did not need to happen. Because right now, it's pretty bad looking for a new job. It's pretty rough out there. Especially in my area, because all the companies are cutting back heavily because of all the government, you know, spending cuts and contract cancellations.
Sense of awareness of when systems no longer serve them, and they are more willing to adapt accordingly. So how does Gen Z actually approach and think about work? Well, firstly, Gen Z just values work differently in general. According to Deloitte's 2024 Global Gen Z Survey, younger workers consistently prioritize flexibility.
Dude, maybe I should go work for Deloitte, and then I can get my $1,000 Lego credit.
Well-being, and alignment with personal values over traditional markers like time and role or title advancement. Career paths have become more fluid and less like linear ladders as a result. According to Randstad, Gen Z changes jobs nearly 3 times faster than Gen X or Boomers during their early careers. Where earlier generations were encouraged to pursue advancement through internal loyalty and tenure, younger workers are more likely to seek external opportunities that provide more immediate increases in compensation and scope. The labor market has evolved to reward lateral.
Dude, the thing is if I was in charge of hiring for a company, I would go to like high school students and be like, hey, do you want to skip the whole college bullshit and just actually work? And the ones that said yes, I'd be like, all right, come work for me for like a few weeks, see if you like it, see if you can figure it out, and if you do a good job, I'll just hire you and you don't need a college degree. That's what employers should start doing, honestly. Like, this attitude that you need a college degree, even if it has nothing to do with the work you're actually doing, is the most retarded shit ever, bro. I would rather hire somebody who has, like, the initiative to start working instead of going to college for 4 years and just wasting a bunch of time and money. Like, I would absolutely rather hire someone who has, like, that drive to actually go and just start working. I feel like that would be a better employee anyway. So it's like, that would be my mentality and exactly what I would do if I was in charge of hiring. Personally. But, you know, it's just... this obsession with college, I don't fucking get, man. I don't really feel like I gained that much, like, useful information from my time in college. Like, yeah, I guess it was kind of fun, dude, but it's like, was it really worth it? Not really. I don't feel like I dramatically changed as a person, or, you know, I needed to go to college to do what I do, because I didn't even go to college for what I do. So, I would just give them, like, a test run to see if they can handle it. And it's like, okay, if you're not mature enough yet, then, you know, get back to me later. But for the people who are, you know, willing to work, they have that initiative, and, you know, they can actually perform. Like, I'd rather just pluck somebody right out of high school and not have them get indoctrinated for 4 fucking years at, you know, whatever university they'd be going to. So... That's my mentality, at least.
Mobility, and Gen Z's behavior reflects that reality. It's not a sure thing to wait your turn and earn more. That's just not how it works anymore. And Gen Z's approach to employment and their ambition to gain leverage early shows that they understand that. Again, as we touched on in the beginning of this video, 55% of Gen Z reported that they negotiate their job offers compared to 42% of baby boomers. Among those who engaged in negotiations, 79% reportedly received a better offer. Some view that as audacious, but honestly, Gen Z is just more likely to advocate for themselves earlier in their career than previous generations. Let's also not forget that young professionals' orientation towards how they view work was probably shaped by long-term observations of how companies treated their parents. They may have saw their parents or caregivers be at a company for decades, only to just get laid off or have their benefits reduced or have their career stall out because of a financial downturn. It's just business, as they say. In some cases, loyalty to just one employer did not actually result in a predictably upward career. It was just a risk to stay and depend on something for too long. The career moves that Gen Z makes seem to recognize that there are a lot of external factors, whether it's restructuring, automation, or macro shifts, that just override personal performance or effort. Even if you work hard, sometimes it doesn't matter. As a result, Gen Z is more likely to interpret stability as the ability to remain mobile, adaptable, and independent of any one institutional structure. The motto is staying ahead of the game, and you can make a really good argument that that's kind of necessary in today's environment. Put simply, they gotta do what they gotta do. And if that means going from job to job, if that means aggressively negotiating, if that means ruffling some feathers earlier in their career, it is purely based on their assessment of the economy and them protecting their interests. They refuse to work like boomers because if they work like boomers, they may not get what boomers got. It's as easy as that. It's a different world with different incentives and different outcomes, so Gen Z's working.
You just straight up won't get what boomers got. That shit doesn't exist anymore, man. There is no loyalty to the employee anymore. Zero. They will outsource your job in a fucking heartbeat the moment they think they can. SNK Nostalgia with the 2, help people in vocational tech school? Yeah, definitely, man. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, you know, hopefully in the future, if I ever start a business, my goal will be to actually, help people. Imagine that. As long as I don't take my company public, that is. Because then the Dodge Brothers case will take effect, but... Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's really sad. It's a manufactured problem. Truly. This could easily be solved, but nobody wants to solve it because, my shareholders.
Differently. If Gen Z believed that there was a golden pot waiting for them at the end of the rainbow and the path to get this golden pot was proven, I mean, they would just do that. They would stay at a company if they knew that they were going to get that golden pot. But if they were told it might be there, it might not be there, I don't know, why would they trek all the way over there? Now, the one thing I do want to say is that while Gen Z is facing a tough economy, there's still plenty of opportunity out there, and plenty of young workers are showing example after example that you can be extremely successful much faster in your career and redefine what your career means a lot differently than other generations. If you're Gen Z, just understand that taking an alternative approach towards your career does not mean you're not going to be successful. How people work and how people are compensated is changing at an insane pace. There's plenty of ways to arrive at where you're trying to get to. You're just going to have to adapt to this very different landscape. But you do also have a ton of different tools at your disposal to help you get there that did not exist just a few years ago. And if you're in the older generation, please try to understand why Gen Z moves the way they do. It's simply an adaptation mechanism. It's not simply a matter of entitlement or laziness or any sort of basic explanation you could throw at it. It's an approach that they're using to just live a good life. So try and meet them where they are.
Why did he talk? Try and meet them where they are. That was creepy. I don't like this vocal fry shit. So what is this? He released... Oh, there it is. Only 4 games. All right. We'll watch it real quick.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
What the
Phil Spencer lied when he said it would only be only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games. One more time. Phil Spencer lied when he said it would only be only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games. Why'd you lie to me when you said it would only be only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games? That's right. Game Pass ain't enough for this. They took all our games, except these games. Took all our games, except these lanes. One more time, took all our games, except these games. Took all our games, except these lanes. One more time, took all our games. Booty in his booty last name. Phil said, trust us, we did, now we losing. Starfield on a DualSense, shit be so confusing. Game Pass stream ain't what it seems, now feels like an illusion. Hardware wasn't selling in, this was the solution. Conclusion, Xbox Dreamcast, running up the numbers and raising up the price. Shutting down studios and cutting off the lights. Betting on his lost fans like a roll of dice. Shit ain't right and I don't take this light. Hey Phil, you gotta make this right. Went from no games to some games to sharing games with them. Damn, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games. Phil Spencer lied when he said it would only be only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games. Phil Spencer lied when he said it would only be only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games. Why you lied to me when you said it would only be took all our games, except these games. Took all our games, except these lanes. One more time, took all our games, except these games. Took all our games, except these lanes. One more time. Fuck Amy Hood, she's an evil ass bitch. We got Halo, Gears, and Forza. They left y'all with Redfall. Here's my dance for Xbox. I call that the death brawl. Xbox looking worthless, no longer serves a purpose. Complete waste of purchase. Xbox brand gets forfeit. PS5 victorious and it's glorious. No runner-ups, we slaughter box. Ouch. Yup. I got your big 3 and my big 6 on my PS5 Pro. So fuck the PC, bitch. Ain't got no GTA 6. Only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games. Phil Spencer lied when he said it would only be only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games. Phil Spencer lied when he said it would only be only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games.
It's kind of sad that the most entertaining shit surrounding Xbox recently is probably this song. You know, that is the true tragedy of the decline of Xbox.
Games, only 4 games. But why you lie to me when you said it would
Like, this song has unironically more work put into it than the entirety of the last 3 years of Xbox's game catalog.
Took all our games, except these games. Took all our games, except these lanes. One more time, took all our games, except these.
Do you know who he sounds like? He sounds like that one guy who does like all the gay rap songs. That's what his voice sounds like. I wonder if it's him.
Took all our games, except these lanes. One more time. Why Sarah Bond got her?
I'ma tell you. Tony the pony. I tried to tell you that boy was phony. You didn't listen, now you're looking lonely. Look at your library, that shit is corny. GTA 6, I got Xbox games on my X list. You didn't listen, I told you this, now you look sour. Did you drink this? Might as well. This is the future, it ain't hard to tell. Xbox is PC, that shit's lame as hell. I feel like Nas, I rule the world. I got your games, nothing you can do to change. Undertaker, you arcane. Understand we're not the same. Just 4 games.
Only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games.
He lied to you.
Phil Spencer lied when he said it would only be only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games.
And GTA 6 is first
Phil
party.
Spencer lied when he said it would only be only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games, only 4 games.
Pretty sure it's first party.
But why you lied to me when you said it would only be took all our games,
All your games.
except these games.
What games?
Took all our games,
All your games.
except these lanes. One more time, took all our games,
Took all your games.
except these games.
What games?
Took all our games, except these lanes. One more time.
Oh my god. Jesus. Oh my god. Brutal. Rap was invented by Vikings? That's right. Everything was. SNK Nostalgia with the 2? I might be white. I might be too, man. Last time I checked, at least. It'd be pretty surprising if I wasn't. That's for sure. No, I can't. Oh, I made a hoe. Fuck. Get out of here.
I can't afford this shit.
3 days until Griffin's Game of the Year gets new episodes. Dude, Expedition 33? The greatest game ever? They doing a DLC for it or something?
I can't afford this shit.
SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Mississippi and owns land. Nice, man. Yeah, we were looking at real estate earlier. We were looking at South Carolina. It's like depressing how cheap housing is in the better part of the country. Sad, bro. For like $1,700 a month, I could actually own a house. It's brutal. Maybe someday, man. Oh god, the Doomer COD videos. Here, let's see. Bad leak. Who cares? GTA, blah, blah, blah. Nobody gives a fuck. Alright. Nothing interesting. SNK Nostalgia, the 2. DSP sound. Alright.
Give me monies! Open your wallet and give me all of your monies!
That's not begging. That's advertisement.
Yeah, I'm a gamer.
Griffin Gaming just did a super chat said,
Gaming! Gaming!
Shoot him! He's black, shoot him! Racism!
There we go. Yeah, I heard about the Halo 2 and 3 thing. No multiplayer, bro. That shit's brutal.
I can't afford this shit.
Jesus with the 2. It's over, Redditors. Funko's going out of business. Yo, should we see if there's a Funko Cope video? Let's see if we can find a Funko Cope video. Can it happen, guys?
Hey guys, Skittle Rampage here. Welcome back to a new video. I do hope you're enjoying your day today. So today we're going to be going over the outlook or future look at what Funko plans to do to get things back on track and make themselves more money.
Wait, so it doesn't talk about it? Nope, I guess not.
Hey guys, Skittle Rampage here. Welcome back to a new video.
Let's see. I don't really want to watch a furry. Yeah, I guess nobody even cares, bro. Nobody even cares. The Funko world is burning down around us, and no one even cares. Watch it, maybe it'll bring back Jeff. Uh-oh. Is he a furry now? Maybe? Uh-oh. Hopefully not, man. Hopefully he's just playing Smash Bros and not smashing it to furries. Yeah, Saltiest Gaming disappeared for whatever reason. Bro, now the Funko videos on the homepage. Bro, what is this dog shit? 5 things I refuse to buy.
Look, I don't need another lens on my camera. I don't need a slightly different color case to my cell phone. All I need is
Unc.
functionality. Can I hop on the internet? Yes. Can I take a picture? Yes. And can I make a phone call? That's the only 3 things I need to do with my phone. And just because everybody else is doing it, don't make it progress. Guys, the title to this video says it all. The Buy Nothing Rebellion, 5 things that I'm not buying anymore. I'm not buying the crap. Not buying the status or the upgrades. I'm not buying the convenience that keeps me broke. There's this movement online. I don't know if you heard about it or not. People call it the Buy Nothing Rebellion, right? And it's not about being cheap. It's about being free. So today on this video, I'm going to break down 5 things that I'm done buying for good. And I'll just stay tuned for number 5 because number 5 is going to hit home for a lot of you. I'm apologizing in advance for number 5, okay? So let's jump.
Dog, you could make a great racist meme with the title and thumbnail of this video.
Into it. Okay, the first thing that I'm not buying anymore is cars with car payments and new cars, period. I read a story recently that said the average new car in America is over $50,000. Guys, that's crazy. The Buy Nothing Rebellion for me starts right there with cars.
Meme.
I'm not buying a car that comes with a car payment ever again, right? I'm not buying new cars either. You ever notice how people will fight to have the latest car, but then end up struggling to have an emergency fund, right? They'll say things like,
well, most people don't even buy their cars. I mean, it's like, what, 70 to 80% of all Mercedes on the roads are leased, not bought. And on top of that, the average person that leases a Mercedes is living paycheck to paycheck, so... yeah, not looking good, bruv.
well, it's only $650 a month, as if that's normal, right? $650, $750, that's a ton of money, right? That's not normal.
I guess. I don't know. It's not that much.
To me, that's indentured servitude when you got a payment that high. Look, the minute you drive a car, a brand new car, off the lot, you just lost 15% of what you paid for it, right? That's money that you'll never get back because cars depreciate. They go down in value for the most part, right? For me, I'm going to take the reliable and pay for it over the shiny, financed car any day of the week, right? And I'm going to drive it until the wheels fall off and maintain it and stack my money while everybody else is out here competing with the latest car and the latest rims and all these car notes. Right now, I drive a 2007 Toyota Camry. Thieves, they don't want the car, right? But I love it because it gets me from point A to point B. And you don't own a car.
Oh, shit. It's too bad Ricardo's not here. I think that's the car he has. I think, unironically, that's the car that Ricardo has. He always talks about his 2003 Camry. Damn, or 2007. Damn, what a shame. Yeah, I guess that's how he got it. Brutal. Yeah, it could be Ricardo, man. You never know. It could be. We do not know what Ricardo actually does look like, so it is entirely possible.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
But yeah, I agree. You don't need to buy a brand new car. I mean, well, let me rephrase that. You don't need to buy a brand new top-of-the-line car. Personally, I would always buy a new car because there's a reason the car that you bought pre-owned was, you know, traded in. So there might be something wrong with it. So that's already a gamble. And on top of that, usually if you buy a new car, you get the manufacturer's warranty, which is a lifesaver. Because I've seen it firsthand, like my mom's car. She had a problem with the front end sensor, like just beeping randomly all the fucking time. Well, the front end sensor was defective, and in order to fix it, they had to replace the entire computer system, which was like a $7,000 repair and component. So if it was not a new car when she got it, she would have had to pay that out of pocket to get the car fixed. So with a lot of these cars with the modern computer systems and stuff, you have to be careful because you may end up paying more in the long run for, you know, repairs and parts and all that type of shit with how much stuff goes into these cars now. It's not just an engine and wheels anymore where, you know, you can just take it into the shop and get it tinkered on. No, it's like a lot of these cars are super fucking expensive to do anything on if, like, something arises that's a problem. Let's see. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. I bought a Toyota 4Runner 2015. It's great. Yeah, Toyotas are solid. So I've heard nothing but good things from people who own Toyotas. So they seem to be, you know, one of the few brands that's actually held up over the years. And Jesus with the 5. Watch. Women are realizing it's getting... Okay, yeah, we can check it out. And see her with the 2. Been wanting to read again. Any suggestions? I'm trying to think. What's a good suggestion? I mean, I talked about it the other night. Paradise Lost is a good book. I just finished reading that again. One of my personal favorite books. It's long, so just know that. But The Count of Monte Cristo, I really like that book, personally. Like, if you like revenge stories, that's, like, one of the best. It is one of the very few books I enjoyed reading in school, but that's a really, really solid one. But aside from that, I just mainly read, like, nonfiction stuff, so I'm trying to think. What else? I don't know. I mainly just... The thing I like to do is I like to find books on, like, historical figures and stuff that I like, or, like, contemporary literature from the time that they were alive. So, I don't know. I'm not really, like, a huge modern book fanatic, personally. But I guess those are 2 recommendations. I guess it really just depends on what type of book you're looking for. And let's see. SNK Nostalgia with the 5 gifted membership. Really appreciate it, man. It's very kind of you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. You're very, very generous as always, so thank you. Griffin, Count of Monte film is... Yeah, no, it is pretty good. Obviously, it doesn't have everything in it, but that one scene in the carriage when the guy thinks he's going to jail and he leaves the pistol in the back seat, that was such a great scene. I love that scene so much. But there's a couple film iterations of Count of Monte Cristo that's really good. Like, there's a few foreign adaptations as well from the French, which it's a French story, so that makes sense. But yeah, there's some pretty good adaptations of it. But yeah, I think the book is obviously the best because you get the most. And it's super, super good. Like, it's one of those books that once I started reading it, I didn't want to stop. But yeah, it's like, I guess it depends on what, it's over 1,000 pages. It's a thick book. Oski Woski with the 2, holy shit, 50 hours for the audiobook alone. Yup, it's long. When I had to read it in school, our teacher was like, you don't have to read the whole thing, just read these chapters, but I read the whole thing. It was really good.
When you have a car payment until it's fully paid off. So for me, that's the first thing that I'm done buying, not buying anymore, is cars with car payments or new cars. And I'm done pretending that depreciating cars is some type of flex, right? It's not. Now, the second thing that I'm not buying anymore is the status symbol stuff to hang on my body or my feet. Now, look, you see me in these hats, right? I got about 6 or 7 of these hats, and I rotate them for these videos. I'm just keeping it real with you, right? Look, the Buy Nothing Rebellion for me includes no status watches, no status sneakers, right? Gym shoes, whatever you want, tennis shoes, no status jewelry, and no fancy fresh fit. I don't have to have the latest fit just because...
Dude, you're not buying maybe some people do, but the way I view buying a nice watch is you're buying a literal piece of art. And you're buying the craftsmanship that goes into it. I mean, if you don't appreciate it, it's one thing, but I don't know. As someone who has researched into, like, watchmaking and stuff, I have, like, an actual appreciation for, you know, the work and all the intricate details and everything that goes into watchmaking. Like, it is a legitimate art form, and they're very, very cool. But, yeah, if you're just buying a watch to flex, then that's retarded. You should only buy stuff if you genuinely like it.
They dropped this season, I gotta go out and get the latest shirt, pants. No, I'm not out here trying to impress anybody. Nobody. I'm not dressing for validation. I'm not dressing to have the latest fit. We created this culture in America where people are just financially barely treading water, but they look good doing it. People got $300 pairs of tennis shoes on their feet and nothing saved in the savings account. That's not the life.
Nah, it's like that Kanye lyric, $2,000 bag, but no cash in your purse. That shit's so factual. Everybody's got a $2,000 bag, but no cash in the purse. You spend all your money to buy something that should be holding your money. It's, you know, completely antithetical to the point of even owning the item in the first place. Because it's like, what's the point of having an expensive-ass purse if you have no money to put in it, you know? It's just retarded. Like, oh, look, you know, I got a bag now, but nothing to put in it. Dumb.
Not buying into that life anymore. When you realize that a lot of rich people or people that have money, they don't even wear clothes like they have money. Like, there's some do, right? The big billionaires, yeah, they do. But for a lot of rich people, a lot of people that have a lot of money, they don't get all off into these fancy clothes and name brand this, name brand that, latest this, latest that. The real ones, they don't need to prove it.
No, they do. They just wear less flashy shit. Like, Mark Zuckerberg's t-shirts are like $1,000 a piece. They look like they'd be $10, but they're not. They're like $1,000 a piece. So that is a very common misconception. People wear expensive clothes when they get wealthy because everything's custom made, tailor fit, and, you know, limited production for them alone. So now, wealthy people do spend a lot of money on clothes. They may not wear fucking like Gucci a fucking Gucci suit or, you know, Louis Vuitton t-shirts or whatever, but, you know, they do buy expensive stuff. It just looks more subtle. But the material, the custom form-fitting factor of it where they custom make like everything from t-shirts to suits to pants to custom shoes, like, yeah, it looks more low-key, but it's all expensive stuff for the most part. So That is not true. You just don't realize that it costs that much. SNK nostalgia with the 2, a watch and a 9mm. That's right, man. And a combat knife, too. But yeah. Also with the 2. Really appreciate it, man. Don't dress like a bum. Exactly. You don't want to look like a bum. There's nothing wrong with dressing nice, especially if you have money. I think it's almost like a duty you owe society to at least look good if you're wealthy. You know? Like, if you're extremely wealthy, I feel like you should be almost required to dress well.
They just show it in the back where you can't see it through their options, their choices, their decisions, what they own, right? So for me, done buying the status. If it's about a label or the latest fashion trend,
well, what
I'm
they
out. Count me
own?
out.
What
Because in the long run, status don't really pay the bills. Status doesn't pay the mortgage. Status doesn't really buy freedom or peace. Now, the third thing that I'm not buying anymore is luxury vacations, especially on a credit card. Let me be clear about this. Traveling is cool. Nothing wrong with traveling. For me, if I can't save for it and pay for it in cash, I'm not going. I'm not flying.
That's one of the things that actually kind of blows my mind is people go on vacation on a credit card. Like, bro, if you can't afford to travel, why are you going into credit card debt to do so? That's crazy to me. Like, my mind can't even comprehend going into literal credit card debt to go on a shitty vacation. That's wild, bro. Yeah. That's definitely not me. I'm not at risk of doing that one.
Paradise and sit on the beach somewhere in Dubai just to come home and be broke again. It just doesn't make logical sense to me, right? That's
Yogi Bear with the 2. I'm outside PK's house. Pray for me. He doesn't live in a house, bro. He lives in a, like, double-wide mobile home. Or I guess it's kind of a house, but, you know. If you hear a screaming child and a barking dog, you know you're there. Also, maybe a vacuum cleaner running in the background with some mariachi music.
It's not really a vacation. When you do that, that's when your vacation turns into a financial hangover when you get back home, right? Too many people are financing fun nowadays. People call it, well, I need a mental health break, so I got to go take this trip to Greece, right? You don't really have to go to Greece to have a mental health break. You can go take a walk in the park. It's about 5 to 10 to 30 minutes from where you live. You could sit outside on that ledge or on that, not on the ledge now. You can sit outside on that mountain, take that hike. You can do all types of things for a mental break. You ain't got to go to Cancun. Listen, a lot of people are just buying an experience and then turn around and make an excuse for it by saying, you know, it's for my mental health. Look, people buy these experiences that a lot of people just can't afford. Just be honest with you, right? Just so they can post pictures of it on IG and on Facebook, sitting on the beach and get this social media validation for people that don't even like them or they don't even know hardly. But that's not really something that I want to do. I'm not paying for an experience and then experience the stress when the credit card bill shows up. It's sort of like my kids when they want to go to college. I said, look, we're going to go to an in-state school that doesn't cost a lot of money. We're going to work so we can actually pay for it. And guess what? I'm not going to pay for the experience to go off to college and live in a dorm and go away to school, 100, 300, 400, 500 miles, 1,000 miles away. I'm not paying for experiences. And when it comes to vacations, I'll pay for the experience, but I'm not putting it on a credit card. When I take a trip, it's going to be paid for. Pressure-free, guilt-free, credit card-free. Because peace of mind is the real luxury, right? If you can't afford it, if I can't afford it, I'll wait on it. It's called patience. And I plan for it. And then when I go knowing that the bills back home are taken care of. Now, that's just me personally. Don't beat me up in the comments. If you understand what I'm saying, drop me a comment below. And if you disagree with me, feel free to drop that comment below. I don't mind. Guys, if you're serious about getting your money right, go grab my new book, Manage Your Way to Millions. It's not about getting rich overnight. It's about...
Here's the upsell.
New phones. And I'm not falling for the upgrade trap. This right here, it works just fine. And I'm not upgrading.
I would hope so. That's a Galaxy S25 or whatever. That's a brand new phone.
This phone until this phone
stops. Maybe an S24. I'm not sure. I don't remember. Let's see. 4 Ultra. Yeah, it's an S24 Ultra at least. What about S25? Yeah, I think it's the S25, bro. Brand fucking new.
Doing what I needed to do, okay? Now, when AT&T or T-Mobile, the phone carriers, right, when they send me an email saying that it's time for me to upgrade my phone, that's not an opportunity. A lot of times, that's just a trap to get you to spend money with them. And we've been trained and conditioned to chase traps and chase these upgrades like it's some sort of progress. But really, it's just another payment. And you just stay on their rows of people who have to keep paying them over and over and over. Look, I don't need another lens on my camera. I don't need a slightly different color case to my cell phone, okay? Well, all I need is functionality.
Yeah, I gotta buy my dad a new phone at some point. My dad refuses to upgrade his phones always, so I'm usually the one who always ends up buying him a new one.
And my current phone has all the functionality that I need, right? Can I hop on the internet? Yes. Can I take a picture? Yes. Can I take a quality picture? Yes. And can I make a phone call? That's the only 3 things I need to do with my phone. That upgrade culture is how they keep you locked in. I'm opting out of that. I'll upgrade when I say so, not when the phone company tells me to or tells me that it's time. Now, the 5th thing that I'm not buying anymore, and I don't want to ruffle no feathers with this one, right? But I want to be honest with you. I'm not buying food delivery, okay? I don't grow my own food, not yet. So the least I can do is get off of my behind and go get my own food, either from the grocery store so I can cook it, or at the very least, at least make a run to Chipotle or Cava or whatever you like to eat. Look, here's the deal. If you're injured, if you're sick, if you're unable to get out, I totally understand it. This ain't for you. But the rest of us, come on now, we're paying $15, $20, $30 worth of food that is being made 2 miles down the road. All we gotta do is jump in the car. Matter of fact, all we gotta do is take a 30-minute walk to go get it. If you can't even go get your own food and you're of able body and sound mind, that's just like lazy inflation, right? You're literally paying extra for the convenience of being lazier. And that's not really freedom. That's really waste. And a lot of people waste money like that. But like I said, I don't mean to ruffle no feathers, but the buy nothing rebellion for me includes no more food delivery. Listen, grow your own food, or at least get your own food, or cook your own food. We gotta stop buying convenience and start building some discipline. And just because everybody else is doing it, don't make it progress. So hey, that's my personal buy nothing rebellion. I'm not buying car payments. I'm not buying status with clothes and stuff. I'm not buying vacations on credit, and I'm not buying upgrades, and I'm definitely not buying food that's being delivered. I'm not paying that extra. This is not about being cheap, right? To me, it's about being free. Every time I say no to something that doesn't build my wealth, I'm saying yes to the life that I actually want down the road. Listen,
hopefully it's not too far down the road. Remember, don't put off your life too long. You hear that, Griff? More Uber Eats. That's right. I gotta buy more. I don't really order Uber Eats that much. The most I've ordered recently is I ordered from the Pho restaurant near me because I've been sick. Which that's good on the throat, but that's about it. Let's see. I see her with the 5. Apparently, the Count of Monte Cristo was originally serialized. It was released in segments on a newspaper before being published as a full book. That's interesting. I didn't know that. That's kind of funny. Like the original, what are you calling comic books, I guess, or mangas, dude. But yeah, that's pretty neat. I didn't know that. Let's see. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Buy more money. That's right. Just go buy a money tree. That's where it grows, apparently.
If you're ready to take this journey deeper, head over to smartmoneybro.com. Over there, you're going to find my new book, Manage Your Way to Millions, and my full system, the 4 steps to maximize your money. Everything you need to build wealth and reach financial freedom. Guys, smash that like button. Share this video with somebody who you think needs to hear it. We all know somebody that's guilty of these things, so share this video. And do me a favor, drop that comment below and let me know your thoughts. Remember, the best person who's going to take care of the old you is the young you. Guys,
buy my book to save money.
Gaming.
Crazy how that works. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. I bought a pizza oven. It's amazing. That'd be cool. Yeah, I would actually like to have a pizza oven. That'd be a cool thing to learn how to cook. I love pizza. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how, like, difficult it would actually be to cook pizza. But, yeah, that'd be cool to have, like, an outdoor, like, wood-fired pizza oven. One of my friends growing up had one. But I don't think they ever used it. Yeah, I guess we can figure out if I can cook 6 million pizzas in 3 years, right? We gotta beat the world record, man. Mamma mia. Let me get a slice of that matzo ball pizza. Margaritas, those are good. The best margarita I had was in the Dominican Republic. They made the margarita mix right at the table. So it was really good. They brought like all the fruit and stuff, handmade the margarita mix, brought the blender, crushed up the ice, you know, mixed it right in front of you, and then poured it into the glass, which they had in like a cooler, and it was like completely crystallized with ice. It was really awesome. But that was the best one I've ever had. What's this? 7 harsh truths about frugal living, what no one else tells you. Yeah. Where's Dad? A single mother moves into her parents' kitchen? What the fuck? We'll do this one.
Frugal living is supposed to make life easier. You will cut back on spending, save money, and finally feel more in control. That's the idea, right? But it isn't always as simple and rewarding as it sounds. After years of living simply, I've seen how frugality can help, but also how much it can cost you. So here are 7 truths about frugal living, the things you need to hear if you want saving money to actually support your life. The first one is the time trap of frugality.